Alrighty, what's up, everyone joining up on the stream right now? How's everybody doing today? Hopefully, everyone's having a good day so far. I'm gonna be on for a few hours today, everybody. Probably normal amount of normal amount of time on live. Probably 5 6 hours. We'll see if we can get that. Probably 5 hours. I'd probably say 5 hours, maybe a little bit less. But we're gonna have some debates today. We're gonna get some debates going up here very soon. What's up, everyone joining? I need some to drink some liquid. What's up, everyone joining in? Hopefully, everyone's having a good day so far. Hopefully, everyone is having a good day. What's up? What's up? What's up? How's everybody doing? How's everybody doing? Turn everything on. Sorry, I have to actually set up the stream. How's everyone doing? I was wondering if Parker was going live today. Yes, I gotta tell the Instagram thing. Alrighty. Let me go and set everything up. Sorry, everyone. I just started up the live. What's up, everyone? How's everyone doing? It's good to see everyone. I love everyone so much. Y'all are so kind, everyone. I love everyone. Thank you, everyone. I just want to say I really appreciate everyone in the chat. Before I go live, I just want to say I really appreciate it. Especially from yesterday, I really appreciate all the support. Seriously, I really appreciate it. What's up, Christian? How you doing? How you doing? I really appreciate it. Seriously, it means the world. It really does. What's up, Courtney? How you doing? What happened yesterday? Well, there was just a person who lied about the fact that that they said they lied about they had cancer, and it just really impacted me. I don't know. I have a grandfather that died due to breast cancer, and I don't know. It just it really hit home, and I genuinely couldn't stop crying. I guess I'm just bringing it up because I think it's important to talk about, and I always wanted to provide context for anyone who didn't know, but um yeah, it really impacted me yesterday. I was honestly really fucking sad. I typically don't like to show emotions to that degree on live or anything like that. So I was really I was trying my hardest to hold it back, but I genuinely had to take a second. I was thinking about ending the stream, but I thought if I just gave myself time, I talked to my girlfriend and I chilled for a bit, I would be fine, and I was. So um I just appreciate everyone, seriously, all the support. It really meant a lot. It really meant a lot. So I just want to say that, especially before I even get into debates and everything. So if you missed out on any other context for anyone who's joining on TikTok, you can watch it on the YouTube. YouTube has the extra context. You can scroll back on the last few minutes. But I just explained it. But yeah, I'm not trying to apologize for my emotions. I'm just trying to let everyone know what was going on and let everyone know the context, and also yeah, how it impacted me and stuff, because that was kind of crazy. You know, what's up? How old are you?
20.
Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
Okay. What's your birth year?
2004.
What month did you born?
July.
July. Okay. Why do you support Donald Trump? Actually, wait. Here
Um,
before, can I thank some people real quick? Because
uh,
I just started the live. Sarah, thank you so much for the $6. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. That really impacted me too, because my dad passed from prostate cancer 4 years ago, and I had to take a second too. I was at work too. I'm so sorry, Sarah. I'm so sorry. That's I feel bad. I just don't want anyone to go through that. It's just horrible. Actually, crazy. I can't believe that they felt okay doing that. It was crazy. Arizona, thank you for the $10. Happy birthday, Arizona. Happy birthday. I'm so happy. I'm so happy that we can be here for your birthday. Can we get some happy birthdays for Arizona in the comment section right now? I really appreciate you. Thank you so much, Arizona. Happy birthdays. And also, Christian, I really appreciate you. I see that. Thank you so much. I really appreciate you. As always, thank you so much, Christian. Give me some W's for Christian as well in the comment section right now. I'm going to respect obviously what you said. I read it. Don't worry. I appreciate you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Christian. Put some W's for Christian in the comment section as well. All right. Burker, go ahead. What is the reason why you support Donald Trump?
immigration
Okay.
is one reason.
Okay. What about
Yeah.
immigration?
Um, Closing the border, deportations. I think we should have less visa students, international students in our campuses.
Why?
I just think we have to put American citizens first. I don't think it's fair that, universities take spots from rich people, rich international students. I feel like those spots should go to American students.
Okay, are you saying okay, well then you would also disagree specifically with like colleges, having anything about like alumni, right?
So I think it needs to be scaled back. I don't think
But
that
you
there should
agree with it to some degree.
some degree, yeah,
Oh,
but
okay, well then I'm confused. So then what's wrong with, under your view, international students coming to the country through
I
international
just
like
I
visas? Like
just
I
think
really
that
don't see what the issue is with that.
well, it's not for elite universities. I don't think it's fair that like Harvard has such a huge international student
Why?
program
Why? Why is that an issue?
because
Why
well
should Harvard not be able to do that?
because why that's not fair.
What?
It's
How
not
is
fair
it not
for
fair? How?
not fair. Why should Americans have less prominent jobs because they don't get into the same
What do you mean
university?
less prominent jobs? Who's to say that Americans are the only ones that can go to a university? If people around the entire globe want to go to the certain university, what's wrong with that? Why wouldn't you want people from all around the world coming to America and spending money at American institutions?
It's not always about the economics of it. Why
Oh,
should
okay, okay. Well, I wonder why you say that specifically about the closing the border. What's the reason why you want to close the border?
well that's a different issue. I
No,
think
just tell
that
me why. What's the reason though?
because to stop illegal migrants from crossing the
And why is
border,
that bad?
because they are a tax burden. I think the average person spends about $1,000 for illegal migrants, public services like public education, like emergency Medicare, and like housing.
So then why wouldn't you want more international students coming to the country spending money at, institutions and universities, right, to then pay taxes on that, and that
Because
goes into the public
why
funds
is it
specifically?
why is it
I'm
why does
confused.
it
What's wrong? Wait, you
well,
said
well,
it's not always
because
about the economics of it. So, like, please tell me why it's always about the economics of it when it's specifically referencing closing the border, but it's not about the economics of it when we're referencing like you wanting to like limit international students from coming to the country.
um for elite universities. I don't want
Why?
international students to.
Why?
Because why does an American student that wants to go to elite university, why do they have to compete with
Wait,
the
wait,
globe?
wait, wait. Hold up. No, 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 no. Why? I thought you were specifically saying that that like it's not always about the economics of the things. So then please tell me why it's always about the economics of the things when you're referencing closing the border.
I didn't just say it's always about the economics of the thing. We're closing the border, but that's the main thing, that they are a tax burden. They take more public
That's
services,
just
and if
not
you
true. That's actually not true. Like you have no source to indicate that. Would you like to provide me one?
I can give you a source.
Go ahead.
Let me pull it up. There's multiple sources for
I'd love to see it.
it. Okay, give me. I think it's fair. I think that source fair. Mm, Fair. Okay, I got the source for you. Federation for American Immigration Reform: The Fiscal Burden of Illegal Immigration on United
Wait,
States
hold on, hold on.
Taxpayers.
Federation, what?
Federation for American Immigration Reform. And then the title of the thing. Are you ready for the title?
Mm-hmm.
The
Fair?
fiscal.
Wait, I just want to let you know. I just want to let you know. This is it's a no.
Oh, you.
I just no, hold on. Can you describe to me what fair is?
Well, that's the name of it.
No, no, no. But
Federation
what is it?
Immigration Reform.
Yeah, yeah.
For
What type of immigration reform are they advocating for?
illegal
So
immigration.
they're they're an anti-immigration organization, a
Yeah.
nonprofit specifically targeted towards being anti-immigration. So why would we specifically accept a report from an institution that is hyper specifically already anti-immigration rather than looking for like a study specifically on the matter?
What's wrong with the source, though? I mean, does the,
It's an anti-immigration source, right? Like
no,
don't they have a bias?
multiple news stations have a bias. I mean, multiple.
So you like would you accept say like a socialist think tank providing a study indicating that socialism is effective?
Yeah, that would be fine if they had good
You,
points.
wait, you would accept that?
I would accept your points
Wait,
since you
no,
have a
seriously, you
liberal
would accept
view.
that?
Yes, I would accept that. I would read the article. I
Chad,
wouldn't
no way
discount.
he would accept that. He'd be like, "That's a left wing source. That's a left wing source."
I don't like Zohar, but I listen to his policies. I listen to him, but I disagree with him. But I
Who?
don't. Zohar, the mayor for New York in
Zoran?
November.
Zoran?
Yeah, Zohar.
What are you talking about, dude? What?
I'm from New York City,
You're
so
and you're from New York City too.
yeah, I'm in Manhattan. Um, but I don't discredit his points because he's a liberal. I listen to his points. I disagree, but I still think he's better than Cuomo. Um, but
Okay.
I disagree with his points, but I still listen to them. If you could give a good argument for socialism, I would listen to it. I wouldn't discredit.
Okay, hold up, hold up. Okay, so no, we're not talking about like. I'm just saying you wouldn't specifically accept, right? A study, right, or anything provided by an institution or a think tank that is explicitly has a certain bias. It just wouldn't make sense to accept. I have a question. Are you Christian?
I'm Catholic, yeah.
You're Catholic? Okay. So would you accept solely Protestant sources, right, on like on certain like things within scripture? Or would you like look at like different people within scripture from different denominations in order to determine the truth about one denomination compared to the other in terms of the church's history?
Torah. I
What's up?
read all types of, I read all types of religious texture. I read the Quran, the Torah, um, and yeah, I'm willing to read other lectures and other texts. I'm open to that. I'm open minded.
Okay, what's the title at least? I'll at least look
Of
at the
this,
title. I'll look at it, but like I mean, of course, like I mean, are you gonna give me? Can you give me a source specifically that indicates something from like any nonpartisan institution?
all right, can you read the? I'll look right now, real quickly. But can you read the thing, and maybe you can try to dispute the points if you see anything you don't agree
Yeah,
with.
yeah, for sure. But
Okay,
like I
the
mean,
first.
obviously, like you would prefer sources from nonpartisan institutions, correct?
Okay, that's fair. But the title is "The Fiscal Burden of Illegal Immigration on United States Taxpayers, 2023 Cost Study."
All right, let's see. They claim 150 billion.
Yep.
Let's see this. It's just like a. It's not even like a study. It's just like literally like them just like citing the claiming information.
Well, it shows you how much
It's
money they
dude,
bring.
dude, it's literally just them claiming information.
Yeah,
Where's the study?
it's them. They mentioned
Oh,
that
it's
31.
them themselves just arriving at the number.
I assume they have links or sources at the bottom of the page.
Gross negative. What? Fair arrived at this number. Okay, wait. Read this. At the start of 2023, the net cost of illegal immigration for the United States at the federal, state, and local levels it was at least 150 billion. That's what it says. Fair arrived at this number by subtracting tax revenue paid by undocumented immigrants, just under 32 billion, which isn't even true. But from the gross negative economic impact of illegal immigration, right? 182 billion. What? I'm confused.
So so they
Why did they? Why
we
did they?
we pay about 100. Well, this is what they're claiming. We pay about 182 billion dollars for their services, but they contribute 31
They're just
billion.
you know that they're just claiming this, right? Like there's no source for the data. They're just claiming the information.
Can you
They're
give me
claiming that the overall negative impact of undocumented immigration is 182 billion dollars with no source.
okay? Can you give me
They're
a
just
source that
claiming it. They're seriously just it's under the key highlights. They just claim it. There's no way you just went to a think tank that just claims it under bullet points and you're like this is a source.
can you give me a source that they're not a tax burden?
What? So yeah. Wait, actually, can you tell me what specifically undocumented immigrants like get in terms of overall federal services
Public education, housing,
for
and
children?
emergency.
Wait. Do you think children right in the country should be able to get access to like education?
Yeah. That doesn't make them
Yeah.
not a
Okay.
taxpayer. It's not like I'm
Wait.
not.
So if you think that they should be able to, well, then why would you be factoring that into the cost of someone who's undocumented? That's a cost that you believe should exist, right?
Yeah, but doesn't mean that I think that we should have open borders and that people should take advantage of.
I'm not saying open borders, right? But like it is the case that there's no reason to restrict someone who's in the country. Wait, actually, do you think legal immigration is beneficial to the economy?
Um, well, yeah, but I don't know.
Okay. Wait. Just to clarify. So, any of the undocumented immigrants who are going through the process undocumented, if you gave them a legal pathway to citizenship that was quick, you would agree that's beneficial to the economy, correct?
Not necessarily, because if you
No.
give
What do you
them,
mean? I'm confused. Explain.
okay, well, yeah, I'll explain. Thank you for giving me time to explain. If you give illegal immigrants amnesty, right, which I think you're a proponent of, everyone should get amnesty. That will actually make them more eligible for a lot of these services, like welfare and expansion on Medicare services, and make them more.
Who's to say that they're going to be using these services more than they're paying into it? Because it is the case that undocumented immigrants have a higher labor force participation rate than natural-born U.S. citizens. So if you want to address it from that perspective, it is going to be the case that they're going to be providing more into these systems than likely they're going to be taking out of it. So I'm confused what you're saying.
No, they would be taking more out of it if they're already
No,
taking
what
more.
makes you think that? What evidence do you have to indicate that? Because I just gave you a very good indicator to indicate the opposite.
How would it be the opposite?
I told you
Um,
undocumented immigrants have a higher labor force participation rate than natural-born U.S. citizens.
yeah, but they get paid less. They bring down the wages, and they're still they would
Well,
become more.
again, that's just because they're undocumented, right? If they were specifically given a legal status, then they wouldn't get paid less. Because you're not saying legal immigrants get paid less, are you?
There would still be a higher workforce, though. Would there not?
Yeah,
Would
that
there
would be
still not?
great. That'd be amazing.
But that would make it more competitive, which could companies could lower wages.
There would also be more demand, so that would compensate for the increase in level of productive services.
Maybe no, not necessarily. I
It
don't
is,
think.
yeah, that's how it works.
You think if we give amnesty, you think
Yeah. A
construction will?
person when coming to the country, not only do they provide supply, but they also provide demand. Those particular factors, right, also go against each other, right? Within the economy, the same way as your existence, you provide supply and demand. So you
Yeah, but
create jobs when you specifically demand things, when you go out and buy stuff, and then you also like are supplying services specifically by working a job if you do.
Okay, I have a question for you. What industries do illegal immigrants work in the most?
I'm not quite sure specifically on like a set few industries.
Okay, so we can
But do
assume
you
that
know? No,
it's probably
don't assume. Tell me, do you know?
I'm like almost 100% sure it's
Oh,
agriculture.
don't wait. 100% sure. Where'd you look at this information?
I mean, I can guess. I mean,
You
I
can
don't think
guess. You can guess.
I
Okay.
don't think they're
I just
working
Okay,
stockbroking jobs.
sure. You can say that you can guess, right? But like, I mean, obviously, if you want to look at like the data on things, like you were saying you want to, well, then wouldn't you want to look at the data first before you make claims, especially if you're going to claim like something bad, right, based upon like the specific industries that people are involved in?
We can look it up, but I mean, if can what do you think it is? It's hospitality, it's agriculture, and it's manufacturing.
Sure, you can
I
look
mean,
at
we
things
know
in the
that we can
comment
look
section,
it up.
right? And those things would probably be prevalent, but we don't know the particular percentages of people. Like, and we were talking about like the overall amount of people, right, that we could associate with that. So why would we even make a claim on that in the very first place? Especially from your perspective, when you're going to probably claim something negative about it.
Well, yeah, but I can search it up if you want. Would you give me a few seconds to search up what industries? I feel like it's
What's the point of you bringing that up?
okay because a lot of these industries, if we give everyone amnesty, the production's not going to go insane. Construction, a lot of people nowadays are living in housing. A lot of illegal immigrants live in housing. They live in apartment complexes and housing. Construction's not going to have this huge boom. Same with agriculture. It's not going to have this huge boom where it's going to keep the wages higher. In fact, the wages are going to go down if you do give everyone amnesty. I get
What
again.
makes you think wages are going to go? Wait, what makes you think wages will go down if you specifically give people amnesty? Are you saying legal immigration causes wages to go down?
I would say that yeah.
Wait,
I would.
you just said opposite, like literally 10 minutes ago.
I don't think it hurts the economy, but I think it hurts the average middle class worker. Yeah, I think immigration does hurt the
What?
average
Oh,
middle
okay.
class.
Can you give me any good evidence of that?
I mean, what is wage growth in the
Well, I'm waiting.
past?
Can you give me any good evidence that legal immigration causes wages to go down?
So, immigrants in general,
I'm waiting.
54% of them
No,
are on services.
hold up. What's
And
the
in,
source?
look at the wage index. Look how much has wages
Oh,
significantly
oh,
gone down.
the wage index. What about the what does the wage index tell us specifically that indicates that legal immigration causes wages to go down? Please tell me. I'd love to see this.
Look at how much wages have expanded in recent since the 1990s. Wage growth
No,
and
no. I'm asking
middle
for a
class.
source, man. Do you have a? Do you have a? Is it possible that you have a source?
Can you give me a source that
Is it?
elite?
You know what? You know what? Do you want to be put in the book, dude?
What's the book?
What do you mean? What's the fucking book? What's in my hands right now? Are you looking at the screen, bro?
Yeah, but like, what's in the book?
What's in the book? Well, it says trust me, bro. And then you open it up, and I'll let you read. Don't worry. And
Uh,
last person that was put in the book was Chasey, on about 2 days ago. You don't want to be put in because he was the last person that was put in for months. Okay, you don't
is
want
it
to
like
get
a
put in this
bad?
book. I promise
Is it
you,
a
you don't
bad?
want to be in this book.
Is it a bad thing to be in the book?
This book is not a book that you want to be on. I'm telling you. Okay.
I have a source. I do have a source. I have a source for my claim.
I mean, one of these people, dude. Look at this. 62,000 asylum seekers per day. That's what Ethan said on March 3rd, 2025. He said 62,000 asylum seekers per day were coming into the country. I mean, you're on a straight set of just absolute idiots. Look at this. Look at this list, dude. If anyone remembers this, Iron Base 2. That's from February 10th, 2025. MV. Garrett Popcorn. Scott Fitzhugh. Tanner. That person always comes up in trolls. Um, yeah, Ethan and then Chasey was the last entry. You don't want to be put in this book. I'm telling you. Like we specifically get like the purposed, trust me, bro, pen to write you in the book. You got to provide some type of evidence, man.
I got a source for you. When you're ready.
Like getting put in this book, it's diabolical. Okay, go ahead. Tell me what's the source.
The title is "The Labor Demand Curve is Downward Sloping: Re-examining the Impact of Immigration on the Labor Market" by George J. Boras.
Okay, hold up. What's the title? Say it more time.
Okay,
Wait,
you hear me?
have you read this? Have you read this yet?
I skimmed through it.
When did you skim through it? Right now
When
on the
you
call?
when you were talking about the book. Yeah, I skimmed through it when you were talking about the book.
So
Because
within 30
I,
seconds.
yeah, I mean it shows the point that it's
Chat
arguing in my favor.
30 seconds. 30 seconds he got the source. All right, let's see it. What's the title? Wait, I
Um,
have a question. Did you use Chat GPT?
no, I searched up bad. I searched up source that contributes wage lower wages with immigration.
Okay, I have a question here. When you look up specifically for the conclusion, right? Aren't you like doing the wrong sort of process? Aren't you supposed to like come to the conclusion by looking at sources? Like for example, I just want to lay down. There's a bibliography in my bio set up by my friend Matt, who's a librarian, and it's got a bunch of sources, whether it relates to immigration, whether it relates to plenty of things, vaccines that justify things to be true. And you look at the data. You look at the data. What does the data indicate? And then you come to a conclusion. It's probably a better way to come to a conclusion than specifically, right, coming to a conclusion in your head, feeling like what's the case empirically, and then looking for that conclusion when it comes to sources. That's what you
I've
did.
read
You
mo-
specifically look, dude. You looked up source that indicates this, right? Because you haven't read this before. You said you didn't look at it before. This is the first time you looked at it, so you're looking for a conclusion, right? That's not how you look for evidence. That's not how you look for sources. That's not how you critically think.
No, I mean, maybe I should have before I joined the lab. Maybe I should have more critically thought, and maybe I should have researched my point more. But I mean, you discounted my first source, which you
Yeah,
just said it was
yeah,
false.
there was no study. It was bullet points from FAIR, which is just an anti-immigration think tank. Okay, like I don't think that like you would take that's like citing me. I really don't see the difference. That's like citing me, except for I'm more genuine than the source will be.
But they're a non-profit organization. You're just assuming they're lying. I mean,
I'm gonna cite Dean Withers.
and
You know
you
what?
haven't.
You know what? Have you seen what Dean Withers said? Okay, Dean Withers actually on live, he said specifically that this happened. I promise you, he said you're wrong. He said that the fair was lying. Okay, that's what
But
Dean Withers said. Okay, so I trust Dean Withers as a source way more than fair because you know what I mean? Like it's my ideology.
but can you give me a source that they don't lower wages? Your claim that is that they don't lower wages or that they don't are not a tax burden. Can you give me a source or data that shows that they're
I
not?
told you that I have a bibliography, right?
I'm not sure you did. Can you give me a source
You're
to
not
show?
sure I did? What?
Can you
Hello?
give me a source that they're not a tax burden or that they don't lower wages?
Do you, oh, wait, okay. Do you wanna click on the bibliography in my bio?
Oh, you're.
Yeah. Oh, wait, can you even on the live? Actually,
Oh no, I go on mute when I do. Um, but I can do it
you
listening.
go on.
But I'll look.
You obviously you can go on mute and go look it up. I can talk to someone in the meantime if you'd like.
Okay, I'll look at your thing, your link tree.
For sure, for sure. We actually might only have the crime aspect of it, and so I can pull up for economics. I got you.
Yeah, no economics.
You didn't even look at it.
I just look. It's just like 12 things about your PayPal and Venmo, and then it's
Yeah,
the
there's
last
yeah,
about
dude. You
Charlie
didn't even no.
Kirk.
You didn't even click on the bibliography. It says sources. You click on the bibliography, then you would have to go see then immigration. You didn't even get to that point. So bro's like bro was like yeah like writing it off. Hasn't even looked at it yet, dude. But that is actually something that indicates that undocumented immigrants commit lower rates of crime than natural born U.S. citizens. So at least you accept that. Will you accept that based upon the sources?
I do accept that, but why aren't they committing crimes? I mean, they don't because they're afraid of getting caught and they're afraid of being
Okay,
deported.
okay. That doesn't change anything, right? And also,
Okay,
like, even if you look at legal immigrants commit crime at lower rates than natural born U.S. citizens.
crime was never my
You can also
argument.
see that as well. Okay, but I mean, okay, we were just establishing that.
Uh, I don't think crime's the issue. I think that
But I just
it's.
want to let you know, like, it is ironic that you're asking me for a claim that you made, right? You made specifically a claim that has a negative impact, right, on wages, and then now I'm looking for a source to show you that it doesn't, right?
But it's important
Is that wait,
to.
just to clarify? Is that are we clear that's what's happening here?
I gave you a source. You're just saying that I didn't read my source well enough.
I'm just claiming. Is that what's happening here?
I guess, yeah, if you want to call it that.
Wait, so to clarify, like you know what? I shouldn't even plan this. Who has the burden of proof for the claim?
Someone, MJ just said Parker, just said you.
Who has the burden of proof for the claim? I'm asking you the question. Would you like to answer?
Oh, I thought you were asking the chat.
No,
You're
I'm
asking
asking
me.
you.
I'm the person who claimed it, so I
And who
guess
is that?
me. I guess, but I gave you a
So
source. I
no, you didn't provide me a good source. Not at all.
George. This source is a legit source. Um,
This source is a legit source. Yeah.
curve is sloping, re-examining the impact of immigration on the labor
How, how,
market.
how about this? How about this? I want you to go to the go to a CBO report on immigration, and I want you to read the entire CBO report on immigration, and then I want you to come back and tell me the same thing. Okay? I just want you to do this real quick. Can you do? Can I like
What's
actually like
the
I'm
source?
serious. I actually like I'm serious. I want you to read just literally a nonpartisan analysis for literally Congress, and I want you to like after that then tell me the same thing. Okay? Is that
So
okay?
CBA. It has
Yeah,
to be a
yeah.
CBA.
Well, this is a nonpartisan analysis.
Okay.
It's the effects of the immigration surge on the federal budget and the economy.
Okay. You're gonna give me 1 minute.
No, it's not 1 minute. You have plenty of time.
Oh, I can. You're gonna give me time to read it.
Yeah.
Okay, bet. Appreciate it.
Okay, all right, for sure. Alrighty. Let's get someone else up here real quick. Let's see what he comes back with after this. That'd be interesting. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
38.
Do you support Trump?
MAGA for life.
Okay. Why so?
Currently, because of the AI and crypto.
AI and crypto.
One of the main
What about
reasons.
AI and crypto?
If I could ask you the question,
Was it
uh,
his meme coin he dropped?
no, that's not what it's about. But it's about the
Did you
future of
buy
how
it?
things are gonna. No, sir. Um, it's about the future of how things are going to be operating. Do you agree that AI in cryptocurrency is one of the main things that, as America, we have to win? We must win.
No, I don't think we
It's a
need.
must win.
I don't see the really like the specific relevance of crypto necessarily, but in terms
But
of
AI,
AI, like
we have to win it, correct?
have to win it. Sure, it's an important technology to like invest in. I don't know what you mean by we have to win it. I don't know what you mean.
Well, when I say we have to, is if we lose it, you can't unlose it. Basically, I know that sounds dumb, but you can't regain.
Wow.
I know. But
Wow.
you can't regain the power back. Once it's lost, it's done. And so we have to win and we have to stay in first place. What the Democratic Party represented was uh ideas and looking at it as a problem, as a risk, which there are risks, but they stifled the growth and forced companies to go outside of America. And when they did that, they allow other countries to gain advantages. And then with Trump in place, he rebalanced it and is bringing it back, which is important because of the shift in how things are going to be working in the future. And the future is AI and robotics. If you don't win that race, it's over for everybody. And so that's the main thing. And to give it that importance by bringing in
I have a
somebody.
question. What makes
Yep.
you think that we're gonna have more money to invest in AI and robotics if Donald Trump's president?
Did you? I know this has to get verified and it takes some time, but did you not see the trips to the Middle East where he secured deals given the UAE trillions of dollars? Are you not aware of that? There's
Uh,
trillions of dollars that deals with energy, and the energy is for the build of the new AI infrastructure. And those deals, that's one of the major deals,
wait,
is
AI
to have.
infrastructure. What AI infrastructure?
Oh, first, there's the Stargate infrastructure. What I'm talking about with the Middle East is to make sure that the the energy usage that they have in their countries is utilized to build AI that we will be able to take advantage of. Also, if you look at some of other countries, they're actually more advanced in AI currently in some areas than we are because of the not legislation,
In what
because
way?
of the stance. What do you mean?
In what way are they more advanced in AI?
In
Do you even know?
infrastructure.
What infrastructure?
Infrastructure. The UAE has a lot of infrastructure of AI built already within this
Where did
country.
you read
That's
this
it's
information from?
This was about like 2 weeks ago.
Yeah, and would you get the information from?
Um, I'm trying to remember the source. I can only remember a source of the Stargate, which that was a Bloomberg. It was a Bloomberg interview of the Stargate, which is still important to the whole AI infrastructure. But that's more important because it's being built here in Texas right now, which is a major thing. Also, to deal with the environmental effects of the AI with the water,
So
they
so so
figured out.
so maybe a Bloomberg article. That's it, or interview. I mean,
I mean, off the top, I mean, there's a probably an article.
how about this?
I
Where do you
think it
get
was
your
called.
information from?
I mean, I just mostly like everybody else. YouTube University is a reputable source. Um, stop it. Not the book. Hey, listen, that book ain't gonna help with AI. I promise you, the book's not gonna help. So I don't see that you have disagreed with me in any way. You're just nah. You don't got it.
A
Don't hey,
source
listen. Don't
being a
trust.
source being
Don't trust
YouTube
me.
YouTube University is not a good
Listen,
source.
it's a valuable source.
And
Bloomberg,
I just want
is
to
Bloomberg
let you know I'm on
is
YouTube.
Bloomberg
Wait,
not
I'm on
okay? So
I'm on,
I know.
so like if I say that this isn't true, would you accept that because you also accept YouTube
Hey,
University?
you would know that the internet will come after you if you bring falsities. So I'm not worried about that.
Okay, wait.
That's the good use. That's the good use of the internet. The
You know
internet
what? You know what, chat? He accepts what I say. Then he accepts. He must accept it because I'm on YouTube.
of course not in totality.
What do you mean? And what do you mean not in totality?
Yeah. We
What
have to do research. But anyways, I mean,
what do you mean?
so
What do I have to do research on?
on what I'm talking about, AI and infrastructure. Are you not aware of any deal? Oh, also, hold on. Before
Sid, thank you so much for the
remiss.
$50 on YouTube super chat. Thank you so much, Sid. I really appreciate it. Stop, not the pen.
I would be remiss if I did it. If we did, you celebrate the stoppage of the war of Rwanda and the Congo? Did you celebrate that?
Did I celebrate it? In terms of like Donald Trump, like what do you think that he specifically did?
First, these wars have been going on for a long time, and instead of just looking past it, like basically almost all the other presidents before him, including his first.
No, I'm
including
asking,
his
what did
first,
Donald Trump do?
he led in the effort of bringing peace to that area of the
What
land.
did he
Just
do?
like he's the leader, along with
He was just president. He was just president, Chad. He was just president.
No, so it's been hold on. There's been presidents prior to him.
So what did he
that
do? What
have-
did he do?
He made it a priority, and we can see the
He
effects.
made it a priority by doing what?
by telling the state to make that a focus.
Dude, are you serious?
Bro, if a war has been going on for 30
Are
years,
you serious, bro?
And then he comes to the table, and the war's over now, and it stops.
Come on,
what
bro.
are you talking about?
Come on, bro.
No, I'm just
wait,
saying.
Hold up. Are you
I mean-
are you saying just because he's president that means that he caused that?
No, I'm
No,
saying
okay.
he made it a priority.
Okay, really?
Therefore,
When? Tell me, when did he say it? When did he ever mention the Congo?
he's been mentioned the Congo.
When?
About a month ago.
When? What name? Give me a fucking citation. Give me a single one. You know what? I'll give you time to go look it up, and we'll actually check in with Berger, and I'll ask him. So how?
Yeah, you
how
got
he's-
us doing a lot.
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah.
come on.
This is good. This is good. This is good. I want to. You know what? You should go look for the research, and then I'm gonna just ask Berger what his thoughts are so far about what he's read, because like you know what, I might even learn something. You know, this will be great.
Yeah, that's fantastic.
Watch this.
Okay.
Go ahead.
No, I was reading two articles from the CBO, like you asked.
The one.
Um,
It's one, but okay.
Okay, well, I read another one just because I want to fact check.
Okay.
But it says in the CBO's projections, this is the exact quote from them, so I'm not. But in the CBO's projections, the surge of immigration slows growth of wages for people who are not part of the surge from 2024 to 2031. The effect occurs because many
Wait,
people
hold
who
on.
arrive.
Let me get to the same part as you. Let me get to the same part as you. Where are you at on the study?
It's near the end.
Near the end.
It's near the
What? No.
near the-
Can you tell me like one of the the bold words? What are the bold words?
like economic effects. And then it's like the last paragraph.
Economic effects of the immigration surge.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's literally like one of the last sentences, like one of the last parts of the thing. Just scroll at the
Is it
bottom.
under GDP and income?
No, economic effects. Are we at the same thing?
It's
Um,
hold up.
The
Oh, I
effects
see this.
of immigration surge of federal.
Some
are
of
you
the
there?
projected budgetary effects of the immigration stem surge.
Yeah, and no, but it's like the second paragraph. where I'm reading
Surge
from.
boosts the total nominal gross
No, I'm
domestic
in
product by
you see
1.3
the
trillion.
second- You see the second one where it says in the labor market, wages for for workers. Do you see that part, the beginning of the paragraph?
Labor markets for workers. Are
In
you?
the labor markets, wages for workers in the surge start out below the wages of other people in the United States with
Yes, in
similar
the
levels.
labor market for the workers, for workers in the surge population, they start out below the wages of other people in the United States with similar levels of education on average, and converge over time in the CBO's estimates. Wow,
No, but
that's
there's
actually like that's totally expected.
read the whole thing through
That,
2026.
wait,
The average wage growth of people in the United States who are not part of the surge is slightly less than it would have been without the surge. So it does.
because
There's
wait, hold on, baby, because the surge slows the growth of wages of people with 12 or fewer years of education. That pattern reverses in later years as the average wage growth of people who are not a part of the surge increases slightly because of the higher innovation related productivity, and because the increase in the wages of less educated workers boosts the demand for more educated people to work with them. So it converges. Everything that you're referencing converges. That's literally what it just says. That's this is why I tell
okay.
people critical thinking is incredibly important. You have to read through the entire thing when referencing specifically studies on the CBO, because I promise you it will wrap into specifically like what I'm saying.
Okay, but
It converges.
wages.
That's how immigration works. There's different various factors. Obviously, at certain points, might cause certain types of short-term or long-term short-term implications. But on the long term, all of these things converge.
Well, when can they converge? And
Like in terms of the
it
one, let
depends.
me explain in terms of the one that you were referencing. So they were like, it was saying that like people coming to the country specifically who are part of the surge of immigration, they start off with a lower set of wage themselves comparative to U.S. citizens given the same wage, right? And over time it converges towards the average of everyone else. And you know what, that's actually to be expected, because when someone comes to the country, right, they might expect to get paid a lower wage than what someone in America, right, might already be expecting within the labor market. That's actually incredibly to be expected in terms of a surge of immigration. So like
Okay.
that's the way that you should view it in this context. This just doesn't show like a negative impact of immigration at all on wages. Now, if you want to reference overall GDP, right, it says 8.9 trillion over the 24 to 2034 period. That it increases the economy.
Okay, but increasing the economy doesn't always benefit the middle class worker. Can we agree on that?
Oftentimes, like it does.
I would say
And
that.
also doesn't mean it negatively impacts them either, right? Like if anything, like this doesn't increase that at all. Oh wait, actually, the surge increases the for the total amount of wages paid each year.
For higher.
Hold on, no, the surge. Sorry, I read that wrong. The surge increases the total amount of wages paid each year. That's what it says under economic impacts. So actually, literally under
The
what you've
total
already
amount, that's
read,
not per capita. That's not per capita. That's the total amount. That's not per
by a
capita.
percentage that grows steadily over the period and reaches about 3% in 2034. Those additional wages are a major contributor to the boost in revenues because they are subject to both payroll and income taxes. In addition, from resulting from the surge, faster growth of the labor force and greater demand for residential investment, boost the rate of return on capital and upward pressure on interest rates. The increases and put upward pressure on interest rates. The increases in interest rates are a major contributor to the boost in federal spending.
No, but they do obviously they give more corporate revenue. There is more revenue flowing in the economy, but that revenue doesn't always mean that middle class people are having a better life. That doesn't always that mean middle
Wait. So
class
yeah,
people
no,
are.
none of the. Wait. So then I'm confused. Are you saying that it's better for the economy on an average, at least overall, for there to be less or more immigration?
For more revenue and higher GDP growth, more immigration would be better. But
Okay,
for
and
when it
would
comes,
that especially be effective if it is the case that we're going to have a lower percentage of the population that is going to be working, because we've had a population that's below replacement rate in terms of fertility rates since like the 1970s. So we're going to have significantly less younger people that are there to be able to pay into the system for people who are older for longer periods of time because of increasing life expectancy.
I'm not against total. I'm not against no immigration. I'm not against that. I think that we need some levels of immigration. But I would say that middle class people are not living a better life now than they were 30 years ago. And it is partly because less educated people, it's harder to
Really?
get
Wait, I have a question.
low skilled
You
jobs.
wait, to clarify. Based on what metric? Excuse me, bud.
Um, buying power, I guess. Purchase power.
Within what aspect of the economy? Because if you look at real median wages, that's not true. If you look at real GDP, that's not true, and that's accounting
When it
for inflation.
I feel like people have less purchasing power than they did
Within certain aspects of the economy,
like what aspects?
like education, healthcare,
housing,
um,
education,
housing.
especially. You think
Like
housing?
within those certain aspects. But if you look at the overall economy, actually, real GDP has increased. Real median wages have increased.
But
Let
real
me
GDP is increased for who? For Walmart? Does Walmart get more profit because they have consumer?
okay. I also reference real median wages.
Okay, but the people have less purchasing power, even with some wage growth.
What
Would you
I
argue?
said real means accounting for inflation.
Oh, counting for inflation.
Yeah.
Um, well, so why do people have less purchasing power when it comes to education and housing? Do you think that immigration has played a role at that at all?
Wait, repeat that one time.
Why do middle class people have less purchasing power when it comes to education and healthcare and housing? Do you think that immigration plays a role in price increase at all?
we can go through all of these. I don't think immigration is the cause of any of them. Is that clear? Or is that all?
I,
Do you want me to explain why this is the case, or do you just want me to tell you whether or not immigration has an impact on these things? Because it's not. Immigration is not the cause of that at all.
can you explain to me how immigration doesn't affect housing or education?
Yeah, because it is the case that immigration also increases the productive capacity of the economy, right? So it's not gonna like any short term impacts, in particularly on housing, right, converge over time, specifically due to the fact that there's an increase in productive services. If anything, there's more of an increase in productive services that there would be specifically an increase in demand to compensate for that comparative to natural born U.S. citizens. So to say that like the idea that there would be, if anything, like higher prices on houses would be ridiculous.
Is there enough houses being built though for the surge of immigration? I mean, I think
Can you name one housing affordability policy that Donald Trump has?
deregulation.
What deregulating what?
Um, I don't know exactly what deregulation policies, but he has deregulation policies that would make it easier to build
Can you give me
housing.
any specific policy that Donald Trump had for housing affordability?
Not on the top of my head, but I know that
Would
he
you like
did
to go
pass.
look it up? I seriously will give you time to go look that up. I promise you won't find it.
Okay.
By the way, did the other person leave?
Yeah, he
I didn't
did.
even notice they left. Okay, while you look that up.
You can bring someone else on.
Yeah. I also think it was really good to get you to read that immigration source though. Like that's the type of information that I think you should be reading. Nonpartisan sources, right?
I think that obviously immigration is good for the economy. I think it raises GDP growth, but I don't think that's necessarily beneficial to the middle class workers. I think it's beneficial for the corporations because they have more consumer
It's
sales, and
beneficial to everyone in general.
I wouldn't argue that people's lives.
Is it better for people in terms of retirement?
Also, I do have an executive
Is it better
order
for people in terms of retirement?
because more money is being paid into Social Security.
Yeah. In Medicare?
Well, no, I also gave you a source that they are taking more from Medicare.
That's just not true. All right. So undocumented immigrants and documented immigrants will be paying more into the system, especially if we increase immigration in general. Surge immigration will lead to more GDP growth, revenue to be able to pay for Social Security, Medicare. So actually, I'll ask everyone in the chat, if you plan on retiring, type 3 in the comment section. At some point in your life, if you plan on retiring, type 3 in the comment section. Well, the point that I'm making here is that practically everyone is planning on retiring, right? Practically everyone's planning on retiring. If this is going to positively impact your retirement, it will help you. That's the point. That's why
Yeah,
we
but I'm
have
not.
retirement programs, social programs, is that they help everybody. Every single person in this chat is going to benefit from that, right? Who is from the United States, obviously, and is a citizen and qualifies, of course.
Trump did pass delivering the emergency price relief for American families and defeating the cost crisis, which was slashing federal regulations to lower construction costs. That is a bill that he passed that addressed housing.
Wait, tell me one more time.
Um, the executive order passed on January 20th, delivering emergency price relief for American families and defeating the cost
Delivering emergency
price relief for American families and defeating the cost of living crisis. It's
for housing and cost of living crisis.
it didn't say housing.
You didn't say housing?
No, it involves housing though. But
Okay,
that's
here we
not.
go. Okay. I hereby order all the heads of the executive partners to deliver emergency price relief consistent with the applicable law and increase the prosperity of the American worker. Wait, hold up. We'll read this from the top. Over the past 4 years, the Biden administration's destructive policies inflicted a historic inflation crisis on the American people. The Biden administration not only exploded government spending artificially and unsustainability, I can't even speak, unstably stimulating demand. But I can't speak in this Trump voice and do this. But it simultaneously made necessary goods and services scarce through a crushing regulatory burden and radical policies designed to weaken American production. Hardworking families today are overwhelmed by the cost of fuel, housing, automobiles, medical care, utilities, and insurance, which have all gone up since Trump has been president. In particular, the assault on plentiful and reliable American energy through unnecessary and illegal regulatory demands has driven up the cost of transportation and manufacturing. In addition, the unlawful regulatory mandate on companies to effectively eliminate many or most of gas powered vehicles has resulted in artificial price increases on the. Okay, so by the way, um, the point of specifically limiting people from getting gas powered vehicles is to specifically then get people to go over towards things that are better for the economy, because then it leads to less negative externalities. If you know what a negative externality is, it's going to be a negative impact on someone that is not related to, like, say, the person that originally engaged in action. Say, like a business, right, dumps something into a river, right? Someone who's specifically utilizing that river, their health is then negatively impacted because of that pollution of the river. In that particular circumstance, that negative externality is a harm in our economy, right? So if we place regulations specifically, it will limit that level of pollution, right? Then the person who is using the water, right, in the river or whatever specifically they polluted, right, then wouldn't have their health negatively impacted. So we have higher overall social welfare because of a regulation implemented, even though there are artificial price increases. So any artificial price increase, particularly because of the fact that we're trying to impose a regulation relating to electric vehicles, right, actually like is misled to a certain degree. And it's coming from an idea that they don't even believe in human-caused climate change or any of the negative externalities related to the impact that, gas-related vehicles could have on the environment in terms of pollution.
So
So that is a few things. But
so
like,
you're
let me continue this. Moreover, many Americans are unable to purchase homes due to historically high prices, in part due to regulatory requirements that alone account for 25% of the cost of constructing a new home, according to a recent analysis. So we'd love to see. And some unprecedented regulatory oppression from the Biden administration. They failed to announce what regulatory oppression they were referencing, is estimated to have imposed $50,000 in costs on the average American household, whereas my first term agenda regulatory costs by almost 11,000 per household is critical to restore. How so? I hereby order the heads of all executive departments and agencies to deliver emergency price relief consistent with the applicable law to the American people and increase prosperity of the American worker. This shall include pursuing appropriate actions to lower the cost of housing and expand housing supply, eliminate unnecessary and administrative expenses and rent-seeking practices that increase healthcare costs, eliminating counterproductive requirements that raise the cost of home appliances, create employment opportunities for the American workers, include drawing and discourage workers into the labor force, and eliminate harmful coercive climate policies. Which ones? Within 30 days of this memorandum, the assistant to the president for economic policy shall report to me in every 30 days after on the status of the implementation of this memorandum. So no specific policy. It's just that they will implement policies, so concepts of a plan. Now tell me what has been the update on this? Where's this? Has
Remember,
there been an update on it?
that wasn't that long ago.
That was
That
that
it
was
happened.
that was literally 5 months ago. They said every
Yeah,
30 days. Where's the fucking update? That was 5 months ago.
they have made deregulation cuts when it
Where?
comes in,
Which
but
ones?
I don't know the name of them, the name on the
Would
top
you
of
like
my
to go
head.
look them up? Let's see if you could find them.
Okay, I will. I will look them up.
Like seriously, like the 5 months ago. Let's see what he's done.
He has utilized federal land. He's given federal land for housing. Um,
What
the
federal
Trump
land?
launched a joint task force between the Department of Housing and Urban Development and Department of Interior to identify underutilized federal lands for residents developing. So, approximately 500 million acres of federal land could potentially be used for Oak Creek. He's still working out the thing. Remember, it's only the first 5 months. You got to give him time. It's
Okay,
not an easy.
so they announced a concept of a plan.
Yeah, but it's again, wait till the big bill. Wait
Okay,
till other things.
okay, this is at least okay. The U.S. government has announced a new plan to build affordable housing on federal land across the country, promising to bring to life one of the several ideas Donald Trump has floated as a solution to the ongoing affordable housing crisis during his campaign. Housing was on top. Okay, wait. What are we gonna do? What? How much federal land?
500 million acres.
Where do you see this? And where?
Just
Oh no, that's just how much the government owns,
yeah,
and that's
that's how
that's
much.
not suitable for housing due to environmental regulations.
Not all 500 million acres.
No. It says actually no. It's not. That's wait. It must be. Hold up. I'm misunderstanding. It says the federal government owns about 640 million acres of land, much of which is not suitable for housing due to environmental regulations. The DOI oversees more than 500 million acres of federal land, much of which is suitable for residential use. The HUD secretary wrote in an op article, it would be up to HUD to pinpoint which areas of the country most desperately need affordable housing, while the DOI will then identify suitable locations for home building considering the environmental impact. So the DOI is claiming that much is not suitable. Much of which is suitable for residential use. Okay, that's what the DOI says, and then the federal government. That's according to the Tribune. It says according to the DOI, they claim that they have a lot that could be used for used for specifically residential, which would be good. That'd be amazing. That actually would reduce if it's able to be used for residential. That actually would reduce the cost of housing if that's specifically used. But it depends what you're particularly giving up in terms of federal lands. Like, are we giving up? Like, are we giving up our national? Are we giving up our national parks?
Okay. I'm looking at a Reuters article right now, which I don't know if you trust Reuters. If is that a viable source for
Yeah,
you?
Reuters is a good source.
Okay. A major proposition of Trump's sweeping domestic plans calls for selling about 2 to 3 million acres of federal public lands, and those lands are BLM and U.S. Forest Service to fund.
But Bureau of Land Management. Yeah. So you're saying that they have they are managing the land for either management of different types of species or for nature reserves.
I don't know
Okay,
our
like that's not good then.
our U.S. Forest Service.
For example, like those are not residential. That's not, at least in my eyes, residential use. Those are specifically nature reserves. You don't want to gut all our nature reserves.
I don't think are those or is that different than federal parks though? Like is that's different than Yosemite, right? Like it's not like they're getting
Though national, that's an example. National park is a federal. Like
U.S.
national
Forest
parks are
Service
often
is,
federal or state owned. But like that's still like nature reserves, right?
I don't know if U.S.
Do
Service
you want to cut down
Forest.
our national forests and our nature reserves?
Not all of them. I don't think like I think Yosemite should stay.
So you
Obviously,
want to cut down some of them.
Barrow Cross.
I'm confused why we have to do that. I don't know why we would have to do that. There's plenty of land that we have in the United States where we don't have to cut down like our wilderness in order to be able to build houses in. Like seriously,
Um,
dude, like what the fuck?
how would you solve the housing crisis? Without using
Well, if
federal.
we can use federal lands specifically that are related to residential use if we have any. But like in terms of this, we would the tax credit that Kamala Harris is advocating for helps stimulate the building of houses. In terms of housing development, uh, any type of tax credit would be beneficial in terms of increasing the supply or productive capacity of housing development. But like in terms of a housing crisis, like obviously you want to get rid of a regulatory burden that would be impacting it. Like no one's going to dispute that, but you have to be clear on specifically what regulations that you're referencing in terms of it. Otherwise, you're going to be like you could be like harming the conditions even for building houses, depending on the certain types of regulations you have. Because certain regulations actually might even make it in cities better for developing certain types of houses that people are going to be wanting to get, right? Or different structures that people want. So that's really like what we'd talk about. And then like so publicly funded building of housing, if that makes sense, is the only way you can reduce the cost of housing, at least from my eyes. Alongside the some regulatory burden that you could destroy if you could show specifically that a regulatory burden is bad or harmful.
Do you agree with like freezing the rents? Like Zohar said, because I don't think it would work.
Dude, get his name right. It's Zoran, Zoran.
Zoran. Zoran. Okay.
Yeah.
You agree with freezing the rent? Think that's
So like it depends. Like so like let me clarify. Rent control. There are certain aspects of it that can lead to shortages, depending on like the market that it's applied in. So like really like you only want to impose rent control or certain things like this in situations in which it's going to limit price gouging. If you're not limiting price gouging and then you're harming say like cost of production, then it can reduce like the continued increasing of productive I mean not productive capacities like standards for housing, especially in different types of areas, which can lead to decreased costs in the long run. All right, along with the fact that it can lead to shortages in terms of housing, so higher prices for other people that are coming into the market. So it's good for the people who have that themselves, like have the rent control, but it's really bad for the long term development of housing and like in terms of like the broader market because
yeah.
it creates supply constraints that then cause the prices to go up for other houses that don't have specifically or other properties that don't have the rent control. Does that make sense?
And I
Unless you
just
had some imposed thing to rent control everything, and then you could possibly have issues with like innovation. You might even like destroy the market. Like there could be plenty of
yeah.
issues. We don't
Berlin.
really know what the impacts could be. It depend on like how much it is, whether or not you have like one that's changing all the time. It depends on various factors. But
No,
like it can be
Berlin.
used in small circumstances to eliminate price gouging, if that makes sense.
Yeah, no, Berlin freeze the rents in 2021, I think, and it completely crashed the housing market. So I don't think that's sustainable at all. And I looked up that Trump's plan has been updated.
Wait, you have to think about it this way. Just because it happened in one circumstance and how it was implemented doesn't mean how it would be implemented in all circumstances would then lead to that. Like I was just describing, it can make sense if there's price gouging involved, right? If it's specifically that someone is just gouging another person, right? And they're just trying to increase their profits based upon, the artificially increased demand to be able to make as much possible money as they can make, which isn't going to affect the supply curve, then it can be impactful, right? But otherwise, it does create shortages and it does create worse conditions for the overall broader market. It does make it good
And,
for the person that has the rent control themselves. Though, like, I mean, I've heard stories where people have like incredibly fucking affordable rent because of rent control, and it's great for them. That sounds like great. It sounds amazing for them, but like the overall market, because of the supply constraints, is then harmed, and other people have higher prices in terms of their rent because of the fact that there's rent control imposed specifically within those conditions that then reduces the level of competition within the market, if it makes sense.
yeah, no, and also a lot of times landlords will just de-invest in maintenance if you know if rent freezes are in place. But also, I just wanted to say that Trump did update the plan where that national forests under federal management have been removed from the sales proposal, and the updated plan only mandates about 1.2 million acres of BLM land, not the original forest acres included.
Wait, repeat that. Sorry, I didn't follow.
Um, so Trump updated the plan that national forests currently under federal management have been removed from the sales proposal. So they will not be selling off forest acres. It will only include BLM lands, about 1.2 million acres. Not he did update the plan. It wouldn't
Okay,
include
so it's not the 500 million. It's only going to be 1.2 million.
one. That's still 1.2 million acres. That's still
Okay, well, sure, but like, I mean, is that 1.2 million able to be used for residential purposes, and it's not
yeah,
specifically forest reserves?
yeah, not forest reserves, and that will be used for residential purposes.
Wait, wait, I have a question. Okay, wait. So then, where'd you get this? Can I see?
Um, okay, here's the article. Mike Lee drops national forest from public land, makes several other changes.
Drops national forest from public land. Wait, so then so you're saying that he intends off selling parcels of public land. Hold up. Wait, which article is it?
Utah news from the states.
Utah News Dispatch.
Yeah. Or
Intends on selling parcels of public land, but there are several new guardrails in place after the Senate proposal. So it's still in proposal.
yeah.
The Bureau of Land Management will be required to dispose of 0.25% to 0.5% of its land. Previously, the requirement was 0.5 to 0.75. Means the Bureau of Land Management will be required to sell between 612,000 to 1.2 million acres in 11 western states: Alaska, Arizona, California, Colorado, Idaho, Nevada, New Mexico, Oregon. So only the West. This applies to, by the way.
Yeah.
Here are other major takeaways from the latest proposal. Nominating a parcel for sale would require a description of other development land. Hold up. All right. It doesn't even I don't think it specifies what specific land it is, so we don't know which land it is yet. They'll be picking.
But
Jane,
can
thank
you
you for
argue?
$10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
But we can argue that's a good policy towards reducing housing prices. Can we argue that? And these plans aren't going to be done overnight. These take time. These are complicated issues, and this is a good way of addressing housing costs.
Uh,
And moving.
I mean,
Oh,
I don't really see this, and also this isn't a policy Donald Trump put in at all. He's like, you know what he's doing? This is actually like really weird. He's just like literally like just put people in the government and said, y'all figure out the policy. I don't care about it.
it's still, you have to give him credit for that, though.
What?
I mean,
Give him credit for that? I can't believe it, dude. That is the most cultish fucking thing I've ever heard. Give him credit for not setting up a policy and for just, getting his cronies to do it.
he's the one who signed the executive order that put this ball in motion. He signed the executive order for deregulation when it comes to federal lands. He set the thing in motion. I think it's like there's things that Biden did that I would agree with. I agree with, the student loan thing, but he lied. The federal judge blocked it. He couldn't even implement it. But I agreed some things Biden did. I don't think Biden was the worst president. There's some things I think that Biden did I liked. But I think overall, I think Trump's immigration policy, and I have also multiple sources that say that 54% of immigrants, legal and non-legal, use government services compared to only like 39% of American citizens. So they are straining the government resources. And when it comes to
So,
international
so
students,
wait, who do you
mindset
think
that
straining? Wait, clarify. Who do you think straining government resources?
immigrants, they are straining government resources. 54% of them use government resources.
Where'd you get that source from?
CIS, uh,
Yes, dude. Oh my God,
Center
you
Center of
love
Immigration Studies.
anti-immigration think tanks. Holy shit! It's actually it's so insane. Do you know where you're getting that from?
But they used a reputable source. They used the Census Bureau data and their source. They use the data that shows how many
Okay,
immigrants.
okay, sure, sure. If the data is from census, I'll accept it.
You'll
So
accept it?
yeah, if it's from the census,
It's from the census.
what?
Yes.
So okay, so 54% of immigrants are on what social services? And
Malta,
what are natural born? What is the rate for natural born U.S. citizens?
39. 39 compared to 54.
39 to 54. I would love to see that from the census. Where is this from the census?
Well, the source that says that they're using it from the
Okay.
census.
Oh, what percent? We'll look this up. Percent of immigrants utilize social services versus natural born U.S. All right.
Appreciate it, Michael, for the roses.
Alrighty. Um, let's see.
I know the government tries to hide it from us, so it's hard to
Oh, the
get these.
government tries to hide it? You mean if you're claiming it was on the census?
Well, that's what I said. My source
I don't.
said.
The census doesn't even come up right away, so I'm confused.
Look up my original source. It says it gets it from the census.
All right. Use of means tested and entitlement benefits in 2022. Okay, here we go. I've heard from the Cato Institute. Alrighty. 7.3, 3.5%. So non-citizens were 7.3% of the population and consumed just 3.5% of welfare. However, naturalized immigrants consume 17% more welfare than natural-born, native-born Americans because they are an older population. They consumed 7 times as much Social Security, 4.3 times as much as non-citizens on a per capita basis. That's as non-citizens. Naturalized immigrants were 7% of the population and consumed 8.4% of the welfare benefits. So it's very small percent. That's basically the same.
But okay, but 54% of them use government services.
Wait, no, you misread that. It says undocumented immigrants consumed 54% less welfare than native-born Americans.
No,
That's
Where
what
are you
it's claiming. It's claiming actually not just undocumented immigrants. It's claiming those with lawfully present in the United States on various temporary visas, lawful permanent residents, and undocumented immigrants all together consumed 54% less than native-born U.S. citizens. That's where you're getting that from. If you're getting a 54%, other than that, the 54% number is made up.
Look at my article. Center for Immigration Studies.
I'm referencing from the Cato Institute, right?
Oh,
Like
yeah,
I
I'm not
don't.
talking about.
I understand. I would like to see like what you're referencing.
I told you, Center for Immigration Studies, welfare used by immigrants and U.S. born. That's the title of it.
Wait, one more. Say the title one more time.
Welfare used by immigrants and U.S. born.
Welfare used by immigrants and the U.S. born.
Yeah.
From the CIS, dude. It's so cringe, dude. It literally just claims it.
Who's where they got their information from, though? Like, read the whole. Like, it says that they got it from. They got their numbers.
It says
from,
the 2022 SIPP. That's not the census. Indicates that 54% of households headed by immigrants, naturalized citizens, legal residents, and illegal immigrants used one or more major welfare program. You are reading it wrong. He didn't even read it right from his own source, dude.
indicates that the 54% of households headed by immigrants, naturalized citizens, legal residents, and illegal immigrants use one or more major welfare programs. That compares to not to 39% of U.S. born households. How am I reading it wrong?
That's dude. one that wouldn't be specifically just for immigrants. It literally also said legal residents.
Legal residents who are immigrants, headed households headed by immigrants. So maybe that okay, but their parents are immigrants and their children are using governmental services.
Oh, okay, wait, hold up. Yeah, I understand now. I'm misreading. Um, I okay, wait, hold up. So yeah, it's saying immigrants that are naturalized citizens, legal residents, and undocumented immigrants, right, used one or more major welfare program. Okay, so this compares to 39. I actually was reading it wrong. I apologize. I got you. That's me. That's on me. This compares to 39% of U.S. born households. That's just a claim from them from the SIPP. That's not even the census.
Yeah, but
That
where
that
did they
is
get
the, that's a
the number?
survey of income. Oh wait, hold up. This is from the census. Hold up. Let me click on it. Where does it say in the census though?
I don't know where it says in the census, but it says that they got their numbers from the
Yeah,
census.
so they claim they got it from the census, but it doesn't really link to anything in the census. I can try to check.
Yeah, but I'm not lying when
Do
it's
you
when I
wanna do
said
you wanna see where it says that?
I don't know. I was reading the article and it said, oh, they got it from the census. So I'm like, okay, let me bring this. Let me.
Okay. All right.
Comes from.
Um yeah, would you like to go find it?
I can go find it. You can go.
Yeah,
Bring it.
cuz based on the Cato Institute, it indicated completely different statistics. So I'd love to see that. But secondly, like wait, hold up. Let's say this is true. What does this mean? Let's accept it. What does that mean? What do
That
you take from
immigrant
that?
that immigrants use more governmental services, so that
And
hurts the native population because the native population has to have more production to pay for other residents that aren't even native.
okay,
Um,
so then you'd say that overall, U.S. citizens, right, are putting more into the system than undocumented immigrants
than immigrants.
and immigrants in general, legal immigrants. Okay, so you said legal immigrants are a strain on the U.S. economy.
Not all legal immigrants. I never said
In
all.
terms, wait, you are saying that right now.
Yeah, immigration in general. I think
So then
immigration
you're
also
saying
counts.
immigrate. So you're saying legal immigration in general is harmful to the economy, correct?
Not all illegal. It's a complicated issue. It's not just immigration bad versus immigration good. It's a complicated thing. But I think that low scale immigration has hurt the U.S. population or the U.S. native population. Yes.
Low scale immigration is has hurt. You said.
Yeah, has hurt a lot of middle class families
So
because a lot
okay,
of middle
so
class
then would
people.
you argue for no immigration?
No, I think that some H-1B visas programs are necessary. Same with
Why?
for talent reasons. I think that talented immigrants are necessary, but I think when it comes, I think that not zero low skill immigration, but I think that low skill immigration at the level it is now is hurting the middle class person.
Wouldn't you say that? Wait, what's your evidence that any specific immigrants, depending on skills specifically, have different results in terms of how much they use social services?
Because a lot of people on H-1B visa programs are working for higher, skill companies like
Actually, wait,
Google.
I have a question. Do you know anyone in your life that's an immigrant?
Yeah, my parents,
Your parents are immigrants? Do
my
you,
mom. Yeah,
so is your dad an immigrant?
no.
Okay, so your mom does your mom have like a specific skill she came into the country based upon?
Um, my grandfather was
Like would she have met
a
the H1B
carpenter.
visa?
She wasn't on H-1B visa. She was
She
my
wasn't?
grandfather was a carpenter.
So do you
A
think that
carpenter.
your mom shouldn't have been able to get into the country?
Again, I think that she had to wait 7 years to get into the country. She had to
No,
live
no,
without
but
her
like you
father.
said legal immigration is bad.
I never
So
said
are you
all of them.
arguing so you arguing that your mom shouldn't have been let into the country?
Times are different than they are now. They
What
are, yeah,
what?
time. She had to wait due process. She had to wait many
Wait, but
years.
so then you are okay with legal immigration, right?
Yeah, I'm a proponent of some legal immigration. yes, but I think the levels that they are now are not
Well,
beneficial.
it just sounded like what you were advocating for was advocating for your mom to not be let into the country. That's what it sounds like. Because literally, genuinely, if you apply the same laws you're advocating for right now, right, you're saying, right, that your mom shouldn't have been let into the country. Secondly, I just want to acknowledge this. You say that people who are coming to the country should deserve due process. Donald Trump's literally undermining due process as we speak.
Oh my God, I want to come. Again, she had to go through the necessary. She had to wait many, many years. She didn't just cross the border illegally. She had to wait many, many years to get brought into the country. And
Do you think
just
she
because she
should
got
have had
brought,
to wait? I have a question. Do you think she should have had to wait so long?
what? I think yeah,
Yeah, she should have. She should have had to wait 7 years. You don't think she should
yeah.
have been let into the country earlier?
No, I think that she had to wait in line like everyone else.
Is there a risk of your mom coming to the country? Like, is the country
Yeah.
at a risk from your mom?
Um, Depends on what work field she works in. Yeah.
What is this guy saying? What are you saying, bro? You think your mom's a risk to this country?
Never said that. I think that just because immigration was different then shouldn't imply that the things now. That was 40 years ago she immigrated. I think that things have changed drastically.
Well, I'm
since-
confused. Okay. So then you think that the laws should have been more lax in the past, and they should be more restrictive now.
Yeah, I think that things have to be balanced. I
What
feel
makes
like
you think that it should have been more lax then and more
I
restrictive
never
now?
said it should.
Wait,
Sorry, I
so to
missed
clarify, if your mom was trying to immigrate today, would you not allow your mom into the country because she doesn't meet your quote unquote skill requirements for the
Well, she
H1 for
married-
H1B visas? I just want to
Well,
clarify.
she married my dad, so I don't know. She would have got citizenship anyways.
Without marrying your dad, do you think that your mom should have been allowed to legally immigrate to the country?
So wait, what's your question?
Without marrying your dad, do you think your mom should have been allowed to legally immigrate to the country?
Mm,
Dude,
I'm not sure.
why are you thinking about? Oh, I don't know. Would I let my mom into the United States of America? I don't know, man. That's a hard one. Like, what? Are you okay, bro?
She has to have her papers, and she has to have good reason to come to the country.
Dude, come on, bro. It's your mom.
I would visit her. I would visit her in Australia.
Dude.
I would visit her. I would visit her.
Dude.
Bro, your thing is like, I gave you the source. Hey,
This guy's
54%.
cooked, bro. This guy's cooked, bro.
I gave you the source. 54% of immigrants are.
Dude,
on-
no, wait,
on
hold up.
welfare.
Dude,
They're not. They're not
I have a-
valuable.
I have a
They
question.
help the middle class.
You said they're not valuable to the middle class. Are you saying your mom's harmful to the middle class?
Well, my mom doesn't use governmental services, so no. She's
Okay,
not
okay,
harmful.
but okay, so then you don't blame immigrants coming to the country specifically. So are you saying immigrants should be allowed to come to the country so long as they don't use governmental services?
Yeah, but that's impossible for them not to do. They love governmental services.
Okay, so then you wouldn't let your mom into the country essentially based upon that reasoning. Like if your mom was trying to immigrate today, you wouldn't let her in the country.
I would let my mom into the country because she works a high skill job. She works a job that's not low skill. So and she's
Wait,
not.
wait. To clarify, like, would you like to say specifically what job you're referencing?
She was a prosecutor. She doesn't work now. She's a stay-at-home mom now.
Okay. So to clarify, so you believe anyone who works in law, or what particular fields? Because you say it's not just the H-1B visa.
I
Wait,
don't
actually, I have a
know.
question. Was she a prosecutor when she moved?
No, she moved when she came to the country when she was like 3
So
years old.
Okay, so to clarify, she wasn't a prosecutor when she was moving. She came here when she was a child. Do you think when she was coming to the country, because she didn't specifically have that skill already, do you think she should have been allowed into the country?
Yeah, because her father became a citizen, and she
Okay,
had to
wait,
wait 7
I have a question.
Again, I'm not against zero.
Her
immigration.
father. Do you think her father should have been let into the country?
Yeah,
Yeah. Okay.
because there were back then.
Did
there
he
were,
did he specifically have like a meet the high skill requirement that you're referencing?
Yeah,
Under
he was
your
a
own view?
he was a skilled carpenter, and at the time that carpeting and other low skill immigration was needed back then. but it's not needed
So you
now.
considered his job low skill immigration. I have a question. If your grandfather was trying to move to the country today with the same set of skills, right? He had a time travel device. Would you let him legally enter? Wait, no. If I went back in time with a time travel device and I met your grandfather and I brought him back to 2025, right, with me, would you let him legally enter the country with this set of skills?
No, because he's gonna lower the wages. We'd have to say no, Grandpa. We'd have to say
You're
no.
insane, bro. You wouldn't let your own grandfather into the country. That's crazy, bro. That's actually diabolical, dude.
You'd have to say no, Grandpa. Sorry. You'd have to say
The fact that
sorry.
you're the fact that you're laughing at that is insane. I'm only laughing as a coping mechanism because of how fucking insane that take is. You're saying that about your grandpa, dude.
Yeah, but he's gonna lower the wages for a man. Is my grandpa taking public services too? Oh no, he'd be on Social Security. Yeah, so no, it'd have to be a hard pass. It'd have to be no. Because he'd be on social services, especially. So it would have to be a big no.
You know that you wouldn't then be in the country, right? So you know you restricting him from coming to the country would also have restricted your mom from coming to the country?
And then they would restrict him from meeting my father, I guess.
Yeah, you wouldn't exist.
Okay, but I'd be
Literally, he's advocating for himself not to exist right now. That's what he's advocating for, is for himself not to exist.
I would sacrifice myself for good immigration policy. I would sacrifice myself for good immigration policy.
No, you would restrict your mom and your grandpa from coming to the country, dude. You're psychotic.
Bro, just because things were different fucking like 70 years ago. Like, things are different now.
Lindsay, thanks for $5. Thank you so much. And Annie, thank you so much for the $50. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much, Annie. Dude, I actually think it's like it's actually disgusting that you're saying this. You're literally I can't even believe how delusional this perspective is.
Oh my God! So my mom's an immigrant, so that means I need to have endless
No,
immigration.
I'm not even advocating for endless. Dude, I never even said endless. We're talking about legal immigration. I just asked if you think that your fucking grandpa and your mom should have been allowed to legally enter the country, and you said fucking no. You disagree with your mom and grandpa coming to the country that you fucking live in as a reason as to why you're here in the very first place.
Today, I'm against it today. I think that immigration laws are changed today than they were back then. I just think your whole point is, hey, your mom's an immigrant, so that means we need endless.
No. That's not what I'm saying. That's not what I'm saying at all. I said I think it's ridiculous for you to argue to not allowing your family members. Like, what? Is that not a crazy thing for me to acknowledge for you? Like, dude, I'm just saying it's crazy for you to say that your fucking own family shouldn't be in the country.
I have family members right now trying to get citizenship. They're not able to. I have my aunt in South Africa wanted to become a U.S. citizen. She got declined.
Do you think she should be declined?
Yeah, because there's a genocide going on in South Africa. So I think that she should be accepted.
Is there any evidence? Are you referencing a genocide of white people?
Yeah, in South Africa.
Do you have any evidence?
Look at Trump's. There's multiple articles.
Trump claimed it is not evidence.
The president of the United States claimed it, and there's multiple articles of
the president of the United States. He made the claim that it's happening. I promise you, Donald Trump. He made the claim that it's happening. Okay. What?
You don't think that white people are getting killed in South Africa?
I don't think there's a genocide of white people happening in South Africa. I've seen no good evidence to indicate that. Yes. Would I believe it if it was happening? Yeah. But no, it's not fucking happening. What?
What constitutes as genocide in your opinion?
It's going to be a certain threshold, right, of people that are killed in, like specifically, like intentionally, like murdered intentionally.
So can me and you agree what's happening in Gaza genocide?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, so me and you can agree on that baseline term, right? I think it's genocide too.
And you support Trump?
I think Trump's harder on Israel than Biden was. Bro.
What?
Talking about what this whole thing with Trump.
Wait. Donald Trump himself said that he's more pro-Israel.
That's his persona. Deep down, I think he's the ceasefire really. Israel doesn't
Do you
want a
want to hear himself
ceasefire.
argue it? He's like, I gave you the Golan Heights.
Who would you
I
think?
let you take the Golan Heights. Right? I moved the embassy
Who would you
to
say is more
Jerusalem.
pro-Israel, Biden or Trump?
By or Trump. What?
Trump.
I was asking why are you saying Biden? That's what I was gonna ask. Why are you asking
Because
Biden? It's Harris or Trump, genius.
okay, Harris or Trump. Well, I was Harris didn't become president. Sorry about that. But look, I think that Trump called out Israel in the media. He said that they have to listen to the ceasefire. Biden never did anything like that. Israel broke countless ceasefires with Hezbollah and H group, and Biden didn't do anything. He never called Israel out in the media. He
Wait, did
just
Trump call out Israel in any of those circumstances?
in the media, yeah.
No, he
Before he
didn't.
was
None of those
president.
circumstances did Donald Trump call them out. And yes, Joe Biden did get fucking mad. Right? I remember that happening. I remember Joe Biden getting mad at that happening. Now, do I agree that he's definitely too pro-Israel and that he definitely didn't do enough? Absolutely. Right? I'll always agree to that. But like, I mean, I do remember him getting like mad.
Okay, yeah, but he still gave
You're
all
also
Israel.
you know that Donald Trump attacked Iran for Israel, right?
I don't think that Iran should have a nuclear program in general, even if it's
Well,
with the
I wonder why they even they started developing it again in the first place. Can you tell
yeah,
me?
because
Can you tell me?
Israel has a nuclear program.
No, can you tell me? No, it's because Donald Trump pulled out of the nuclear peace
You
agreement.
mean you mean the deal that was only 10 to 15 years long? And can we agree that Iran funds T groups?
So
Can we agree on
so
that?
you said because it's only 10 to 15 years long, let's make it even shorter.
It would the deal would be ending today. And I have a question for you. Do you think
Wait
Iran?
to clarify. You think that because it is the case that
I think he
it's
should have
10 to
pulled out
15
the
years,
deal.
we should make it even shorter.
I am glad he pulled out the deal. If that's what you're asking,
So
I think
you
yes.
said because you think it's too short, let's fucking make it
That's not why.
shorter.
That's why I
Because
don't
it's
think
too
that.
short, let's make it fucking shorter. What
That's
type
not.
of
That's
fucking
not why.
reasoning is
That's
that?
not why I said he should pull out the deal. I think he should have pulled out the deal because we can all agree Iran commits horrible atrocities. They're not a good. They're not a good regime. They're not good. Their government's not good. Can we agree on that?
So you want them to develop nuclear weapons?
I don't think that they should have sanction relief. I think that there should be some economic.
What would you prefer, sanction relief or them developing nuclear weapons?
I prefer this scenario. I think the way that Trump has
Wait,
handled
I
this
just
has
want to
been
let you know we've only set them back a few months, according to AP, right? If you want to look at uh, if you want to look at their nuclear enrichment, so I don't know what your point is. We only set them back a few months, and we risk global conflict. That
then
did
they
nothing.
are they not?
If we had the nuclear peace agreement, that would still be longer than what we had. It would still be in effect, right?
And he's gonna make a better deal. He's gonna make a deal, and you got to trust him. You didn't trust him with that. I mean, I remember after Iran
You gotta
struck.
trust him, bro. Please, just trust Trump.
I
He'll get such a good deal done. I promise you, dude. His deal will be fantastic. I promise you.
I remember you and
Tremendously
Dean.
great,
I know.
tremendously great. I promise you.
I remember you and Dean were crying after he struck Iran. You were saying, "Oh, the war is about to
Iran.
start." Iran.
Where did you run?
Um,
Why do you like, dude? I don't know why. It's like I ran. What? Where
Iran.
did you run? It's Iran.
I ran to the border to shut it down.
Okay. That was so cringe. That was
That
the
was
most.
cringe.
That was so fucking cringe.
Um,
I really hope that. Are you still in school?
yeah.
I really hope that when you go back to school tomorrow, or not tomorrow, on Monday, that someone makes fun of you for that.
I don't go. I don't. I'm on break.
Or sorry, not. Why did I say that? Like, of course, it's literally June when you go back to school in the fall. Okay, I hope someone makes fun of you for that.
Okay. I probably. Okay.
I'm losing. I like time of the year.
Okay.
And by the way, I know school's done because literally I went to. Oh my god, bro! I'm not even. No, I should. I know school's done, and I still just my brain didn't even think about it.
Okay, with Iran, right? I think that he handled it perfectly. You guys were crying about him starting a war where we were going to put troops on the ground. We completely destroyed Fordo. We completely destroyed Nahant's, Isfahan.
By the way,
Completely
again,
destroyed.
only set back a few months.
Okay, but I don't know about that. I think
Yeah,
it's
that's
set
true. That's
back
from
4 to
AP
5
News.
years. Okay, but that leak was an initial assessment. I feel like assessments have
Provide
changed
me any
since.
good evidence that it's any longer.
Well, Trump said it, but you don't believe the president. You don't believe.
Just Trump said. I
Um,
cannot believe it, dude. Literally.
Marco Rubio, Pete Hegseth.
Hey, dude. The DUI hire. Pete Hegseth said it. Donald Trump, the orange man himself, he said it. Marco Rubio said it. It's gotta be true. It's
I don't
gotta
know
be
why.
true.
I don't know why you don't believe our government. You don't believe our government. That's sad.
I don't
It's you.
believe the government. Are you serious?
I believe the
Who won the
government.
2020 election?
Except when. Okay, bro, come on now. We know, we know that stuff was a little fishy. We can admit. We can admit. We can admit it was a little
Tell me,
fishy.
what did the government say about 2020?
Um. Well, Trump said
I can't
the.
believe that you don't believe the government. Oh my god, how dare you not believe the government? What the fuck, dude? This is crazy. He's going insane on the line right now, Chad. How dare he not believe in the government?
Um. Look, I think that I believe Jesse Jacobs. I believe Jesse Jacobs. Jesse Jacobs. I believe in her.
What did she say that proves that the election was stolen in 2020?
She said that the leader of the poll workers said not to check photo ID. And what do you mean trust me, bro? Trust Jessica Jacobs. She said not to not to check ID, and she said that a lot of the ballots look printed.
I have a question.
And
Did she go to a court, to any court process?
she did. She
Okay.
did go to court.
And what happened?
The corrupt judge.
The corrupt judge.
I
I have a question. Who appointed the corrupt judge?
don't know who appointed the corrupt judge.
What was the judge's name?
I don't know the name of the judge. It was a Michigan judge. I don't know the name of all federal judges on the top of my head.
I have a question. What's her name again?
Jesse Jacobs.
Sorry, I don't know why my
He was
mind
a
is
poll
blanking.
worker for 30 years. And you're just telling me she lied for the
There's
judge.
no court case. You just said there was a corrupt judge. You said the judge was lying.
Search up Jesse Jacobs on Google right now, and then we can search up Jesse Jacobs, and search up Jesse Jacobs poll worker. And she had a testimony before the Michigan House alleging that the election had irregularities, and the judge shut her down by
Oh
saying
yes,
that
Matt, are you in the box? If you wanna come back up. Matt already responded to this point. I literally, Matt, I must have lost it in my memory, man. I forgot.
I don't know if
I know Matt already responded to this, and I literally forgot what the response was. I do know that it's obviously didn't have standing.
it didn't have standing. Why does it not have standing? The
Yeah,
poll worker
hold on. I got you. Watch this.
Hey, what's up?
Myself from the future has just joined the live, and he's got the explanation.
Yeah, I know. It's yourself in the future. So I find it funny. People bring up Jesse Jacobs all the time, right? Why is it that not only a judge, but that the Michigan Attorney General and the very poll watchers that were commissioned by the Republican Party that were there with her all said that her claims were untrue? So even the Republicans who saw what she saw, who were there with her, said that what she said was untrue.
I don't know. I have a question for you. Why would she lie about it? What did she gain from
The
lying?
same reason that every other Trump official in Arizona and Wisconsin and Michigan and Georgia and North Carolina that they all lied about it. It's because it's all part of a broad conspiracy by the Trump campaign to make up fake claims in order to get to the court and to get to the Congress to throw out the ballots.
So she was a 30-year poll worker, and she lost her job for whistleblowing on this. Maybe that's why other Republicans didn't really stand up because they don't want to get their job terminated. And I would argue that she hasn't gained anything. She's not. She didn't post on social
Wait,
media.
hold on. Why
She
would
doesn't
other
give money.
Republicans get fired for it if they backed up her claim? Her claim would then be validated in court because not only would it be her testimony, but it'd be the testimony of every other Republican poll watcher.
They didn't want to get terminated. They didn't want her job.
They can't be terminated if they're backing up her claim. Like you can't fire every other poll worker that is commissioned by the Republican Party.
Workers.
She was she was a worker of the state. These are party people who are hired by the party to watch under Michigan law. They can't just be fired by the state.
And what did they say? They said that she has no standing.
No, they said that what she was saying was false. That they were there, they were watching everything, and what she claimed was actually the following correct procedure under the law of Michigan. That's what they said. They said that what she claimed is actually what exactly was supposed to happen. And these are Republicans who were on Trump's side.
Do you know what she claimed? She said that
Yes.
they weren't.
She claimed that they were being backdated.
Yeah, you think that's supposed to happen? And I think that the Republicans...
Under Michigan law, certain ballots can be backdated based on when the postage was being validated, right? Under Michigan law, that's exactly what was going on. And that's why the AG and Republican poll watchers who know the law said that what she was claiming was, one, either not true about certain claims, or two, that this was just following Michigan law, which is why the judge threw it out.
So they said that... can you give me a source that said Republican poll watcher said this?
Yes, go type in, as you claimed, Jesse Jacobs poll watcher, right? And you'll find news sources from, it's like around December-ish of that year. And they all mention how when they're contacted and the response is coming from the AG of Michigan, Republican poll watchers and the judge who threw out the case, they all mentioned that they were backed up because they made claims that said that what she's saying is false. This was by the AP, by CNN, by New York Times, all this. When you type in Jesse Jacobs, that's what comes up.
What's the news sources again?
AP, CNN, New York Times.
Sounds like fake news, but I'll search it up.
Yeah, I mean,
it sounds like fake news.
At this point, he's like rage baiting. I mean, like I've been listening. He's like,
I don't know why why would she lie? She didn't gain anything.
Why does anybody lie?
Seriously, here, give me one second. I'm gonna thank some people real quick. I think he probably is rage baiting, but he's totally lost at least. Maudie, thank you for the $4.20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. I did make the updates channel. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I really appreciate the $4.20. Thank you so much. Give me some W's from Maudie in the comment section right now. I did. Thank you so much, Maudie. I really appreciate it. Thank you. As well as again, thank you so much for the $4.20 again. Thank you so much. Jaden, thank you for the $5. Thank you. Laura with the $10. G, thank you for the $3. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Peter with the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Peter, I definitely didn't mean to do that. Yeah, no, I definitely got you. I'll try to do that real quick. That must be an accident. So I can try to. Oh, it doesn't let me look through it right now. So I will try to check. But thank you so much, Peter. I really appreciate it. Thank you, Peter. As well as Daniel. Thank you so much. I really appreciate the $50. Thank you so much, Daniel. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Give some W's for Daniel in the comment section right now. Thank you so much, Daniel. I really appreciate it. Here pretty soon. I'm gonna let Matt respond to him, and then we'll get him on.
Oh, what? Oh, no. I mean, like, he hasn't said anything. I mean, that's the problem, is you can't claim that it's all fake news when the very thing that you told us to do, which is to Google Jesse Jacobs poll watcher, comes up with these very sources. Like, that's the thing that comes up with
There
Google.
was also multiple poll watchers that said that there was irregularities.
In different states, yes, and they were evaluated by the courts, and they were found to be all false. Like, that's the problem, is that most of these were like Trump-appointed judges, and the evidence was simply not there. What?
Brianna, thank you for the 399 points. What else?
Bro.
Michael, thank you.
Yo, dude, I can't believe it. Yo, dude, this guy said that Matt they said that Matt is bullying me. Why? How is Matt bullying me?
Always. Like, it's always.
He's cooking you.
I'm cooking Parker?
Matt's cooking me?
What? No. Did you invite me on to talk?
Jenna, thank you for
I
the
don't.
2
Okay.
points. Um, Cowboy, thank you for the 2 points.
Points.
I don't know.
Coins.
Coins, yeah. Tony, thank you for the 2 points. Look,
Coins.
Seriously,
I don't know.
Matt is cooking Parker. Everyone, can we get some
I
W
am.
Mats in the
I
chat
am.
right now? He's going crazy right now. He's cooking me.
Looking Parker.
So you just think all these poll watchers were lying, or they were just wrong?
Again, dude, no, please listen, okay? Please, this is my honest opinion on it. Were there some changes, some problems in the election? Yes, because every election has problems. Because the way we do elections is fucked up. Like it's very weird, okay? However, it is extremely rare that we have any fraud. It is extremely rare that anything is going to change the outcome. And by rare, I mean like 0.0000001%. I mean extremely rare, right? And that's why every single case, over 70, that have been gone before the court, they have been thrown out, even by the most conservative judges, is because the evidence simply is not there. If it was there, it would not be that hard to find this evidence.
By the way, Jaden said to shout out his Pac-Man frog, Godzilla. He likes watching your streams. He's a political frog. That's such a W. That's such a W.
Yeah. I mean, think about it this way, right? Why is it then that the Trump campaign, some of the people, forged documents in places like Arizona and in Georgia, right, in order to go to the Congress? If you have so much evidence, why is it that people like Rudy Giuliani, right, for years saying that he has so much evidence and yet he never produced it? Why is it that at every step they claim they have so much evidence and yet it's never released, it's never shown in court, and even when they're in court, they admit, they outright admit saying, yeah, we don't have that much. We're just trying to get to the Congress.
I don't know. I think that there's a lot of irregularities, and when it comes to the mail-in ballots, France, mail-in ballots are illegal. That the French election is not allowed to use mail-in ballots because mail-in ballots are highly susceptible to fraud. They are very easily.
It's funny, isn't it? Conservatives hate or love to shit on those type of countries when it comes to their social safety nets, when it comes to the way that they do healthcare and everything. But when it comes to their elections, all of a sudden you guys like it. Please, give me a break here. When are we supposed to be like France now? With the United States of America, you can't claim that all of a sudden that all these countries are bad and that we should hate them and not have them, but then yet say, but they do elections correctly.
But Matt, we can agree that our elections need fixing, right? Even if you think that they weren't fraudulent at all, we can agree
yes,
that
the way that. Well, yes. I mean, as I just said, 2 minutes ago, the way we do elections is very antiquated, right? But that does not mean at all that the elections are stolen or fraudulent in any way. It just means that the system that we have is very antiquated.
Yeah, so if the system isn't really good, I don't think the government itself stole the election. But what I believe that happened was either a foreign government, like the Communist Chinese Party, which our FBI director said that he has claims that the CCP forged driving license and forged ballots. Either it was a foreign country or maybe Pelosi and her gang, some people, the DNC affiliates, they dumped ballots or they stole the election. I don't think it was the government itself, but I think that you can dump ballots, you can regulate ballots, and I feel like there's never really been in the 2000 election. Poll workers never claimed. Hanging chads, they never claimed irregularities like this. There was a lot of poll workers claiming irregularities, and I feel like maybe we should look into this more. Maybe it shouldn't be a topic.
We did. We had over 70 court cases. We have even some of the most conservative organizations, places like the Heritage Foundation, for example, which is on Donald Trump's side 100%. They are on his side, right? They put out a full report on the election and said that there's no evidence for fraud in such a way that would overturn the election. These things are out there. Your key statement was, I believe this, right? I believe it. Yes, you believe it, but you have no evidence for it because it went against your candidate. And you can't just believe something that has little to no evidence. And if you actually looked at it with sober eyes, right, and looked at it without any type of bias, you would see that the evidence is simply not there. And guess what? It's okay to admit that your candidate lost in 2020. Guess what? My candidate lost just last year, and I'm okay to admit that, right? Like I'm very sad about it, right? But I'm okay to admit that. I'm not going to claim that there's mass irregularity when there is none or like no evidence there to actually claim it.
So a lot of the court
Wait,
cases just
here. I just want to say, Peter. By the way, I can't get into my blocked accounts right now, so I can't actually right now. But I do appreciate you. Thank you so much. I just want to say, Burger, is there anything else you'd like to add real quick? Because I do want to make sure to get on. You've been on for way too fucking long.
All right, I'll just add one thing. My final statement, right? This will be my farewell statement.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, okay. I'll go ahead and drop down.
I just
Respond to
realized
my
he's been on for an hour and 45 minutes. Jesus Christ, I'm so sorry.
An
I
hour
didn't
and
even
45 minutes?
realize. I didn't even know it was that long. I had no fucking clue. I didn't know he was on
Jeez.
the whole time. I didn't know I only talked to him. I had no fucking clue. I'm so sorry. Genuinely, that is way too fucking long. Like, oh my god, how the fuck did that even happen? I just didn't
I
even
missed
realize.
that.
Just completely didn't even
Yeah,
realize.
you making so much money, you got caught up in the swirl, man.
What are
That's
you
what happens
talking?
when you make
I was just debating most of the time. What are you talking about?
No, just JK, bro.
Okay.
But I'm back with receipts, bro.
Okay. What happened?
I know you don't even remember what we were talking about.
Yeah.
It's
What were we
okay.
talking about? Yeah. Let me know.
First, we were
Nice. Thank you for the
talking
gift
about
membership. Thank you.
first we were talking about AI and crypto being one of the most important things
Okay.
to usher us into the future. I didn't think you had too many disagreements with me on that. Also, I brought up that we should have been celebrating the stoppage of the war in the Congo
Yeah. I
and
asked you,
Rwanda.
when did Donald Trump talk about the Congo prior,
Yeah, and I said it was like a month or so prior.
and did you want to provide that?
Yeah, it's actually a YouTube video, but
What's the title?
Trump touts progress on ending brutal Rwanda-Congo conflict. The Washington Examiner.
So he touts ending it, not that like he was actually like, advocating for it prior.
Prior to it happening now, he spoke about bringing it to an end, which that's the
No,
statement
this
that
video is him touting after.
right. The beginning is gonna be no. This is I'm saying prior to the agreement that just got signed, which was probably yesterday.
Yeah, but like I asked you for like, can you name me anything Trump did to broker this, to get this done, right?
He wanted it done. That's the. What are you talking about?
Where did he say this?
No, what I'm saying is you act as if somebody can be making these decisions
I
to
asked you
go.
where he said this a month prior. Where's the him saying it a month prior? Because this is him. This is just reported on recently.
No, that's 5/7/25. That's May 7th.
From what's the I typed that in.
I
Where's
typed
that
that in.
from?
Where's that from?
Oh my god, you have a
The,
huge
the,
echo.
the video of that is May the 7th.
Okay.
Today is June 28th.
Okay, I have to go.
By the way, Parker,
look
don't even
this
have
up
to go
on
to YouTube.
YouTube.
Just go to Reuters.
Go to
Just go to
Reuters.
Reuters, Parker.
Did he say it?
Yeah. So hold on, no. So this like peace deal was
That's the
brokered under
video.
Biden.
He says it in that
He
video.
hold on. Trump just made it so that it was signed on his watch. Biden brokered it. It was like brokered in like 2024. Read Reuters, like they cover it. That's what I was doing. I went to Google. I found it on like Reuters, and it says right there that it was brokered in 2024, and Trump just had them sign it.
Oh my god, and he's and he's taking credit for it, dude. And this guy's believing it. Oh no. Oh
You know,
no.
many times peace wars have been brokered and never actually been brought to fruition. That war's been going on for 30 years. Of course, people are like, yeah, we brokered the deal, hey, but you didn't finish the deal, so it doesn't matter. You can
No,
broker
the
the
deal
deal.
was finished. It just wasn't signed. Why? Because Biden left office, so it wasn't being signed. So they had to
Close-
finalize it, but it was still being brokered. So
you
yes,
close
Biden
the
helped
deal.
broker it. Wait, hold on. I will give. How about this? Will you give Biden any credit then for brokering the deal because it was brokered and like kind of finalized under his watch?
First of all, I haven't read the source, so I just can't
Okay.
blindly
How
believe
about
what
this? How
you
about this?
yeah,
Let's
also,
assume. Let's assume that I'm like telling the truth. Let's
hold on.
assume I'm telling the truth. What would you say to that?
That's fantastic. But still, you have to have somebody to actually make it happen. That's the difference.
Hold on. I didn't
What?
say that like Trump didn't on his watch have it signed. I'm simply saying that Biden brokered it. Like that's why the Washington Examiner, which is a conservative
But
site, is not
hold
a
on.
good source.
But the key point in this, if Trump didn't want to if he didn't want to go forward with it, he could have just cut it and not made it a priority.
Okay,
Once
ridiculous.
again, my
he's
my
you're
claim isn't that you. Oh, sorry, Parker, go ahead.
yeah. Eric, you're claiming that he brokered it, and Matt's just saying no, it was mostly brokered by Biden. You're misunderstanding Matt. And then this person was claiming that it was only
I'm
only
saying-
brokered by Trump.
No, what I'm saying
No,
is he made it.
Eric, I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about the person I just added up. How old are you, by the way? C, are you there? Hello?
Me? Hello?
Were you on yesterday?
Yeah, I got cut off.
Why'd you get
They
cut off?
said I had inappropriate material, but I appealed it and came right back.
They said
was
you had
too late.
inappropriate material?
Yeah, hate speech or something like that. But they appealed. They
Okay,
granted the appeal.
okay, then at least justify the claim that that Donald Trump was the only one that brokered the deal.
Well, he's the one that got them to meet on it. He initiated it. I can't see anything that tells me that Biden did that.
Okay, here's what you do. Go to Google, type in Trump Congo deal. Okay, you'll see a news source from Reuters. Read the first like 3 paragraphs, and it tells you the history of the deal. And one of the sentences says, under that this deal was brokered in 2024, and Trump was simply finalizing it by getting it signed. Once again, I'm not opposed to saying that Trump got it signed. All I'm saying is that's not the full story. Biden brokered the deal. And so you have to give him just as much credit as you do Trump. Trump just had them sit down and like sign the peace treaty.
Also, what I was trying to state was more importantly that I don't see any Democrats celebrating this. Like they didn't make it their top. They didn't have. I don't see nobody with their headlines on TikTok. War got ended in Congo. Like they're not celebrating. They're not celebrating peace.
Well, you know what's actually good? Policy behind the scenes happens every day, and smart administrations don't celebrate until it's actually out there and ready to be signed and ready. You can never give away your hand. Biden was brokering the deal. You never celebrate too early before it's signed. So Trump can celebrate now because he signed it, right? But Biden didn't celebrate a breakthrough because he doesn't want it to then fall under and to go underwater, and then he has like fire on his face, right? Trump doesn't care. Trump will celebrate something that like actually like just like didn't fucking happen, because actual good
Trump does that all the
policymakers
time.
don't care about like I don't know celebrating their own like ego. What it's about is having good policy that makes the world a better place.
But also, isn't it true that you can just on paper broker some deal that you know that you're not going to bring to fruition? You can make it look.
Wait,
good
why
on-
are you okay? So
my God.
all we're disputing is the point is that Trump brokered it and did stuff to broker it. Like he actually
Well,
like actively is the
they
reason why it
invited
happened.
him to come and meet, and he did broker it.
Okay,
Yes.
what did
There
he
was
do?
no
What did he
deal
do?
brokered by
What did he
Biden.
do?
What's that?
What did Donald Trump do?
He met with both sides, appointed a negotiator.
And they signed the deal.
And they signed the deal.
That's it.
That was
Right.
from.
So he
al-
just
al-
stood there? He stood
also-
there.
No, when I say
Also-
he brokered it,
That's not
Also-
brokering
it
shit.
obviously-
No, that's not
He
brokered.
stood there.
What did
It
Biden
was
do
set
exactly?
up by people at the White House. It was managed
In
by them for him to be
2024.
there.
What?
He was
Okay,
driven there when the fucking in a fucking plane, or not driven there, flown there in a plane, and he literally
And-
just showed up. And you're
And
like,
what
dude,
happens if you
and
didn't
you're like,
show
dude,
up?
he brokered it.
What happens if you didn't show up?
If he didn't show up,
And
sure,
the
like the
treaty
deal
wouldn't
wouldn't be
be
done. But
signed.
like that doesn't mean that it is the case that it wasn't brokered by Biden, right? Not by
Okay,
Trump.
we can argue semantics.
But that's
He
what you
got it
guys.
done.
That
He
way,
closed
that's
the
the whole
deal.
point of people bringing this up in the very first place.
Wait, hold on.
They want to
Hold
give
on,
I
Donald
didn't
Trump
bring it up.
praise.
You asked me.
No, the person that I'm out and talking to brought it up.
Yeah.
But
By the
also,
way, do you
the
really
main-
believe that if Joe Biden was president right now, that he wouldn't have signed that treaty?
I
No,
really
he would
believe
have
that.
signed
I
the
do.
treaty.
If they were going to sign it, he would have gotten it done. It didn't take. How long did it take Trump? One meeting.
Yes, to sign the fucking thing, not to broker it.
But why didn't they sign it under Biden? What happened?
also,
Because they were still brokering it. Treaties take a long fucking time.
Matt,
Still brokering it.
Matt,
That
since
means
you're
that
so-
Trump
Matt,
picked
Matt,
up
since-
where
since
Biden
you're
left
so
off.
well
brokering
informed
the
on
deal.
But it was mostly done by Biden. Do you agree?
Matt,
No,
since you're-
I don't.
since you're
I
well
don't.
informed on-
I do not agree with facts, dude. I just don't.
Well, wait. You have one source. I can go dig out the sources that are on this. I just use
Go
like ChatGPT.
go dig for some. Use ChatGPT, of course you did.
Of course. Of course.
Is that a bad source?
Yes,
Yes.
the ChatGPT is not a
Really?
source.
I
Well,
tell
no, I
college
agree.
kids
I
not to
agree.
fucking
It's-
use it
But it's
on a
a
daily
high
basis. So
confidence
yes.
information from basic sources or
No, because
fundamental sources.
do you know what a AI hallucination is?
Yeah, and I know where you're going with it.
Yeah, so I guarantee you that as far as like factual information, you should always meet it with skepticism, and you're taking it at like face value. I just went to Google and actually pulled up the actual source with ChatGPT with pull anyway. So I'm doing like actual like searching, like very competent searching. I'm not using an like AI service to like do my actual searching for me.
I just think AI is better than I am at researching it on the net. They hit a lot
It's not
more
that hard. You
right?
type in Trump Congo deal and it like pops up.
Also,
I
Matt,
actually typed in the Trump condo deal, and then I actually typed, "Did Biden broker the deal?" It said no.
That's the
does
Google
Trump
AI.
administration did.
Matt,
What's that?
does the source tell you what the other country which was the main player that was able to broker the deal? Are you aware of what the other country is?
No, because I didn't read the whole thing. I only read the first
they
two
were the
paragraphs.
ones who
Qatar.
requested Trump to set it
It's
up.
Qatar. Qatar was actually the main component in being able to.
I'm talking
Okay,
Rwanda, Congo.
well, that's great. That's great.
Yeah,
But
so it's not- so
but
you-
your claim, hold on. Your claim was that Trump deserves a lot of credit for it. And all I'm saying is, yes, he signed the peace treaty. Congratulations. But guess what? It was actually brokered under Joe Biden. And
Okay.
if you're being honest, then you have to give some credit to Joe Biden.
Sure. You asked why I supported Trump. I supported it because he closed the deal that Biden didn't.
On the Congo, that was your deciding vote.
What?
Like you cared so much about the Congo that that's when that you're like, damn.
Yeah, I was
you know,
like, Trump
you asked
actively-
me why I support Trump. Foreign policy. That's one reason, but there are others.
Wait. So you just want to clarify? You voted for Donald Trump because he
Yep.
brokered a deal that he literally just showed up for the signing of. That's it.
No, I voted for him. The reason I still support him is he's doing exactly what he said he would do.
Like what?
Like immigration is probably the biggest one for me.
Okay, what is he doing with
He shut
immigration
down
that
the
he said he was
border.
going to do?
He's doing his.
Wait, why do you want to shut? Why do you want to
deportation
shut
effort.
down the border?
Well, we don't have a border if we don't make people come in legally.
Okay, but like,
11
why do you
million
want to
people
shut
came in
down the
under
border?
Biden.
Why do you want to shut down the border?
Yeah, okay, if you want to get nitpicky, I don't want to shut it down. I want to have it controlled such that legal immigration is the only way people come in.
That's just not going to happen. You know, there's still people coming in
Well,
undocumented, right?
But the difference between 11
I mean,
million
for
coming in
example,
for 4
did
years-
you see the video of the guy on TikTok that was thanking Donald Trump for deporting him as he said it was a vacation, and he just came right back into the country, and he literally recorded himself doing so?
Sure. I mean, you can pick up anecdotal points like that. If you look at the data,
You said specifically that you wanted only people coming in through the legal process, and there was a guy on
Correct.
TikTok that literally did it himself, and he posted it
Well-
on TikTok.
so would you say that's a failure of that policy?
Under
He brought
your
it down to
under your view,
7,000.
yes,
No,
because
my view is that
because he
it's
didn't
supposed-
completely get rid of undocumented immigration.
Okay. The promise he made was that he was going to shut it down. The implication is that he's going to reduce it to the lowest possible amount. But everything has an error rate. I mean, come on, you can't get all of them. But
Oh,
just
okay, okay.
compare
So
the
he's
numbers.
gonna reduce it. Okay, so I have a question. What's wrong with someone coming to the country undocumented if they have not committed a violent crime or bad crime?
We have a law. We have a reason for having the law. We want a protected border.
We have a law.
They
I have a
should come in
question.
legally.
I have a question. So are you saying you should always enforce the law?
Well, jaywalking, no. But in general principles, sure.
Or like being on TikTok?
Like I said, generally, yes.
So
If they don't, I don't have. It's not gonna take away my support. If you can find something that he did that was failed or wrong, and compare it to what he's doing, I still support him. Sure, he's going to make mistakes. It's not going to be perfect.
is there something Donald Trump could do that would get you to not support him?
Oh yeah,
Like what?
obviously, murder somebody, commit a violent crime.
Like for example, like held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman.
I'm sorry.
Like if he was held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman.
Well, he was held civilly liable. I don't think they actually ruled he was guilty.
The civil liability the jury determined that he did this.
And well,
But
that's
that's
the other
why the
thing.
distinction
If
between
he
civil
did,
and criminal.
then yeah, I
Do
wouldn't
you accept
support him.
criminal
But I don't
cases?
believe he did. I think these cases against him are witch hunts. I mean, the
I have a
36
question. I have a
felonies.
question. The 34 felonies? Do you accept the 34 felonies?
No, well, I
So
accept them, of course,
even
but
if it's criminal, he still doesn't accept it.
I'm
So
sorry.
then why were you disputing accepting the civil case because it's civil and it's not criminal when you don't even accept the criminal cases against Trump?
Well, because if you look at the case, it's bogus. They're appealing it. It's not going to.
I have a question. I have a question. Can you name who the victim was who got sexually assaulted by Donald Trump?
I don't remember her name. No.
You don't
I
even
can
know
look
her
it up.
name? You don't know her name, and yet you know that it's not true? You don't even know her
No, I
name.
didn't say I know that it's not true. I said
I have a
believe
question.
it.
Where did she get assaulted?
I have no idea.
What year?
No idea.
Name one piece of evidence in the case.
None.
So you don't know anything about the case yet you think it's bullshit and bogus?
I'm doing.
No,
I
you're
say that
just
based
the
on
only
every other
bullshit.
case I've
The only
seen.
bullshit is coming out of your mouth.
Right. Yeah. I didn't. I trust the guy that he didn't do it. You had dozens of women come out and accuse him and not be convicted.
And you still support him.
Well,
Dozens of
anyone
women
can
have come
accuse.
out and have accused him of sexual misconduct, and he's like, he still supports him.
Why do you
Even though
think
he was
the
held
jury,
civilly liable of sexually
on.
abusing a woman amongst
Why do you
a
think they're
jury of
telling the
9
truth?
people unanimously.
on.
Also, not only just that, he said he would date a 10-year-old girl in 10 years. He bragged about walking in the changing rooms of girls in Miss USA because he quote-unquote owns a place to inspect them without their consent.
Yeah, those aren't things that I would lose my support over. That happened 10 years ago or more. I mean, the guy's a good president.
Wait. Are you saying if you sexually assault someone over 10 years ago, you don't care about it anymore?
I didn't say that was assault.
Parker, do you support the military?
What do you mean by do I? I don't support everything the United States military has done, but I do support U.S. people in the military, like themselves.
Of course, so it's the same.
Like in
So it's
typical.
the same analogy. The military has committed.
Well, I don't think that people in the military, in typical, like typical person who's in the military, is like doing something that I would deem as morally wrong necessarily.
But there's factual evidence that shows that rapes have occurred. Grapes have occurred.
Like grape in the military.
Yes.
Yeah, like I
So
acknowledge that
I'm
that's a
saying we
problem,
don't-
of course. Like we'd also acknowledge that it's a problem in broader society, of course.
Also, there's been mass unalivings of civilians by over 1 million civilians being unalived by the United States government.
Yeah.
So
And I
when
I
I say
claim
a
that's bad.
million for actual 1 million plus lives, but
Yes.
you still have support. So it's
wait
like, how could you
to
support?
clarify.
How could you?
To
No,
clarify,
I'm saying, how-
are you saying most people that are currently in the United States military have specifically killed civilians?
No, I'm saying factually,
Okay.
the military as a whole has
I don't.
committed.
So to clarify, I definitely don't support those things. But I said I don't support those things very clearly.
Yeah,
Do
so
you,
it's
Why are
do
we
you, wait, I have a
saying
Well,
that?
question.
so
Do you support the military?
yes.
Wait, why are we comparing
Wait,
him?
so
yeah.
wait. So wait, hold on. Hold on. I need to clarify. I need to clarify this.
Listen.
Yeah,
The
wait,
reason I brought
hold on. I need to clarify this. You just said that they killed 1 million civilians. Do you support them killing 1 million civilians?
no.
So you said you can support the military even though you don't support like certain
The
things the
reason I
military
brought that up
does.
is the examples that you gave of Trump of things we would not support, but we would support other things that he has done. That's
No,
the
no,
same.
Let me clarify. Let me clarify what we mean by support. What I mean by support in this context, we're talking about why you support Trump, is that you'd vote for him. That's what
Correct.
context of support we're talking about. No other context of support is relevant to like the context of support that we're using in this scenario.
And
What
so
do you mean?
But yeah,
context in this case,
right.
why
I
do you
want to
believe
let
the
Matt
26
speak.
women?
I want to let Matt speak real quick.
Go ahead.
Oh no, sorry. I'm just failing to understand what this analogy is trying to get at. Because if a soldier commits a war crime, right? Like for example, the soldiers who committed the war crime in My Lai in Vietnam, right? We condemn and we want to prosecute those soldiers. But then other soldiers who actually save people, we say are good people. Like we are condemning the person, not the overall group. So when Trump is a person, he's not a group. Why are we comparing one person to tens of thousands of other people? Like this analogy just doesn't hold.
It holds because the person in charge, which in examples of Obama and Biden, were giving the orders to do these things. They knew that there would be
No,
casualties.
that's not true all the time. That's not true all
They
the time.
knew. Listen, they knew beforehand that there will be casualties of war, collateral damage. They knew this. They didn't. They were not unaware that that was going to occur. There's no way impossible. So when they made the orders, they knew that innocent lives would be taken.
Hold on.
So,
Collateral
you
damage is an okay thing in some cases in an actual declared war. Like if Joe Biden bombed a city that was not at war and he killed all civilians, yes, obviously that'd be awful and he should be fucking impeached, right? Like if that happened, but that's not what you're claiming. Like under war, things happen all the time. Like we bombed Dresden. I think that's really bad, right? And thousands of people died, but we were in a full on the full on war. We can say things are bad, but that doesn't necessarily mean that the person at the time, right, thought that it was bad too. We're comparing the actions of one person, not tens of thousands of people.
Yeah, I agree. And
Also,
you could say
hold on. Let's just
crime
clarify
in
in general.
America.
Let's just clarify in general. Like any innocent civilians dying, we don't want that to happen.
Yes,
Everyone
we don't want it
doesn't.
to happen.
Everyone doesn't
Talk
want innocent
about war
civilians
crimes
happening.
and stuff.
Yeah, and obviously we can specifically say that people should be held accountable for war crimes, which would include people in the United States as well. We don't specifically think
Yes.
the United States is above the law. That's why we believe in the rule of law. The rule of law is
But that's-
also applied to everyone in the United States as well.
but that's why it's staggering that the fact that there is 1 million plus civilian 1 million plus casualties. That suggests that that is absurd beyond the scope of whatever you want to call it. And then you could justify, well, we're in war, or you could justify it by it. That's not intentional.
Hold on.
But
No, not justified.
the facts are that 1 million plus. So regardless of, that's just an American stance to say.
I'm confused. I'm confused what you're trying to get from this because we agree that's fucking horrible. I'm confused what your point you're trying to
Basically,
draw from
what
this.
I'm trying to say is that you can have support in your totality of the military, while at the same time being able to say, I do not support certain aspects. Well, I'm saying, and the same thing with somebody who is supporting Trump, you cannot.
Sure.
You can.
I just want to let you know that the context of support you're using, you're equivocating between the senses of support. There's different senses of support you're referencing. The context of support we're referencing, I was very clear with this. Right, the context of support, right, is would you have voted for him over Kamala Harris if he could go back in time?
Yeah,
and
and
vote
I think
again? And you're saying
these
yes,
are-
you would vote for Donald Trump. So I'm saying why, right? And you're saying specifically, right, that Donald Trump is better than
What?
Kamala Harris. Okay, well then tell me if you're saying that all of the bad things about Donald Trump, right, are okay enough to vote for him because it is the case that overall he creates a better set of scenarios compared to Kamala Harris. I'll tell you what things are so bad about Kamala Harris insofar is that you say that specifically about Donald Trump, and what things are so good about Donald Trump to compensate for all the bad things about him.
Yeah, and in short, my answer was based off of AI and crypto, with being the being the why you always smirk, but that being the number one thing. Because if we
There's no
lose
specific policy you're referencing on that.
the Genius Act, the policy is to open up regulation to allow for companies to want to be here in America and not be abroad because of the regulations that were basically against the entirety of those industries,
Push level.
forcing countries to go.
What specific policy again?
It was an overall. It was not just regulations. It was an overall outlook towards the industries, and basically making it hard for them, and also bringing litigation against the industries for environmental effects, and also for
Is this guy making sense at all, Matt? Do you know what this guy's saying?
No, I don't. No, I've lost the plot.
So that's what I'm saying.
I don't think it's us that lost the plot. I think it's him.
It's crazy that y'all aren't even. It's like y'all don't even count AI and crypto as a real thing when it's going to be the most important thing going forward.
Crypto's not going to be the most important thing. I don't know what you're talking about. Digital currency.
See, that's
we already have
like,
mostly digital currency. We can just run digital currency through the government without crypto. Like, what's the point of using crypto?
the point of crypto is a global economy that you can exchange values from on different borders. So
Can't you do that with digitalized currency specifically already without using crypto?
You can't do that from person to person. Say you knew somebody in China, you would be able to transact without having an intermediate being involved. Your wallet from their wallet, like quote unquote cash would be, you can make a deal.
Yeah,
and it doesn't require, but it does have a ledger to show and verify transactions.
How is that any different? How is that any different from fucking PayPal?
Because you need PayPal.
You need crypto.
You
need a crypto device.
So you don't need in crypto. Don't need a mediator. I can send it direct from my wallet to your wallet across borders.
Yeah, can't you do that PayPal as well?
Not with the speed and security. No.
Really? Why not?
First of all, there's different systems. Like, you got to be even accepted. Like, see, this is the thing about crypto. Though a government can't.
Dude, I'm sorry. You think you have some incredibly unique thing that you've just found that doesn't exist prior?
No.
There are already so many things that exist. Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, actually link tree in the bio. If you want to look at it, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, link tree in the bio. As well as the description of the YouTube.
Bro, you're not getting
as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat. You know, YouTube Super Chat transfers all different types of currencies as well. Did you know that?
Yeah, I guess who's Shopify's
Joe Lish, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. They said the point of crypto. What is it?
Why do you think that Shopify just added a stable coin?
Hold up. Joe Lish said the point of crypto is so that you buy it after me. I make more money than you because it's a Ponzi scheme that cons idiots. That's what they said. And what were you saying?
Yeah. I marked that in time, and you screenshot it and play this recording back. It's too easy.
You have failed to give me any utility that's different than fucking the Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, link tree in the bio.
The utility is the ability to have sovereignty with your own money. And the reality is, listen,
you have that on PayPal.
No, you don't.
Why not?
You couldn't transact in China or in a foreign country that won't allow that transaction to occur. You understand that? If that country, listen,
okay, so you're saying
listen,
okay,
that country says,
wait, I just want to hey, can I ask you a question? When the fuck am I doing that?
Yeah, because you're stuck in this modern world. It's going global. It's going global, bro.
Dude, what are you talking
Listen,
about? In my life, when will I
it's
ever do
going
that?
digital and global.
And seriously, tell me, give me one context in my life where that will ever be useful to me.
Now, this is gonna sound stupid and nascent, but in a video game, if you were playing with someone that is abroad, you could transact with this person via you and that person on a video game without needing the countries to say, "Hey, let us check if you invalidate this." No, it's like I have the money on my crypto, you have a wallet on your crypto.
What
way
country?
in China.
What country?
In China.
What country? So you're trying to transact with people in China? Is that you?
Yeah, it's a global world, bro.
It's a
You
global
remember,
world.
you know that?
So I have a,
Yeah,
I have
yeah.
a question. Would you want
Got
a
it.
tariff on that?
Of course.
You did not just say yes. So are you saying that you have to? You think every transaction should be tariffed?
No, I was speaking about the tariff on as a whole
No,
from country to country.
no, genuine question. Like, should it be tariffed?
The transaction
Yeah,
tariff?
yeah. The transaction that you're making with them, should it be tariffed?
By what means? How can you tariff it? You can't tariff that.
Oh, so so then you're admitting that you would violate the law. Well, actually, wait. You're admitting you do violate the law, and you're currently not paying taxes that you should be.
No, sir.
You're technically importing, and you're not paying a tax on that.
Not an example that I gave. No, it's digital. I gave it in the context.
It being digital does not mean it's not an import. He doesn't think things can be digitally imported. That's diabolical. And for diabolical, dude. Hey, I just want to let you know, you just on the line. This is like, wait, didn't this just happen yesterday on Dean's Live? Someone's again admitting to tax fraud on the live.
Yeah, you're conflating.
I'm not conflating anything. You just admitted to it. You just admitted to tax fraud on the live. You said that you were engaging in digital transactions through the context of crypto with people specifically from China, where we have a tariff on them.
Yeah, but
on all imports.
You still pay sales taxes. You're talking about tariffs. That's a different thing.
Do you know what a tariff is?
Nope. Tax on goods and services.
It's a tax on imported goods, right? So I have a question. When you import money, would you then get taxed on that?
See, listen. Right now, there's no rules and regulations, and guess why that is? Because the Biden administration.
The tariffs.
No.
It's,
no, the Biden.
Wait. Can you define import?
I'm talking about crypto. When I'm talking about crypto.
Can you define an import? What is that?
A good or service created in a different country.
That's then transacted to this country, right? So like when you got money from your buddies that you're trading with specifically from China, is that an import? Yes. Does that mean it then is subject to the tariff that Donald Trump imposed? Yes. Are you then admitting to not paying a tax that Donald Trump imposed? Yes.
Bro.
Or is that a smart thing to do on a live in front of what, almost 5,700 people that disagree with you, that specifically think that tariff should not be implemented? Is that a smart thing to do?
Listen, there's no laws associated with that transaction.
The tariff.
No, if it didn't hit my pocket, so no. What are you talking about?
You know you have to report that, right?
Of course.
And you paid taxes on that, right?
Yes.
So you paid the tariff.
In crypto, it hasn't been solidified. That's why we need bills to clarify this. Right now, it's the wild, wild west.
Oh,
anything
so
goes.
you're admitting that there were transactions, but like you just can't verify the transactions.
No, you can verify what I'm saying. That there's no laws that say that say
I have a
any
question.
level.
Why do you want people to have access to currency specifically that is not able to be identified? Would you want crypto to be available to people like Jeffrey Epstein?
It is identifiable. That's one of the main characteristics of it. That it's on a ledger and nobody can change it.
So
Nobody.
okay. So
Not
then
even a bank.
but
Not even
is
nobody powerful. Nobody can change the ledger. That's the main thing. Nobody can cook the books. Nobody can do no accounting measures to make it look this way, that way. It is what it is, and everybody can see it. It's available to everybody. It's transparent. So if you got an account,
I just want to let you know you could have aren't there untraceable ledgers?
no, there's not untraceable. There's untraceable like accounts for people
I'd
that
have
have
to look, but
the actual purchase of the thing is always transacted.
well, I just want to let you know. I just want to let you know.
Of course, people can make account.
I don't see again if what you're referencing is true. I don't see anything unique with crypto comparative to my fucking Venmo, Cash App, and PayPal link tree in the bio. Seriously, if you want to support me, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal link tree in the bio. Everybody, thank you, Lindsay. I really appreciate the $10. Thank you so much. Another Lindsay, thank you so much for the $10 on PayPal. Thank you. John, thank you for the $3. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
It's also that it's
Oh, by the way, also
non-inflationary.
Policy, thank you so much for the $50. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much, Policy. I work on one of the largest global digital payment systems in the world, hundreds of millions of USD a day, and I have over 10 years of people who talk crypto like this are missing so many fundamental details on why it will never work. Thank you so much, Policy. I really appreciate the $50. Thank you so much. Jolish, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $10. I've waited so long for this moment. I'm assuming this dude bought Trump coin and he made so much money, right? Or if Bitcoin replaces money, then why is it an investment?
The main thing of crypto is the ability to make a certain amount and then uh no other amount can be issued after that point. So that gives it its a stability in the market, and it's deflationary because we
That's actually
know
not good. Deflation's not good.
no, as we know, America can keep printing more money, more of the
Yeah, like
fiats.
how
They
under
can
Trump.
keep printing
Yeah,
no matter how much.
yeah, there was more money printed
Yeah,
under
yeah,
Trump.
of course. But with crypto, you can't print more.
Yeah.
You can't do it.
Hey, by the way,
Once it's been
That's kind of a bad thing because then if the population changes,
I'm gonna drop.
go ahead. Appreciate you, Matt. It's always good seeing you, man.
Oh, sorry, Parker. Yeah, this was like I'm gonna drop. By the way, I'm gonna text you, and so just look at the text at some point, okay?
Bet. Yeah, so if population increases, right, then you can't increase the money supply in order to compensate for the increase in population.
no, but that doesn't equate true value.
That doesn't make any sense what you just said. Disgusted Veteran, thank you so much for the $50 on YouTube Super Chat for this boomer. Is very proud of the way you're stepping up for your generation, maintaining your level of zen amongst these intellectually these cultists earns mad respect. Thank you so much. Really appreciate Disgusted Veteran. Thank you so much. Jolish, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you so much for It's the Wild Wild West. Oh, I scrolled past it. It's the Wild Wild West. Do you want it to be because Genius was trying to reign in it by the big government? I thought crypto was supposed to be untied to the state. Yeah, it's literally supposed to be decentralized. Najia, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. I'm so sorry, Najia. I'm so sorry. I didn't try to miss. I apologize.
There's going to be parts of crypto that will always be in that zone. What is needed is some level of guardrails to be able to navigate for institutions. Meanwhile, like a meme coin, anybody will be able to bring that to the table, and if they can bring value, no entity will be able to stop them from building a coin that they think. Because listen, I promise you, Parker, you probably, I don't know how you look at it now, but eventually you're going to have your own coin because you're going to be able to build a large enough base of people that will believe in projects and things that you want to be involved in.
Everyone, if you want to invest in the Parker Get a Job coin, everybody, the Parker coin, Parker coin has just dropped. It's just dropped. If you check it out, it's Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, Linktree in the bio. Look at it. It's Parker Coin. That's what it is. That's called Parker Coin. It's really cool, incredible. You don't get anything from it. It's just cool. It's just Parker Coin. You know, it's in your mind. That's what it is. It's a currency for the mind. Jellish, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Yes, it was supposed to be decentralized.
I'm glad I screen recorded that so I can post that in 5 years.
Really?
Yeah, because y'all haven't done enough research to have the understanding, but it's okay.
Really?
Just like with AI.
Tell us
the
what.
same
Tell
thing
us
with
the
AI.
understanding that we lack.
You lack the true sovereignty from being able to have your own money.
This guy's like,
separate
you haven't opened up your third eye yet.
See, calm down. The ability to be able to be sovereign in your own money, and nobody can say whether or not. Nobody can say hold on your account. Nobody can do that. The government can't do it. Nobody can do it. So that's how it used to be, you know, back when, you know what I'm saying? Back in the day, you used to have your own money and you'd be able to transact with who you wanted to. Nobody could step in and say, hey, because they said this because they made this comment, we are going to debank them and also, you know, bring in some like public like ostracizing of people to say, hey man, you still doing business with that person? Nobody can do that. Now people have the power to step in and say and mess with your money. Even you, Parker, if you said something wrong on here or any of your platforms, yeah, you could get dropped with the
Charissa,
quickness
thank you so much.
because
I really
somebody else-
appreciate the $40. Thank you so much for your patience in dealing with the frustrating MAGA bro supporters. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much, Charissa. Thank you so much. Thank you. Let's get some W's for Charissa in the comment section for the $40 on Venmo for the Parker Coin. INC, thank you so much for the $5 for my investment in Parker Coin. Thank you so much.
All right, last thing before I step out is the AI and the robots.
Hold up one second. Jolish, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. That's crazy. Thank you so much, Jolish. And then Jonna, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I hope you're having a good day, Parker. I watch you daily from Vermont. Also, here's my investment in the Parker Coin. Based investment into the Parker Coin. Look at that.
Hey, let me get
Iris,
a piece
thank
of
you
that,
for the
man.
dollar. Thank you so
Hold
much.
on,
I really appreciate
Parker.
it. Thank you.
Let me get a piece of that coin,
That's
man.
rough. That's rough, Iris. Val, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $1.69 for investing my life savings into Parker Coin to the fucking moon. We're going to the moon.
Yeah, he says it as a joke now, but he doesn't realize.
I'm not gonna have my own coin. No, I'm not Donald Trump. I'm not trying to. That's actual.
That's great.
Dude, dropping your own coin is actual grifting. That's actual grifting. Total grifting.
Bro, that's because you're not getting it. It's just like having your own company. It's the same thing, bro. Your own coin is just like having your own
I'm
company.
saying no. Think about it this way: if a content creator you saw on TikTok dropped their own meme coin, would you buy that?
It depends on who the content creator is.
If I dropped
Dodo head?
I'll ask you: if I dropped a meme coin, would you buy it?
You asking me?
Yeah.
Hell no, I don't know. I don't know you enough to trust you.
Why wouldn't you buy my coin?
Partially I might buy it because your platform might grow. Hold on. Actually, while I think about it, hell yeah, I'll buy it.
You'd buy my
because
meme
in the
coin?
future, hold on. In the future, your platform might grow so large and you might be so impactful that the value of your coin might actually be worth something. Oh, yes, please put me in the book, please. Stamp me in the book, bro. I'm buying the coin. Now, if you pull the rug on me, will I be surprised? No, because I'm not an idiot. You see that? You don't get mad at somebody pulling the rug on you when you understand the game. Like, oh, he pulled the rug on us. Oh yeah, like he's some dude on the internet that you never met in real life. Yeah, he pulled the rug. But if you don't pull the rug and you actually build value with your coin, then actually becomes valuable. And then somebody just like are you involved with anything like Pokemon or anything of the sort?
Yeah, what's up? C, are you still there? All right, let's go on to the next person. Only sending guest requests if you do support Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. Everybody, do tap that screen. Do share the live. It should help get it out to more people. Let's get the next person up here quick. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube. As well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat. If you would also like to support for free, you can like the stream by tapping the screen here on TikTok. Let's try to get to 500,000 likes. Or on YouTube, let's try to get to 1.5 thousand likes here on the YouTube stream. Along with the fact that you can subscribe and follow. We're on my third account today. This is the last day I'm going to be on my third account on TikTok. I get my main account, TikTok Live Studio, back tomorrow. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. Type MAGA in the comment section if you want to be brought up. Alrighty. Sid, thank you so much for the $15. Thank you so much. Absolutely. Literally, though. Julian, thank you so much. I appreciate the $5. Thank you. Jessica, thank you for the $5 for the bestest coin. Thank you. Parker coin to the moon, chat. Parker coin to the moon. Let's go to the next person. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Oh, 1 second. Hey, can you hear me?
Do you support Trump?
Oh, yeah.
How old are you?
I'm 30.
For sure. So why do you support Trump?
I'm kind of like back and forth with it because he does seem like he's an idiot, like how he talks and everything, but I think that he's really strong like a businessman. I feel like that's what America kind of needs right now because we're like so in debt with China.
Can you name one good businessman that has 6 bankruptcies?
No, but he also built back up from it too.
Well, I do just want to say the fact that 6 bankruptcies is not really good evidence of being a good businessman. But I have a question.
Yeah,
If he's so
it's
good as
definitely not.
if he's
Oh,
so
sorry.
good as a businessman, can you name one of his economic policies that are good?
Um, to be honest with you, not really. I do apologize. I'm a little high right now, but anyways, I do believe that his whole border policy is actually very good, and I think that when Biden and Harris were in charge of it, I think that they kind of really let us down because you saw on the news there was a lot of people pouring in here, and
Here, 1
with
second, Kyle. I just gotta let you know, man. Um,
yep,
I'm also elevated. No
okay,
excuses here.
yeah, yeah.
We don't we
You're
don't
used to
we,
this
we,
too,
we,
though,
we,
man.
we don't take excuses here. We're always elevated.
Hey, you're used to this, though, man. It's my first time ever doing this, so
Okay, yeah, I'm just trolling. I'm just trolling. That's definitely a big distinction.
yeah.
Go ahead, continue.
But no, also like with the war going on, everything right now, I feel like with a bunch of people that did pour in right now. Well, not now, but back then when Biden and Harris were in control of the border policy and everything, I feel like that could be bad later on for like in Detroit. I'm from Michigan. In Detroit, there were people that were caught at the airport that were doing chemical warfare. Well, I want to say chemical warfare. They were caught with like stuff that could,
Hey, I just want to let you know, undocumented immigrants
yeah,
commit violent crime, drug crime, and property crime at lower rates than natural-born U.S. citizens. The idea that immigrants are bringing the crime is ridiculous. Yes, we can. Crime can come through the context of the border, but it'd be easier for law enforcement. It'd be easier for law enforcement to identify if they weren't worrying about trying to deport people who are here who haven't committed violent crimes or bad crimes. Miss Smiles, thank you so much for the $50 on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Schumer says they will force rule. What is that? Was that 15? Which means 15 hours of reading the entire bill on the floor, and then R will try to for closer, which won't work. We can stop this. Thank you so much, Miss Miles. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Sage, thank you for the $5. I really appreciate it. Thank you. As well as I really appreciate it. Martha, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. And Sid, thank you for the $15 again. Thank you. Go ahead, continue.
Wait, what was the question again?
No, like the point that I was making is that like undocumented immigrants are not bringing crime to the country, right? The fact that you're associating that with undocumented immigrants is like actually like a propagandized message by the right.
Right. I wouldn't say it's like mainly them or anything. I just think that
But
if it is them,
also, wait, you're
yeah,
elevated too. So like, what are you talking about? How do you want that to be federally legal?
no, hell no.
What? You're elevated right now.
I know, it's kind of weird, but I feel like not everybody should technically.
You don't think
I
it
don't
should be
know.
federally legal? So you think that if you were elevated right now in a different state, you should be put in fucking prison?
No, but I feel like if I had access to it back like years ago or whatever and stuff, I feel like I could have did a lot worse.
What do you mean you could
Because
have done a lot worse? Do you wait?
like,
I'm
because
sorry. I'm
marijuana
sorry.
doesn't make you like
Do you really think elevation is worse than alcohol?
no,
Then
not
what
at
the
all.
fuck? Why should it be illegal?
Well, to be fair, I don't really think that alcohol should be legal either.
You think alcohol should be illegal?
I know it kind of sounds messed up, but think
Why,
about
DD?
how
Thank you
much
for the $5.
madness.
Thank you. So, but you do think it should be illegal? So you think it should be illegal for me to go to the bar and get a drink? You think it should be illegal for me to go to my fridge right now and pull out a fucking drink?
Well, the fact that marijuana was illegal
Oh,
for
you can't
so
say it on the
long,
live,
but
man. You can't say that on the live,
what?
man. You can't say that. That's why I use all the different terms for it. You can't say it on the live. TikTok language. TikTok language only, okay? If you're on YouTube, do make sure to like the stream. I would really appreciate that for the 2,000 people. Make sure to like the stream. Kelly, thank you for the $10 for Happy Elevation Saturday. Thank you so much. I think we hit our time here in about an hour here. It's currently 3:25. Nicole, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. I think we might celebrate today. Yo, what's up, Haldy?
Hello, I'm 19.
Do you support Trump?
I don't, I'm Irish. I just want to ask you a quick question. Do you think that the way the economy is going right now, that I should
Wait.
be
I
moving
think
there?
you're currently cut out, and I went on to the next person. I do appreciate you coming up. We are just looking for some debates, though. Just looking for some debates. I literally kicked them, and it still kept going. Like I kept hearing them. Yo, what's up, how old are you?
42.
Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Why so?
Well, I was actually just coming because I heard that last conversation. So I'd like to say that I think, in a sense, he was kind of right as far as the not having Mother Nature's cabbage, I guess you could say.
I have a question. What state do you live in?
Hey?
What state do you live in?
I don't live in the States, but I can give you an explanation as to legal.
I was like, I thought. Oh, yep. I just got the remove Kyle. But yeah. So I thought he was from Canada. Let's go on to the next person. Yo, what's up, how old are you?
How's it going? I'm 21.
Do you support Trump?
Hell yeah, brother.
What's
Do
your birth
you?
year?
2000 and how old did I say I am? Oh shit.
Uh, the how old did I say I am is crazy. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 19 years old.
Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm so sorry. I did not mean to do that.
You're good. You're good. David, thank you for the $2. Thank you. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. You, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 27.
Do you support Trump?
I do.
Okay. Why do you support Trump?
I think his economic policies, his border policies, his trade policies, and even his war policy is pretty solid.
Give me any specific policy.
Or at least better than the alternative.
Any specific policy? Discord. You're getting called on Discord, bro.
Yep. I was. Sorry about that.
You want to respond to any
What were you
specific
saying?
policies?
I just did a second ago.
You didn't give a specific
Is-
policy at all. You gave general ideas of policies or general topics.
Okay, what do you want to target in those specific policies?
I asked you for any specific policy you support, dude.
It's deportation and immigration policies.
Okay. And any specific one you'd like to reference.
Just getting border crossings down.
Okay. So no specific policy, but the general idea. Okay, I'll address that. So border crossings going down. What's good about border crossings going down?
There are less people breaking the law.
Less people breaking the law. So do you agree with banning tourism because there'd be less people breaking the law?
Do you think that tourists generally break laws at a heightened amount?
I don't think that tourists themselves, right, per capita, commit any crime at a higher rate, but they would increase the nominal level of crime, as it is the case that more people come to the country. Inevitably, someone will commit a crime, which will increase the nominal level of crime. Undocumented immigrants commit multiple times lower rates of violent crime, drug crime, and property crime in the United States comparative to natural-born U.S. citizens. And the same is also true for illegal immigrants. They commit crimes at lower rates than natural-born U.S. citizens. So the idea here specifically that there would be a heightened crime rate would be ridiculous, if you'd like to address that.
Yeah, I will actually. So the entire illegal immigrant or undocumented immigrant, if you prefer that term, is the exact same meaning for someone who doesn't have their papers, which is a felony. That is a crime.
Oh,
when you commit
do
a crime,
you care about that?
you're punished for committing the crime.
Oh, really? Okay, yeah. Okay, you commit a crime, you should be punished for committing the crime. Law should always be enforced, correct?
On a general basis, yes.
By the way, it's not a felony; it's a misdemeanor. But on a general basis, so okay, so then why in this circumstance if
It
it's
is
only in a general?
What was that?
If it's only in a general, right? Why apply it in this circumstance?
I mean, fine. We'll take the other approach that it's not just in general. Crime should have punishments.
In all circumstances?
Sweeping. Sure, why not?
Okay. Do you know what app you're currently on?
TikTok, the one that was saved by Trump.
No, the one that was banned by the law and that Donald Trump is not enforcing the ban of. So you're currently on an app that's illegal, saying the law should be enforced. And
Well, if we
Trump's
want
just not
to
enforcing
select-
the law that allows you to use the app that's banned, that's against the law.
If we want to selectively apply laws and target this as a discussion point, then why don't we talk
Absolutely.
about Hunter Biden?
Okay.
Hunter Biden was pardoned for over a decade of crimes because his father decided that he is above the law, and so is his entire family.
Yep. I disagree with him being pardoned.
Oh,
Now, do you disagree
well,
with Donald Trump pardoning the violent January 6 rioters that beat police officers and were convicted of it?
For the few that actually did commit serious crimes and offenses,
160.
yes, I am actually against that.
Okay. So
There was a large amount of people there that did little more than trespassing, though.
so you're against that.
And they
So
were
what do you think is worse? What do you
again.
think is worse, violently beating police officers or the crimes that Hunter Biden was said to have committed?
I don't care which is worse. Both should receive consequences.
Yeah, but like which do you think, if we were looking at a comparison, because you decided to bring up Hunter Biden, I don't know why you did that.
It's a reflection of law in the Democratic side and party.
It's completely legal for him to pardon him.
Very clearly, they don't care
that
about
doesn't
the
mean
law,
it's right. That doesn't mean
and they
it's
decide
wait,
when
by the
they're-
way, it being legal doesn't mean it's right. I do disagree again with him pardoning Hunter, but like that doesn't change the reality at all. I don't know what your point is. That doesn't change the reality of it being legal to do so. It is legal for Donald Trump to pardon violent rioters. That doesn't mean he shouldn't have done. It doesn't mean he should have done it, right? He should not have done that. That's a horrible thing for him to do.
Yes, and Hunter Biden should not have been pardoned either. We're just going on a tangent because we want to talk about specific.
Wait, I agreed Hunter Biden shouldn't have been pardoned. But like you brought that up originally, and I
because
said,
of violent-
how could you even compare that to the people that Donald Trump pardoned? That was 1,000 times worse.
And I was saying neither should the violent offenders on January 6th. We agree on that. Laws should have consequences. Or breaking the law should have consequences, to be more specific.
Okay. So then you think all the people there should also have been put in prison as well? You think they shouldn't have been pardoned for trespassing?
I don't think every single person there should have been put in prison. Largely
Why not?
similar to
Why not? Because they trespassed. Wait, actually, you know what? This should be the example I'm using all the time. Because you're going to justify them trespassing and going into the Capitol building when they're not supposed to be there. And you
Yes,
think
and
it's
I'm going
totally
to
okay
do
that
it
they
using
broke
GLE.
it was totally okay that they broke that law, right? They shouldn't be in prison even though they broke that law.
There were countless people in the BLM riots who got away with murder.
Well, hold up, I don't want to hear this. I'm asking you specifically, right?
I don't want to hear about the J6 argument.
Wait, no.
Because
No, you're pivoting.
violent.
Wait, hold up, you're pivoting. Right? Let me please address.
You are also pivoting.
I'm not pivoting. I promise you, I'm bringing you something
We were
that's
talking
relevant.
about illegal immigrants in the first
And I
place,
promise you,
now
and I
we're-
promise you, this is relevant. I promise you.
Okay.
And I'll explain why it's relevant. Just please follow me here, okay? So, do you think that they should be put in prison for just trespassing the Capitol on January 6th?
Law is rather vague with how strict their
Yeah, like
punishment
the old
would
people
be.
who walked in
I
with
do
phones,
believe
like
that
it's a
this is
museum.
possible.
Do you think they should be in prison?
I do believe there should be consequences. They would long since have served their sentence for trespassing, at least in a reasonable world.
Okay, so do you think they should have gotten prison?
Sure.
Okay, so you think that everyone who was involved in January 6th should have gotten prison time? Do you think they should have gotten pardoned
Yes,
by Trump?
I don't think they would deserve much prison time, and no, I don't think they should be pardoned by Trump. I don't believe that anyone should be above the law.
So you just disagree with all pardons?
There are some pardons that make a lot of sense, actually,
Oh, well, you just
but
kind of
mostly it's,
contradicted your prior argument.
yeah, but this is more so in cases where it's very unfair lawfare, let's say, right? Or literal mistakes in the justice system. There have been people who've been convicted to life in prison and then found innocent, and they're technically pardoned. We're arguing exception.
Technically, pardon would be specifically by the president.
We're arguing exception fallacy, so there's really no point at this point.
What do you mean an exception fallacy?
Saying that there are some people accused of crimes that really don't deserve either the sentence they got or the crime in general. there's no real point to argue an exception to a rule. That's what I mean by exception
That's
fallacy.
not an exception. That's not an exception fallacy. But when I'm saying this, I'm just saying, why should you apply it in this circumstance? Why should it be the case that people who are in the country who haven't committed a violent crime or bad crime that just came to the country undocumented, why should they be kicked out of the country? Why should they be deported? I don't really see a
Because
reason
they
why
did
they
break
should
a law
have to
that-
receive punishment for coming to the country undocumented. Like,
Because they did break a law, and they're also holding up all the other people
I'm sorry.
trying to.
So to clarify, you think someone should be deported for breaking the law, but you think someone who broke the law should also be president?
I mean, they literally made up a law to put.
No, they did not
Trump
make
in.
up a law. That's a ridiculous statement.
Yes, they did.
No, they didn't.
Yes, they did.
No, they didn't.
They raised misdemeanors.
Hold on. Wait.
to
Oh,
felony.
okay. Wait. You know what? You're making.
And they made up.
You know what? You made up a law.
They made it up in the
You
first
made up a law saying that undocumented immigrants should be fucking deported. You made up a law.
No,
you're
that's in the
you're,
Constitution.
you're saying that no, you made that up. The Constitution does not say that. You made it up. The Constitution does not say shit about deporting undocumented immigrants.
You can literally look anywhere. Undocumented immigrants, that's a crime.
But it doesn't say you have to deport them.
It doesn't explicitly state that, but that would be the reasonable thing to do.
Oh, and if you cared about the Constitution, why would you support a candidate that called for the termination of all rules, regulations, and articles, even those found in the Constitution? Please explain to me that. You're talking about enforcement of the law? Are you joking? You didn't care about the 60-plus courts that indicated no sufficient evidence to overturn the election. You didn't care about the criminal case against Donald Trump that proved him specifically to be a convicted felon, right? 34 felonies, right? You don't believe the democratic processes, the rule of law, and our court system. You don't believe that. What are you talking about?
We can go over hundreds, even thousands of posts, even on the Wall Street Journal, about literally getting rid of the Constitution from the Democratic Party's writers, if you would like.
Tell me specifically where Kamala Harris advocated to terminate all rules, regulations, and articles, even those found in the Constitution. Give me an example.
Nobody has wanted to get rid of all of them, but whatever.
Oh, but Trump did. Trump did. Look at this. Trump did. He called for the termination of all rules, regulations, and articles, even those found in the Constitution. That's a direct fucking quote from Donald Trump. That's a direct
Trump has
quote.
talked a lot of nonsense at rallies.
What?
Do you take everything people say literally?
Oh. Do you take it? Do you take what he said seriously?
Do you think that it's a bloodbath?
Answer that question. Answer that
that was
question.
gonna happen
Answer that
when you're
question.
Talking about the automotive
No.
industry?
Answer my question
You
specifically.
answer my
When he
question.
called for the
Give me some
termination,
respect.
when he called for the termination of all rules, regulations, and articles, even those found in the Constitution, did you take him seriously?
You're just looking to dunk on people here. Do you want a serious conversation?
You're
or
looking
not?
to not answer. I do want a serious conversation, but you're not providing me one. Answer the question. When he called for the termination of all rules, regulations, and articles, even those found in the Constitution, did you take that seriously?
No. And you're
No.
pigeonholing an
Why not?
entire
Why don't you
argument.
take Donald Trump seriously? You don't take him seriously? You don't take the president of the United States
Because
seriously?
he talks a lot of shit.
He doesn't take the. So, do you think it's an issue that like you can't take the president of the United States seriously?
I mean, Biden was falling asleep on the debate stage. I didn't take him
And
seriously then
is
either.
that okay? So but that's not true with Kamala Harris, is it? Isn't it like a bad thing that you
Yeah,
can't take
Kamala
the
is
president?
walking in
Isn't it a bad thing that you can't take the president of the United States seriously? Isn't that like a joke to the world stage? Doesn't that make him look weak? That you can't take him seriously?
On some things he says, no, you can't take him seriously. And there are countless reasons why.
But Biden.
If we want to go back to George Bush, the whole world didn't take him seriously. But he was another president, and he is
Why?
way
Wait,
more.
actually, why? Tell me why didn't they take George Bush seriously?
No one really did.
Why not?
Basically, the way he talked, a lot of the.
What about the way he talked?
A lot of the. Like, you'd say this is like a serious issue in wherever he was talking about, and they'd be like, "And watch this drive." I wasn't alive during his era.
If you think
but
that George,
most of the
if you
clips
think if you think that George Bush was not serious, I'm sorry. Do you currently know who's president of the United States?
Donald Trump.
But like, I thought you were gonna say it's because he lied about weapons of mass destruction, while Trump is also proponent the same type of argumentation now. But it is
mean, you
also the
really
case that
could
like
have.
it's laughable. It's laughable that you think that George Bush is not serious, but you think that Donald Trump is taken seriously. George Bush
That's
isn't taken
hilarious.
seriously, but Donald Trump is taken seriously. Are you joking? Not only people that he appointed
Neither
to
of them take
not only
themselves
people do
seriously.
people appointed to Donald Trump's own administration said that he was a laughing fool to foreign leaders around the world. Did you know that?
You are trying so hard to dunk on me for this, but it just makes no sense.
I'm not trying hard to dunk on you. This is really simple shit. This is white
Of
belt.
course.
These are white belt arguments. Okay, if you can't respond to these are basic level implications. You should be able to respond to.
Specifics about
If you
the-
think that I'm giving you some
Specifics
complex,
about the Bush presidency.
if you think
is-
I'm trying hard right now, I'm sorry. You are not knowing what's going on in any conversation. Ridiculous.
You're trying so hard and you just don't want to admit it, and then you
Seth,
mute me so that
Seth, I could be off of literally like 800 milligrams right now of elevation juice, and I would still be able to dunk on you, right? That wouldn't be a
I
problem.
thought there were no excuses here.
What's up?
I thought you didn't have excuses for, your mental state at the moment.
That was a joke, obviously. Like, dude, and I wouldn't have excuses then. I would still dunk on you.
I mean, you're having a lot of fun muting me in the middle of what I'm saying.
You're damn right.
I do like being brought onto the platform, but it's
Don't tempt
rather
me.
immature.
Don't tempt me, Seth. Don't tempt me. See, like, I really wouldn't do it if you didn't say it, like, as much. I really do. I do it more if you say it. Like, it just really, like, incentivizes me to do it.
I mean, that's fair. It is your live.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you. Good boy.
Did you want to actually talk about anything of substance?
Yeah,
I'm more than happy to.
go ahead.
Let's talk about his tariff policies. What do you think of those?
I think they're horrible. I think they're disastrous. I think they led to a multiple. They led to multiple from multiple. We went from multiple percentage points real GDP growth for multiple quarters under the Biden-Harris administration, and then once Trump got in office, because of his imposition of tariffs that were then paused, it then led to that multiple percentage points of growth to then there being 0.3% decline in real GDP. So, like an indication of maybe that we could be leaning towards a recession, especially if Donald Trump imposes tariffs, like actually, instead of just imposing them and then pausing them right after, and saying right before he pauses them, or unpauses them is like, sorry, I can't speak right now. Right before he pauses them, he says, "All right, now is a good time to buy." Right before he unpauses them.
I mean, why do you think he's doing all of that?
I can't speak right now, dude. Why is he doing that? Yes, because I think that he's insane. He's a lunatic. He's trying to make people money who are incredibly rich, right? Who are his good friends and good buddies. And he doesn't care about the law. He thinks that he's above the law. He thinks that he can engage in market manipulation from the position of the presidency and get away with it.
I'll give you that
because
to
he
a
was held
degree.
civilly liable of sexually abusing women. He got away with it because he was convicted criminal, right, of 34 felonies, and he got away with it. And he literally said he would date a 10-year-old girl in 10 years, and he got away with it. And he bragged about walking the changing rooms of girls in Team USA because he quote-unquote owns the place to inspect without their consent, and he got away with it. And you keep letting him get away with it by continuing to give this guy power. Stop letting him get away with all of these horrible things. He got away with January 6th. Right? With sending false slates of electors, electoral college to cast Trump votes when he didn't win to try to steal the election. He got away with that. People don't even talk about that in the media, like, at all anymore. Like, I feel like that's only talked about in niche spaces like this. Appreciate the
I mean,
crystal.
if
Thank
you'd
you so
like
much.
to get into those topics later, I'm more than happy to, but we were talking about tariffs. And you haven't even heard my perspective on it.
Go ahead.
yet.
Tell me, what's your perspective on tariffs?
I think that the tariffs are basically a political play to get better deals around the world for the United States on tariffs specifically.
To reduce tariffs?
Of course, they will cause a short-term turmoil because everyone's figuring it out. Everyone's fighting over it. It is a trade war, actually.
What's the goal?
The goal, part of it's already been accomplished, really. Most of the countries that don't have the same type of bargaining power have bent the knee. We're even seeing China accept a 10% tariff as opposed to their tariff last year of 20% and their tariff recently in the trade war of over 150.
That was because of Donald Trump leading to them increasing it. But so the goal, two goals that you've elucidated on in this conversation so far are bending the knee and reducing the tariff. I have a question. Canada and Mexico. Why did Donald Trump increase the tariffs on Canada and Mexico? Was it to bend the knee or was it to reduce tariffs?
Both.
Really? Because I just want to clarify, the USMCA already did that with Canada and Mexico. All right, and how you want them to bend the knee? They're our allies.
Okay, let me clarify the term since I was using it as a summary of someone who has really no power in the negotiations, realizing that. Like when that dude from Ukraine walked over and walked into the White House and started screaming on, actual live air, thinking that he has any right to do so.
Can you repeat that? I'm confused what you were saying.
I'm saying bend the knee. Bend the knee is a simplified term.
Wait, were you saying Zelenskyy was screaming?
Oh yeah, Zelensky's a joke.
No, were you saying Zelenskyy was screaming?
Screaming as a simplification of his tantrum, yes.
By the way, I watched this video. No, Zelenskyy was not screaming. Zelenskyy was totally calm. And JD, do you want me to pull the video up? I did a video on this.
Pretty sure right after JD Vance takes a poke at him, he gets real out of whack. He doesn't scream or anything, but he definitely throws a tantrum.
You're laughably wrong.
Okay, go ahead, pull it up.
I got you. I got you. Give me 1 second, chat. I'm gonna pull this up. I think that's actually insane. All right, give me 1 second. Oh, I think it's right here. Wait. There we go. Into a huge deployment
and destroyed a significant chunk of the country. The path to peace and the path to prosperity is maybe engaging in diplomacy. We tried the pathway of Joe Biden of thumping our chest and pretending that the President of the United States' words mattered more than the President of the United States' actions.
It's so crazy. Hold up, that's me responding.
And don't feel now, but you will.
Does he sound angry?
In the future. God bless.
You don't know that.
God bless. God bless. You will not have a war.
Don't tell us what we're going to feel. We're trying to solve a problem. Don't tell us what we're going to feel.
I'm not telling you.
Because you're in no position to dictate that.
That's exactly what you're doing.
You're in no position to dictate.
Why is Trump so rude? Zelensky's being so... not me ad-libbing. 1 second.
You will feel influenced.
We're going to feel very good and very strong.
You will feel influenced.
You're right now not in a very good position.
What, dude? You're right now. Hold up, please. Stop.
Allow yourself to be in a very bad position, and he happens to be right about it.
From the very beginning of the war.
You're not in a good position. You don't have the cards right now. With us, you start having cards. Right now, you don't. You're playing cards. You're playing cards.
Yes. Stop, Parker. Stop, Parker. Stop. Seriously, stop. You're done. Parker.
You're gambling with the lives of millions of people. You're gambling with World War III. You're gambling with World War III. And what you're doing is very disrespectful to the country, this country, that's back to you.
Trump is like screaming at him right now. What the fuck are you talking about?
Far
What?
more than a lot of people said.
Is it not disrespectful to not uphold literally the treaty that you signed with Ukraine, the Budapest Memorandum? What JD Vance? Can you
some words of appreciation for the United States of America and the president who's trying to save your country?
Laughable. What are you talking about? Atone for your sins.
All right, I was having some lag there. But yeah, basically, you know, from my memory, Vance said something that was definitely a jab at him, and then Zelenskyy responded, basically throwing a tantrum, and then all of that other stuff that we got to was played.
Wait, that was
We didn't seem to actually
wait,
get that.
I'm sorry. You think Zelenskyy in this scenario? You think he was the one that was unhinged?
I do think he escalated it. Yes.
Who was the one yelling? You have no
Yes, later on.
cards. You've got no cards. I promise you. You've got no cards. I promise you.
They were talking over him, and they're right. He had no cards to play. He was coming to our country to try to fix a war that
Dude, obviously,
realistically should
hold up. Come on. You cannot portray this
And he was
as
just asking for more.
you
money.
cannot portray this as Zelenskyy mad.
Do you want to go back to where JD said what he said, and then just
Save your
play
country
it?
with
Or are
Russia
we gonna skip
is
past
actually
that
going to
and
be
then
made
play
very
only
angry.
the part where Trump?
$10.
You
We
voted
gave
for
you
your
military equipment,
You
and you
voted
men
for
are
your
brave,
president.
but they had to use our military.
What about
If you didn't have
He's literally screaming your weapons, which they
Something
Maybe
new
less.
in 2 weeks? Of course, yes.
it's going to be a very hard thing to do business like this. I tell you.
Just say thank you.
I said a lot of.
Why is he keep say thank you? Please say thank you.
Just go-
Say thank you to the
just go
United
back.
States for literally stopping the aid that we're not giving to your country anymore so that you don't have the ability to defend yourself against Russia when we signed an agreement saying we would do that. Can you say thank
Just
you? What, Jay?
Just go. Can I speak?
Yeah, go ahead.
Just go back to the part where JD Vance was talking and had the floor,
Yeah.
where they weren't just talking over.
Here, let me just go back to not my video. Hold up. JD Vance, Trump, and Zelenskyy yelling. I literally promise it will come up. Here we are.
For 4 years in the United States of America, we had a president who stood up at press conferences and talked tough about Vladimir Putin, and then Putin invaded Ukraine and destroyed a significant chunk of the country. The path to peace and the
Is this
path
him
to
in the
prosperity.
beginning, or like where do you want me to go to? The beginning or near the end?
Basically the part where JD Vance stops talking, but it's definitely helpful to hear, you know, the minute before that.
Is maybe engaging in diplomacy. We tried the pathway of Joe Biden of thumping our chest and pretending that the President of the United States' words mattered more than the President of the United States' actions. What makes America a good country is America engaging in diplomacy. That's what President Trump is doing.
Can I ask you?
Sure.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay. So he occupied our parts, big parts of Ukraine, parts of East and Crimea. So he occupied it on 2014. So during a lot of years, so I'm not speaking about just Biden, but those time was Obama, then President Obama, then President Trump, then President Biden, now President Trump, and God bless, now President Trump will stop him. But during 2014, nobody stopped him. He just occupied and took. He killed people. You know what the contact line?
2015.
2014.
2014 is
2014?
Yeah, yeah. So
I was not here.
Yeah, but,
That's exactly
but
right.
yes, but during 2014 till 2022, yeah, the situation the same. The people have been dying on the contact line. Nobody stopped him. You know that we had conversations with him, a lot of conversations, my bilateral conversation, and we signed with him. Me, like a new president in 2019, I signed with him the deal. I signed with him, Macron and Merkel. We signed ceasefire. Ceasefire. All of them told me that he will never go. We signed with him gas contract. Gas contract. Yes, but after that, he broken the ceasefire. He killed our people, and he didn't exchange prisoners. We signed the exchange of prisoners, but he didn't do it. What kind of diplomacy GD you are speaking about? What do you mean?
I'm talking about the kind of diplomacy that's going to end the destruction of your country.
Yes, but if you are
Mr.
not
President, with respect, I think it's disrespectful for you to come to the Oval Office and try to litigate this in front of the American media. Right now, you guys are going around and forcing conscripts to the front lines because you have manpower problems. You should be thanking the president for trying to bring an end to this conflict.
Have you ever been to Ukraine that you say what problems we have?
I have been to.
Come on.
I've actually watched and seen the stories, and I know what happens is you bring them on a propaganda tour, Mr. President. Do you disagree that you've had problems bringing people into your military? And do you think that it's respectful to come to the Oval Office of the United States of America and attack the administration that is trying to prevent the destruction of your country?
A lot of questions. Let's start from the beginning. Sure. First of all, during the war, everybody has problems. Even you, but you have nice ocean and don't feel now, but you will feel it in the future. God bless.
You don't know that.
God bless. God bless. You will not have war.
Don't tell us what we're going to feel. We're trying to solve a problem. Don't tell us what we're going to feel.
I'm not telling you.
Because you're in no position to dictate that. Remember this. You're in no position to dictate what we're going to feel. We're going to feel very good. We're going to feel very good and very strong.
You will feel influence.
You're right now not in a very good position. You've allowed yourself to be in a very bad position, and he happens to be right about it.
From the very beginning of the war.
You're not in a good position. You don't have the cards right now. With us, you start having cards. Right now, you don't. You're playing cards. You're playing cards. You're gambling with the lives of millions of people. You're gambling with World War III. You're gambling with World War III. And what you're doing is very disrespectful to the country, this country. That's back to you. Far more than a lot of people said they should have.
Have you said thank you once this entire meeting? No, in this entire meeting, have you said thank you? You went to Pennsylvania and campaigned for the opposition in October. Offer some words of appreciation for the United States of America and the president who's trying to save your country.
Please, you think that if you will speak very loudly about the war,
He's not speaking loudly. He's not speaking loudly. Your country's in big trouble.
Can I answer?
No, you've done a lot of talking. Your country is in big trouble.
I know.
You're not winning. You're not winning this. You have a damn good chance of coming out okay because of us.
Mr. President, we are staying in our country, staying strong from the very beginning of the war. We've been alone, and we are thankful. I said thanks
you haven't
in
been
this
alone.
cabinet.
You haven't been alone.
We
gave you, through this stupid president, $350 billion. We gave you military equipment, and your men are brave, but they had to use our military. If you didn't have our military equipment, this war would have been over in 2 weeks.
In 3 days, I heard it from Putin. In 3 days. This is something
maybe
new.
less.
In 2 weeks, of course, yes.
It's going to be a very hard thing to do business like this. I tell you.
Just say thank you.
Said a lot of
except that there are disagreements, and let's go litigate those disagreements rather than trying to fight it out in the American media when you're wrong. We know that you're wrong.
But you see, I think it's good for the American people to see what's going on. I think it's very important. That's why I kept this going so long. You have to be damn good. You don't have the cards. You're buried there. Your people are dying. You're running low on soldiers. Listen, you're running low on soldiers. It would be a damn good thing. And then you tell us, I don't want a ceasefire. I don't want a ceasefire. I want to go, and I want this. Look, if you could get a ceasefire right now, I tell you, you take it so the bullets stop flying and your men stop getting killed.
Of course, we want to stop the war.
But you're saying you don't want a ceasefire.
I said to you,
I want a ceasefire.
With guarantees.
Because you'll get a ceasefire faster than an agreement.
Ask our people about ceasefire, what they think.
That wasn't with me. That wasn't with me. That was with
a
guy named Biden, who was not a smart person. That was with Obama.
It was your president.
Excuse me. That was with Obama, who gave you sheets, and I gave you javelins.
Yes.
I gave you the javelins to take out all those tanks. Obama gave you sheets. In fact, the statement is, Obama gave sheets and Trump gave javelins. You got to be more thankful. Because let me tell you, you don't have the cards. With us, you have the cards. But without us, you don't have any cards.
Caitlin,
I played the entire fucking thing for you. The entire thing for you. Tell me at what fucking point. Please describe to me at what point in that video was Zelenskyy yelling?
Well, do you want me to just give you my perspective on this? Because I feel like that's a
No,
lot more
I want you to tell me what he's when at what point he was yelling.
I do believe he threw a tantrum, which is what I clarified the yelling earlier.
What tantrum are you referencing?
Clarified that.
What? How does he how that is the most insane perspective. You watched that conversation and that's your position?
No, you didn't let me say my position. You said you wanted me to answer the question first.
Hold up. Dean wants to ask a question.
Do you want me to talk about it?
Wait, go for it.
Oh,
yeah.
wow. It's...
Hold on. Well, actually,
okay,
one second before you do. Go for it, Dean.
Yo, man, I could wait until you're done chatting here with Seth. Dude, I talked to Seth yesterday. He's like unbearable, but it was today. Sorry, it's been a long day, Seth, and you made it a long day.
I had 5 hours of sleep. Yes, it has been a long day. I was barely awake from talking to you.
But Parker, I just wanted to ask you for your take on what I'm about to speak here at the Aspen Institute about, particularly like what led to like the right winning the election, why you think like younger Americans are trending right, and if this isn't like an appropriate time, I don't mind like leaving you to your devices.
Go
and
for
I could
it.
also
Go for it. Go for it.
Yeah. So why do you think the right like when won the election? How do you think social media played into that? Because I think what I'm talking about is particularly, how like TikTok and social media as a whole kind of changed the outcome of the election, and maybe why it's like influencing trends in younger Americans to be more conservative compared to prior generations, and maybe like your perspective on what the left should do to kind of counteract that in future elections.
Okay, so it's multifaceted for me. So the main things that I would identify is that inflation. People bought that inflation is like is blaming like the incumbent presidency. Huge reason. People bought the bigotry targeted towards trans people and immigrants. Those are huge fundamental reasons. Like are what people bought in terms of like what led people to voting that way. And oftentimes I think those were like reinforced through the context of like social media, right? Particularly within the context of like within men specifically, whether it be like the Joe Rogans or like the Theo Vaughns or the people who are like the bro style content for a majority of the people who are just not as much who are politically involved, who are men. And not as much educated on the matter, is what shifted it. And not engaging with that type of community, I think, has held back, all right, like us from winning elections. Like in terms of like engaging with the social media, we don't have the digital media infrastructure on the left wing to be able to actively like respond to the level of right wing pipeline that has existed on the right for so long now. It's been embedded within our culture for a long time with figures such as Ben Shapiro, Charlie Kirk, and all the such, like that type of debater, those types of people who debate. So that's the type of content that has existed for young men, what they've been consuming. And that's what led to them like holding like these types of right wing opinions.
What do you think the left should do to kind of counteract this?
What should the left do to counteract this? We have to embed ourselves in culture, right? Make ourselves like, I think, politically, like not just viewed as political, right? And in sort of a non-political sense, right? Left-wing politics needs to be like and it's hard to say like political and not a non-political sense, but what I mean is just like people who are not political themselves, right? Adopting those types of views and just having that general type of view when they like address things, right? And that within the context of society, right, I think would be able to change things. So I mean like literally every aspect of society. I mean within the context of gaming culture, I mean within the context of gym culture, I mean within the context of culture surrounding people like engaging in makeup, right? Or like literally like any sort of niche, right? Within all niches, right? We need there to be like a sort of cultural revolution, right? Of anti-Trump message, right? It needs to be across all of the digital media space. It can't just be one particular niche. It can't just be us here, particularly on the debate niche on TikTok. We can only go so far, right? When it comes to changing the politics, it has to be the entirety of the digital media space. So I don't really know how we can build that infrastructure without sort of the DNC or the Democratic Party to some extent, like actually engaging with the space, right? It doesn't engage with the space at all, it seems, from what I've got on the back end. It seems like very, like, if anything, incredibly indirect and only if something blows up, right? And it just doesn't really make any sense what they're doing. I think that the right-wing culture is more like integrated to itself, and they're more willing to like share power, if that makes sense, within the sides of the Democratic or within the Republican Party.
That's really good insight, man. Thank you. That's great. When I was checking into the hotel that they have me staying at, the lady at the front desk told me that I'm the youngest person that they've ever seen speaking at this Aspen Institute thing. It's pretty crazy. Even like the hotel I'm in, we had like a concierge individual like walk us to our room, and like it's insane. I feel like I'm in a whole different world. But I mean, hopefully this will be like a good event to try to like kind of reach out to, those top 1%ers, because realistically that's who's here, to kind of help drive ideas in their heads of good places where they could put their money at to kind of further like this anti-Trump, pro-progressive narrative. That's ultimately my goal here. And I appreciate you for your insight. I think it's incredibly valuable. So yeah, I appreciate you for your time.
Of course, man. I appreciate you.
Have a good rest of your day.
You as well, man. Let me know how it goes.
I will. Peace out.
Peace out. Alrighty. Go for it, Seth.
Okay, so will you allow me to say the entirety of my viewpoint on this video that we were watching?
No, but go for it.
Okay, so Zelenskyy came to talk about peace. That was the entire point of that meeting, right? To talk about ending the war. He then went on to say, nobody helped me for the longest time. I signed a ceasefire once and it didn't matter. I don't want another ceasefire. The entire point of the talk, and Zelenskyy just completely invalidated it. And he just wants to ask more money and continue to attempt to win the war when he's had no progress in the last years. He is just basically compounding on the problem. And in reality, he should have been more than happy to sign a ceasefire. But instead, he decided to throw a tantrum on live air and ask for more money and more weapons to try to win a losing war.
So there was no tantrum. It was literally specifically to try to keep his country because the specific agreement that Donald Trump was specifically advocating for gave no ability to ensure that Ukraine would stay a country because it doesn't limit Russia from invading in the future.
I guess I can see that to a degree. There are obviously going to be some things you have to give up when you're coming to the table to talk about peace as the party with no cards.
Okay, I'm sorry, but like you calling it a tantrum is actually diabolical because we watched through
It's an oversimplification.
it's actually wrong.
Yes,
it's
it is.
it's actually it's disingenuous because we just watched it together.
Came to talk about
Hey,
peace,
Seth,
give me
Seth,
more
Seth,
money.
Seth. I just played the video. We watched it together. You cannot sit there and
Yes,
tell
we
me
did.
as we watched that together that Zelenskyy had a
You
tantrum.
don't see it that way, but I do.
No one else in the chat sees it that way. Who else? And I really, if anyone else sees that, like I genuinely would be like, what? Like I haven't seen a single comment that agrees with you.
Every Republican does.
No,
We won the popular vote.
I don't even think, I
55%.
actually genuinely, I don't even think Republicans would agree with you on that one. I don't even
I
think,
would
I
say
don't
they
even, I don't
agree
even
that
think MAGA would agree with you.
Stop.
I don't even think MAGA would agree with you. I think this is such a fucking insane take that a majority of MAGA would disagree with you.
So hold up, you're saying that the president would not agree with his own viewpoint? He is the figurehead of MAGA. You know how ridiculous you sound.
I said a majority of MAGA. I never said the president.
No, you said MAGA would not agree with you. This is literally MAGA's viewpoint from the two key members.
I'm referencing people, right, who are not Donald Trump.
Okay, sure, why not? Most of MAGA stands for what Trump says, to one degree or another. If you're trying to say that they disagree that we should end the war in Ukraine, you're just flat out wrong.
Well, a lot of people on the live recently have been advocating to fund Ukraine because they think it's justified that the
Yes, a
US...
lot of your viewers are Democrats.
No, what do you mean? I'm talking about people I'm debating. The people I'm debating are MAGA. What's up?
I do believe there's a lot of disingenuous debating. There was more on Dean's channel.
So to clarify, you think that they're fake Trump supporters?
Anyone looking for attention, sure.
Evelyn, thank you for the $2.
Or
Thank you. Hype, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Thank you. So, are you a fake Trump supporter?
I am not a fake Trump supporter. I'm pretty well
Wait, I'm
educated
confused,
on the
Seth.
matter.
What makes you different than any other Trump supporter I bring up on the live?
I've spent hundreds of hours researching it.
I'm not talking about research. I'm talking about in terms of me selecting you on the live.
There's no difference there. You're just rolling the
Hundreds
dice.
of hours of researching it? I fucking doubt that.
How many hours have you put in?
A hell of
Tell
a
me.
lot.
Yeah, exactly.
I can't even calculate
I
it for
don't
you.
go anywhere near you.
Dude, I put in gobs of hours. Like, dude, I'm talking like
Bro, it's
I'm
hard to
cracked.
say.
I'm cracked, bro.
You're like Charlie Kirk amount of hours.
No, I
That bro lives
might
in politics.
at this point have passed 10K hours on
It's
stream.
probably more, honestly. Yeah.
No,
Oh,
like
on
like
stream,
like, like
yeah.
let me think about it for a second. So each day I do 6 hours a day. 6 hours a day.
Mm-hmm.
Times 365. What is that? I can't do the math off the top of my head. It's like 1800 something, right?
You said 6 times 365?
Yeah.
Yeah, so It's 1800 and some change. Yeah.
No, it's we're not even close. It's 2190.
Oh. Wow, we didn't include
So
the
that means
other parts.
I mean each year I've been doing 2190. I'm getting close to 10K hours.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's like you would be a lot better suited to debate like Ben Shapiro or Charlie Kirk. I would love to see that, by the way.
I have.
Actually, yeah, did you do that on Jubilee? Was
Yeah.
it Charlie Kirk that time?
Yep.
Yeah. That was actually pretty fun. You actually gave him a pretty good run for his money. I've actually seen that one. You show up on Jubilee.
Yeah, and even since then I've progressed in terms of my views. So.
Mm-hmm. Well, that's good. Yeah, I think it's good to always, kind of be evolving your viewpoint to a degree. Obviously, I don't believe I'm at the end of my, political experiences or anything. There's plenty more for me to learn, and when people constantly ask about specifics, it is definitely hard to make a valid argument instead of just getting dunked on. And they're like, oh, which specific act of X, Y, and Z do you support? And it's like, I know a decent amount of general stuff and some specifics, but, I'm not quite that specific. I'm pretty knowledgeable.
You don't know a single policy?
No. I do know the general policies.
Can you give me a single specific policy?
Wait, you're doing the exact same thing Dean did. You're asking for specifics. That's hilarious. And then I say no.
I just want to let you know something. Dean and I are really
generalized policy.
Yeah, I just want to let you know. Dean and I are really good friends. A lot of the arguments that Dean are running are arguments he's got from me. We run a lot of the same arguments because we talk all the time.
Mm-hmm. I think asking for specifics to that extent is rather a disingenuous argument. You're basically looking for incredibly specific things, like very specifically to put when Elon Musk asks people to name a single thing that they saw on Twitter that was racist or bigoted or homophobic, and they're like, well, I can't name one right now. And then he's like, well, then you have no argument. Clearly there was issues with Twitter as it, went to X. But it's very easy to ask for specifics and then just dunk on the answer.
I think there's by the way, I think there's a distinction, right? Because when you're talking about voting, you want to ask about a specific policy from someone who's voting, right? In terms of why they support them, is very different than someone making a specific claim about someone and then not even being able to give examples to justify that claim. Those are completely different things, because one is literally something that affects everybody and is important in everyone's life, and you go out and vote. And it's an important aspect of our culture. And that when I'm talking to people who are voting, I would expect that you should at least be able to refer to a policy, like a singular one. You should be able to say the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act. You should be able to say that. It's not very complicated for you to be able to say the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act. You should be able to do that. You should be an informed voter. And if you're not an informed voter, I'm going to call that out. And I'm going to say that this is a problem. And you should be an informed voter. And you should be able to mention at least one specific policy. Literally just the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act. Right? Like,
let's look at
like if you could just mention that, I wouldn't even make a point from it. If you could just mention that, that's like the main policy that he had. It's so easy to remember, man.
Let's look at the big beautiful bill then. It's 1,100 pages.
So you do know a specific policy, geez.
Yes.
Bro.
But the thing about that one is that there's plenty in that I don't agree with.
Okay, so then...
And on top of that, it's so incredibly swamped up in nonsense. Who's going to read 1,100 pages?
Okay, so then you agree that it's bullshit and shouldn't be passed, right?
I think it's way too much spending, yeah.
Okay, well, we agree it shouldn't be passed.
Yeah.
Okay, so then name one policy you support of Trump's.
We'll say is border controls, getting border crossings, illegal ones, down to the lowest possible amount, and also stopping the trade of fentanyl to the best of his ability.
You can't say it on the live, man. Unfortunate. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube. We should be on for another hour and a half or so. What's up, how old are you? By the way, everyone, tomorrow I should be on super early. Super early. I think like I'll be on 10 a.m. my time. To like, and I'll be on to like 5 p.m. my time. So just letting everyone know I will be on early tomorrow. And then I know again, everyone, but it's because I have plans. And then the next day I'll be back to like later in the day. So I just want to let everyone know. You what's up, how old are you? Or actually, wait, I will be getting off at 5, so I might be on at 11 actually. Yeah, I think that's the right math. Why did I say? Why did I think that was 6 hours? I'm dumb. I might be on earlier. We'll see. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I love you, Parker. Okay, you have a good day. I just woke up.
I appreciate you. I'll be on like either 10 or 11 tomorrow morning. W for them though. I will at 10, 11, something like that. I'll be on. You know what's up? How old are you?
Hello, 20.
Do you support Trump?
Yes.
Why so?
Because of his abortion legislation and
have I talked to you before?
Yeah.
Bye. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you do support Trump. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
What?
Do you support Trump?
Okay. All right. I'll call you.
Kim, do you support Trump? Hello? Did she say give us a second or? Chat, I actually don't know. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 23.
Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
Why so?
Mostly the whole immigrant thing, because me myself, I'm an immigrant as well. But I did it legally, and I don't agree with people doing it illegally.
By the way, do you have any Bluetooth device connected?
Hold on, yeah.
This is really hard
Hello?
to hear you. Yeah, it's a lot easier to hear you now. Jeanette, thank you so much for pushing the $20 for. Yep, it is that time. It is that time.
Hello?
Yeah, what's up?
Yeah. Did you hear what I said?
Yeah, why do you support Trump? Sorry.
Because I don't agree with the illegals that could stay in America, because I'm an immigrant myself, but I did it legally, so
Do you think
that's mostly it.
Do you think the legal process should go faster?
100%. But that doesn't mean people that cross this border should stay. Because they know they did it illegally.
I have a question. Are you saying that you should always enforce? Are you driving, by the way?
I'm sitting in a tractor, if that's okay.
Are you driving it?
It's on autopilot. It's not breaking the law. I mean, it's private property.
I know it's not breaking the law, but I think it would be against TikTok TOS. I would assume that's against TikTok TOS still. I'm sorry. You should come on another time when you're not in the tractor. I would love to debate you. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
53.
Do you support Trump?
100%.
Why? Are you driving?
No, I'm not.
Okay. Why do you support Trump? 100%.
Because he's doing exactly what he said he was going to do, and that's why nearly 77 million Americans elected him.
What did he say he's going to do?
He did say that he was going to put tariffs in order, and he's done that. He's generated billions of dollars. The interest rates have not gone up; they've gone down. Inflation has gone down. There has been no illegals at the rate coming across our border. He's bartered and negotiated peace in the Middle East, the nuclear facilities that Iran had. What else? What do you have against him?
Okay, so yeah, to clarify, to say that Donald Trump has negotiated peace in the Middle East is like the most insane take ever, when he just chose to do a bomb, or he chose to bomb Iran, right? And then he posted to social media a music video. A music video of him, literally the song playing bomb, 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 Iran, bomb, bomb. Like literally, he's trying to make a spectacle out of it. What do you mean peace in the Middle East? What are you talking about?
Do you know where bomb Iran?
What'd you say? Repeat that.
Do you know where that song originated from?
Do I know where the song originated from? No, I don't know where the song originated from.
Well, it originated from the hostages being held in Iran for 444 days from 1980 until Reagan took office. And on the day of his inauguration, Iran realized that we had a strong person in office again. And that song originated before Reagan ever took office, but after his election. So that's not something that Trump created.
But he posted it to his social media as a means
I'm glad he did. Do you trust anyone that says that they want to use nuclear weapons to completely destroy Western society?
That's not what they said. By the way,
that's exactly what Iran said.
No, it's not.
They want to take out. They want to.
They never said they wanted to use nuclear weapons.
Accept the facts, and you only want to look through it through a crystal clear vision of your own creation.
Can I ask you a question?
That says, "Oh, they're great people there." Listen
to what I'm saying.
The Iranian people do not support the Ayatollah. Okay, get it through your thick head.
Wait. I'm not claiming specifically that the government is really good in Iran. I'm not making that claim.
Well, then what the hell's the problem? If you got somebody across the street,
can I finish?
Screaming at you that they're going to take you and your family out.
Hey, let me address this. Why did Donald Trump pull out of the nuclear peace agreement?
Because it was a bullshit deal.
What was bullshit about it?
Pushed the can down the street. Whenever the enrichment, that was never part of the nuclear deal that Obama put together.
Okay,
there was zero enrichment.
Do you want me to let you know something?
I don't need you to tell me anything, buddy. I'm 53 years old, way more intelligent than you, and highly more educated than you in this matter. Now, what I'm trying to get you to understand is to remove your feelings, open a fucking book, shut your mind off from the media, and actually have your own fucking opinion.
I do. Now let me address this. Now this is a tantrum chat. In terms of pushing,
it is me being sick and tired of little punks like you trying to dictate how we should fucking feel.
Proves my point.
We're grown ass adults, kid.
Proving my point. So you said push the can down the street. Did you know that bombing the nuclear enrichment facilities in Iran only pushed the can down the street by like 3 months?
And how do you know that? Are you
3
a
months?
nuclear weapons?
We had peaceful negotiations prior. I got that from AP News.
You got it from AP. That's a great format in which you get your information.
Yeah, it absolutely is. What's
the
wrong with
Ayatollah was called to Turkey to have a face-to-face with Trump, and he decided he would not do that. He neglected any peace offering and any negotiation, and then continued with the enrichment. That's why he got his ass bombed.
You know that they specifically hold up. Clarify. Wait, so there is no peace.
There's no peace in the Middle East with a country like Iran for the last since 1979, since the
So to
Islamic
clarify,
Revolution.
Donald Trump did not broker peace in the Middle East.
Oh, he brokered peace in the Middle East with the exception of Iran. Iran is not in the Middle East, partner.
What?
Iran does not.
Iran is in the Middle East.
I understand that, but you're not hearing me, just like you don't listen when adults talk.
I'm an
Iran
adult.
does not mean the entire Middle East, son.
I understand. I never said that Iran is the entire Middle East.
Well, that's what you implied by making such a ridiculous statement.
No, I
like
never
you
did. I never did that.
What about the Abrams Accord? You want to talk about that? The Abrams Accord?
Okay, so you're talking about from his
No,
prior.
no. Son, hey, listen to me. If you want to talk about peace, let's talk about the Abrams Accord.
That was from his prior administration, his first term, and that specifically.
And who did away with that?
What do you mean? Who did away with that?
Who did away with the Abrams Accord?
Tell me.
Who pulled us out of the Abrams Accord?
Tell me.
Biden and Harris pulled us out of the Abrams Accord.
And tell me, why did they do that?
Which completely destabilized the
Can I
entire
ask you a
Middle
question?
East.
Can I ask you a question? Why did they do that?
Why?
Yeah.
I don't know. You have to ask every other fucking liberal idiot out there that plays pacifist and uses their feelings instead of facts and sends money to Iran at the tune of over $120 billion.
We never send $120 billion to Iran.
Well,
That's a ridiculous
I
claim.
expect you to do your homework.
So, wait, I
and
have.
listen to the AP.
I want you to listen to quick. So the money that you're referencing in terms of the nuclear peace agreement, it was nowhere near the hundred and something billion dollars that you're referencing. We unsanctioned funds, unfroze bank accounts that they specifically had, right, in order to get them to accept a nuclear peace agreement where we had 24/7 third-party surveillance of their nuclear enrichment facilities.
Listen to me. Let me ask you a question. Do you give funds that are held up in a jail back to a drug dealer and expect them not to buy drugs and continue to sell that on the street?
Okay, I'm sorry. Like, you understand that we give money to Israel, and Israel also funded Hamas and funded different terrorist organizations around the world.
No,
right?
they didn't fund them.
Yes, they did.
They
So
did
did the
not
United
fund
States.
them.
So did the United States.
You are twisting the facts.
The United States has funded terrorist organizations around the world.
Had an agreement at one time, and Israel gave money to Palestinian people who were being run by Hamas. And none of that money went to the Palestinian people. It went to fund terrorist activities by Hamas.
No. I'm saying direct funding in the past.
No, you're not.
What you're saying
You're
is
not saying that.
the idea
You're
of
just
the
making up
aid
bullshit.
and specifically went to Hamas is ridiculous.
Listen, buddy,
most of the aid that's being
I want you to
restricted
do
into
me a
Gaza,
favor.
most of the aid that's being restricted into Gaza is because of Israel. Amber, thank you for $5. Clara, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so much. Sarah, thank you for so much for the 100 Canadian dollars. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much, Sarah. Hyped, thank you so much. Appreciate the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. I know, right? Thank you. Annie, thank you for the $20. Thank you so much. Yeah, I know we never pulled out the Abraham Accords. I was about to say that, but he just fucking ran away. Why did he run away? I was just about to say that to him. I was literally going to say that. Like, dude, it's so brutal. He ran away. Why did he, dude? He was furious. Like, what was wrong? John, come back in the live. Let's finish that conversation. Don't run away, man. Don't run away. Seriously, John, get back in the box right now. I'll see you in the box. I'm gonna look for you right now. I better see you join back. Come back, John. Get back in the box, John. Hop back in the box. Hop back in the box, John. Nina, thank you for the $5. Thank you, Chase. Thank you for the membership subscription. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. Eli, thank you so much for the $5. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it, Eli. Thank you. Rachel, thank you for the $1. I appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. Michael, thank you for the $5. John, thank you for the $5. Thank you. I have no clue. Abigail, thank you for the $5. Thank you. All right, let's go on to the next person. I don't know why he ran. Yo, what's up, how old are you? Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. Why did he run? Very unfortunate, everyone. Let's go on to the next person. If you're MAGA, type in the comment section right now, and I'll bring you up if you want to join in. If you're 18 plus, you did vote for Donald Trump, and you support him. All right. You, it's how old are you? How old are you? Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yeah, that's a good question. It's like a little browner.
Let's go on to the next person. Please, everybody, only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. Pre, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much, Dewey. Thank you for the $50. Thank you so much on Cash App. Thank you so much, Dewey. Let's get some W's for Dewey in the comment section right now. Thank you so much. W's for Dewey. Thank you. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Man, I didn't mean to request.
You're good. You're good. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hi, how are you? I'm 18.
Do you support Trump?
I do. I just had a quick question for you.
What's your birth year?
My birth year is 2006.
What month?
March.
You'd be 19.
No, I would not.
2006 would be 19 if you were born in March. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
26.
Do you support Trump?
Yes.
Why
to an
so?
extent. Well, when I voted for that guy, he had some policies that I was in favor of, such as, well, first off, the tariffs and peace. However, what I'm seeing is a little concerning to me in the last few months. But we could debate that.
You think
if you want.
Donald Trump's brought about peace? And Cameron, thank you for the 20 pounds. Thank you so much, Cameron. I really appreciate it on YouTube Super
I
Chat. Thank
see
you.
that he's taking us closer to war. I don't know what he's thinking. I think there's a tug of war in his administration. He is standing up against Israel a little bit, not as much as I want him to, but more than the Joe Biden administration has ever had. So, for example, in the beginning,
How's he standing up to Israel? Anyway, like,
Well,
that's meaningful.
well,
Other than he just said the word fuck.
Israel wants America to get in the war with Iran and just destroy Iran. And there was a plot to kill Khomeini, and Trump, according to him, I don't know if this is true or not, stopped it. He didn't want to kill the
According to Trump.
Yes, according to Trump. I mean, yeah.
Okay, I don't take Trump as a source.
Mm-hmm. Well, here's my question to you, sir. Why didn't Biden stop the war in Gaza? Why hasn't he done that? With all due respect.
I mean, I definitely disagree with the Democrats' pro-Israel position. So I would definitely say I disagree with that. Why didn't they? Because they hold a pro-Israel position.
Both parties are pro-Israel. Can we agree on that?
Yeah. I do acknowledge that. And I think that's bad.
Exactly, and I hope that can change. Now, unfortunately, I'm not saying that Trump isn't. Trump obviously is pro-Israel. He has $230 million behind him from AIPAC. But I think there are people on the right, for their own reasons, that are against us being involved in the Middle East. We could argue why. Maybe the why isn't a moral.
Oh, hello.
Yeah, hello. Yeah. So basically, they have their own reasons why they're against the war. But unfortunately, the Democrats have shown us that they don't really care to stop the war. I'm talking about politicians and media.
So I have a question. Would you like vote for Donald Trump?
I did vote for him in the last election. Yes.
Would you still, if you could go back in time?
Right now, not really.
Okay. All right. Let's go on to the next person. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey, Parker, how are you?
Do you support Trump?
I do.
Why so?
His status on immigration is one of my biggest things that I support.
Like what on immigration?
Just removal of people that are here illegally, specifically to reduce, violent crime from those people in general, as well as protecting the, national citizens in those states.
You said removal of undocumented immigrants to reduce violent crime, right?
Correct.
In a nominal sense or crime rate?
Well, just in terms of the total violent crime from those people, I mean, we're trying to
in a nominal sense.
That.
So, like, would
Sure,
you
yeah.
would you want to ban tourism because it would reduce violent crime in a nominal sense?
No, I mean, tourism is a big part of your economy, but in terms of people that are in terms of people that are committing violent crimes, there needs to be a better process of doing those things, and because of that, it's caused great issues, like in the Lake and Riley situation, for example.
Okay. Well, we can talk about that in a second, but I just want to let you know that undocumented immigrants commit violent crime, drug crime, and property crime at lower rates, multiple times lower rates than natural-born U.S. citizens. The idea that undocumented immigrants, like the removal of them, would like reduce violent crime is ridiculous, because it is the case that actually a greater portion of the population being undocumented immigrants would actually reduce our crime rate as a percentage of the population.
Yeah, but that's skewed because there's so many more Americans than people that come across the border, so the percentages there are different. Additionally,
we're talking per capita rates. I said per capita rates.
Well, I do think that's different based on how many violent acts that we have committed in America, with such a high prospect of violence that's driven by a lot of media issues. But violent crimes committed by illegal immigrants, don't you agree that that's such a big issue proportionally, because they're people that shouldn't have been here originally anyway?
No, because it is the case that I think that anyone in the country who hasn't committed a violent crime or bad crime shouldn't be deported. If someone's committed a violent crime or bad crime, they should be deported on the condition that they'll be put in a prison in another country. And it'll be easier for law enforcement to identify them, because they won't be as worried about trying to deport people who haven't committed violent crimes or bad crimes.
And I think we're in agreement there. But don't you think that these illegal immigrants specifically have already committed crime? I mean, their criminal history starts with them coming across the border.
Not a bad crime. Not a bad crime. Like I just don't consider all crimes to be something that like someone should be punished for. There are certain crimes that you shouldn't be punished for. Like, do you think people should be punished for jaywalking, or should be punished specifically for going on an illegal app such as TikTok? That is the only reason it's not currently being enforced to be illegal, is because of the Trump administration not enforcing the law.
Well, so the Trump administration gave it an extension, which is within their rights to do. They have the ability to do that.
It's actually at this point against the law because they don't have a deal.
Yeah, but it's wouldn't you put it within equivalency of like extending the debt ceiling?
The extension is just in terms of saying don't enforce it within this period. That's all it's saying.
And again, I mean that's within their rights. I mean, they have the ability to do that.
But you understand that that's not valid legally, right? It's still like him just not enforcing the law.
Well, it's more of like putting a pause. For example, I wanted to give the example of like when they have to come to agreement. Like, my dad works for the federal government. Like, when they have to come to an agreement on the debt ceiling or whatever, and it can put a pause on the federal government. I think it's within the same parameter. I don't have as much of an issue with that, even if it is by direct letter of the law potentially illegal. I don't know the specific terms there. I don't think it's causing anybody any issues to allow creators on an app to allowed to continue their business, when this is something that was pushed by the former administration.
Dude. I'm using the app right now. Of course, I don't think using the app is wrong. The point that I'm making specifically is that just because something's a law doesn't mean that we need to enforce it, right? It depends whether or not the law is justified. It depends on whether or not the law is justified to exist.
So you think illegal immigration is unjustified? Having a law that prevents people specifically from coming illegally into the United States from Mexico, mostly on average, is not justified?
It's not Mexico mostly, but in terms of people coming to the country, if you haven't committed a violent crime or bad crime, I don't see a good reason to restrict them from coming to the country.
Are you saying that less people undocumented immigrants are coming from Mexico than any other country? Is that what your position
I'm
is?
saying that like you can't indicate a majority of immigrants are from Mexico. Pew Research indicates otherwise.
Well, but highest percentage of border crossings that they're tracking are coming from the southern border. That's just something we've seen. However, I guess
I'm not disputing that, but like to say
Sure.
that people
Which
are
is-
specifically
that's all I'm
coming from
suggesting.
Mexico is all the point that I was disputing.
Well, that's the southern border, though. I mean, it borders essentially mostly Mexico in general by a contingency standpoint. So I'd love to hear your position on. I am conservative. I'm coming from a Republican point of view. Why do you not think it's a big issue for millions of illegal immigrants to come over the border? And then I specifically would like to hear your thoughts on why you don't think it's a problem for them to come over and then take American tax dollars in the forms of their qualifying in California specifically for like Medicare, food stamps. They're paying for their housing. They're paying for cell phones in certain situations and taking money out of a local economy. And then we see the struggles in states like California and why you don't think that's as much of an issue in the immigration standpoint.
I live in California. I live in Los Angeles. I don't know what the hell you're talking about. Undocumented immigrants don't qualify for federal money at all. They get nothing from the federal government. They pay into federal, state, and local taxes over $100 billion in 2022. Okay. Along with the fact that undocumented immigrants have a higher labor force participation rate than natural-born U.S. citizens, meaning they work more than a typical American. So it is the case that they're going to provide more into the system. You know that, right? Especially if they're given legal citizenship. If someone hasn't committed a violent crime or bad crime, I see no reason to deport them.
So it's a federal crime to cross the border, and I
just want to clarify. Just because something's illegal doesn't mean that we care.
Right, and you've mentioned that. However, I think in this case, because of the potential, and again, I work in cardiology. We have a lot of undocumented immigrants. We have heart disease that disproportionately affects Black and Mexican communities, and so we treat a lot of these patients. A lot of them do not have insurance, but they actually qualify for Medicaid in a lot of cases. So that is taking money from American tax dollars, and we're applying it to people who are not actually American citizens. So do you not feel like that's an issue to be using our money? And then as a separate example, I don't want to get these two confused, in New York, I mean, it's a different state, but they're giving hotels and they're giving, they're busing people there and they're giving them cell phones and food.
You're talking about people who are going through the legal asylum process. What's wrong with that?
Some of them are going through the legal asylum process, but you can't, not all of the people that were being provided those resources were in that asylum process. Can you provide me
any evidence?
I mean, just what was reported by different outlets about the amount of, by total numbers. There's lots of different outlets, specifically on X. Yeah. I feel like a lot of people
on X is not a source.
Correct. It's a general source where people can post news and then real-time snippets of things that they're seeing and reports that they're having.
Yeah. Did you know that Parker Get a Job is on X, and Parker Get a Job says that this isn't a thing?
Say that again.
Did you know Dean Withers is on X, and Dean Withers says that this didn't happen?
Correct. I mean, you're going to have differing things based, like, for example, CNN and Fox might say different things. However, there's been some reports. It's the same thing as like in the case where, they said people weren't killing dogs in certain situations and then eating them when they had the Haitian immigrants. And there was documented footage that people were posting of that happening.
No, wrong. You fucking liar. You're still proponing that lie today. Are you kidding? Stop. The Haitian immigrants were not eating cats and dogs. That was a lie. The video that you're referencing specifically is of someone from Canton, Ohio, who's a natural-born U.S. citizen. And the only fucking reason that you're associating to be a Haitian immigrant is just because they're Black. That's literally the only reason. You just assume specifically that they're a Haitian immigrant, right, that is eating a cat and dog specifically because it is the case that that they're Black. That's literally the only reason, right? That person was from Canton, Ohio, right? And they were going through a mental breakdown. They're a U.S.-born citizen. Okay. Don't trivialize the experiences that they went through, specifically to propone your hate and bigotry, right, targeted towards the Haitian community, right, that came through a legal process in this country, and were literally asked to go to those particular communities like Springfield, right? People in the Springfield asked for people to show up. They asked for people to come, and when people came, right, you're claiming that's a bad thing? Nafi, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much for. Can you wish my friend, Girthday Quake Venus a happy birthday? Absolutely. Happy birthday. Happy birthday. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. I appreciate the $5. Thank you. Thank you. You were saying, Tim? Tim, are you there? Oh, you're muted.
Sorry about that. I didn't want to interrupt you. I apologize. I find it interesting that you said, I had hate and bigotry towards the Haitian community. I don't. I feel like there's a lot of tragedies, and it's really sad in what's happening in Haiti right now. They're going through a lot, and they're a very underdeveloped country. But
So then
that's
why are you proponing lies specifically that it is the case that the Haitian community is eating cats and dogs in the United States? Right. That
what?
And they're
It's an
undocumented
example that was given,
as a
and
proponent
people
lie
from
that
those
Donald Trump
communities were
engaged in.
posting on open source platforms that this was happening, and other people were saying it wasn't happening. But there was a large.
What are you talking
portion of
about? Can you
people-
tell me where you saw this post?
This is X specifically, which is the
It's
number
on
one
X.
news source in
On
many,
X.
many countries.
Oh my
many
Jesus
countries. But there's
He went on
real
X.
time.
I can't. You can't make this shit up. You can't make it up. He's like, dude, I saw shit on Twitter.
I'm just saying. I mean, that is the number one news source in a lot of areas, and it does show real time footage. And then there's a lot of not blocked footage as well that you can see on that, rather than a lot of sources. And then it's just posts from creators rather than from people who are paid to have opinions on certain news networks, which our generation.
People are paid to have opinions on X.
No, I'm referencing other news networks in comparison to X, like Fox News or CSN. Or
Well, I just want to clarify on X, you're literally paid more if you're a conservative.
Okay, but you know what? Most people on X that are posting aren't verified, I would assume, in general. And there's a lot of posts in general. So
you're talking about people who make money from it, right?
No. I was just making a reference point to open source platforming, and then the mass of creators, rather than people on like Fox or CNN or MSNBC that are paid to have opinions. So I think
Okay,
that just got
I want you to actually give me like a source.
Okay, you know what? I can't look it up right now while I'm on TikTok, but I couldn't provide that for you.
I'll give you time to look it up. God bless. Thank you for the $5. Thank you so much.
Can I just press pause on the mic and then go look?
Yeah, go for it.
Oh, I didn't know. Okay, cool.
Alrighty, let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the bio. As well as if you want to support me, you can support me over YouTube Super Chat, everybody. Alrighty, let's go on to the next person. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. Let's go on to the next person here real quick. Please, everybody, only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump, everybody. Alrighty, everyone, give it 1 second. I'm trying to get someone up here. If you're MAGA, type in the comment section right now and we'll bring you up here. If you're MAGA, type in the comment section right now. We'll bring you up. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
22.
Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
Why so?
On his policies of removing illegal people first, about all the stuff that he's doing about the war with Israel and Iran as well.
Okay, hold up. Let's address this. So, you when people, I don't know what you mean by illegal people. You mean like undocumented immigrants?
Yeah.
Okay.
He's,
Yeah. So undocumented immigrants. Why do you want every single undocumented immigrant to be deported?
Because they not should be here. They're here because they came illegally, passing the border.
So to clarify, you shouldn't be in the country if you've committed a crime.
Correct.
Okay, but you should become president if you're a criminal.
No.
So if you're a criminal, you shouldn't become president.
Yeah, but that's not the point. The point is that people.
I have a question. Did you know that Donald Trump's a criminal?
Yeah. Why so?
So if you don't want a criminal to be president, then would you regret voting for Donald Trump?
I mean, but what are the legal things that he did? If you want to help me with
34
that.
felonies. Per political
34
criminal.
felonies. And who? But so he got away with that, or he just, because he became president,
Because he became president, they didn't put him in prison.
And before that, what happened?
What do you mean?
They just discovered
he
that
was convicted.
But they just found out that when he became president that he had 34 felonies, or they found out.
It was found out before, but they waited to sentence until after he was going to be elected.
Okay, but yeah, okay. So coming back to my question, so you think people that are committing a crime, passing the border illegally, they should be here or not?
If they haven't committed a violent crime or a bad crime, I think they should be given a pathway to citizenship where they don't have to leave the country.
I mean, but coming into the country illegally, not legal, that's a crime, right? Or not?
A misdemeanor. Who cares?
What do you mean?
I don't really care.
Oh, so somebody could go to your house and start doing dishes and you won't care because they're doing dishes?
No, I will, because it's my private space, and I think there's a distinction between that. Do you want me to tell you why that there's a distinction? I think there should be an open border. By the way, I don't believe in open border in terms of our overall federal government, but I'm just giving this as an explanation. I believe in open border between Nevada and California. That doesn't mean I believe that people from Nevada should just be able to fucking come into my house and do dishes.
Okay. Well, that's okay. I mean, that's kind of different, but
does that make sense though?
A little bit, yeah, but it doesn't apply for all the people that are coming illegally, because technically, United States, I'm an immigrant myself, but I came legally. You, as an American, you don't want your privacy, in this case, your country, to be exposed to those people that are coming illegally.
If someone's in the country and they haven't committed a violent crime or bad crime, I believe they should be given a pathway to citizenship. What is wrong with me as an American citizen being like, this person should be allowed to stay?
Wait, repeat your question?
What's wrong with me saying that as an American citizen, that undocumented immigrants who have not committed violent crimes or bad crimes, right, should be given a pathway to citizenship and should be allowed to stay? What's wrong with me as an American citizen doing that?
Nothing, but they should be coming to your country legally. So okay.
Wait. I don't care though. As long as they haven't committed a violent crime or bad crime, and as long as they want to go through the pathway to citizenship when they're in the country, that's totally fine.
Okay, so let me ask you this question. So if you were, let's say you're the president, right? And the border is open, but I mean it's not open to people to come like that, as people crossing rivers and stuff to come to the country, but you knew that all those people are good people. Will you let those people in, or you would rather them to come legally, like on a plane, or you don't care, you just rather them cross the river and come to your country? Which one would you rather choose?
I would prefer that they were able to go through the legal pathways very quickly through going through an airplane and just talking to authorities, or going through whatever method they would specifically like to travel here. I don't think there should be an enforced mechanism for them to travel here.
So if you had a way to remove all the criminals, how will you do it? Because
it'll be easier for law enforcement to deal with anyone who has committed a violent crime or bad crime if it is the case that they aren't focused on deporting people who are non-violent and who haven't committed crimes or bad.
But how do you find the people that are doing crimes and stuff? They're not legal here. You don't have any information of that people.
In the same way that we're doing so right now.
I mean, yeah, because they're taking everybody, I guess, right?
No, you don't just take everybody. I'm saying, actually, let me clarify. Not the same way we're doing right now. The same way that we were doing prior with due process, right? You identify that people who are in the country, right, who have committed violent crimes or bad crimes through due process, have committed those crimes, right? And by looking at through due process.
Wait. So let's say somebody came illegally right now, and they just went to Walmart and steal, I don't know, a shirt. And then
I wouldn't
they go
deport someone
tomorrow.
for stealing a shirt.
No. Listen, so they came illegally and they started stealing stuff every day for, I don't know, 6 months, right? And
What did they steal?
groceries every day.
Okay. I
But let
mean,
me let me finish my
if they
question.
just
Let me
stole
finish my
basic stuff
question.
for them to survive, I don't think that they should be like,
Yeah, but
you
let me
know,
finish
like
my question. So they're
deported.
stealing stuff.
I
They're
think that you,
stealing
I think that
stuff.
you can try to like, try to, like limit them from doing that without deporting them.
Yeah, but well, first they came illegally. They're doing bad stuff. We're giving them the opportunity to be in this country, to be a better human, I guess, and do good stuff. They rather not. So they rather come here, get our help, right? Get United States help, and start stealing stuff from American people, from good people. So to finish my question, how will somebody find out that that person was stealing from Walmart groceries for 6 months if you don't have it in the records? He came illegally.
Cameras.
How are you gonna find out? Huh?
Walmart has cameras.
Let's say they haven't catch him. They didn't get to catch him.
Then you don't know.
Exactly. So there's people that. Why are you doing that?
I'm confused how you remedy that.
So you don't know exactly. So there's a lot of people that they're doing bad stuff and nobody knows. Correct?
Same with U.S. citizens.
Yeah, but the U.S. citizens are U.S. citizens.
I'm gonna cry. Wow, I really didn't know that. U.S. citizens are U.S. citizens.
Yeah, but they were born here, you know?
Not all U.S. citizens were born here.
Well, yeah, I know. But still, well,
Everyone
another
can get
question.
a round of applause for that. That was amazing.
Okay, another question to avoid that. Okay. Let me know when you're ready. You're done? All right, thank you. How do you think Kamala Harris would have handled the war versus Israel and Iran?
Come on, are you gonna just pivot from that, bro? Come on. Let's finish having that conversation.
No, wait, because you started uploading, so I guess you're done with that, right?
No, I started applauding because I really think that was just really good information that you just provided.
All right. So yeah, how do you think she would have handled that war?
Do you not want to finish talking about that? Do I need to start giving
About
you
what?
some more applause?
About what? Oh, the citizen thing?
That was insufferable. Cameron, thank you for the 20 pound. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I don't add people up through donos. I appreciate it though. Thank you so much.
Parker, do you mind if I asked you a different question with the time that I have left?
Nina, thank you for the $5. Thank you. I'm not quite sure, Nina. You didn't find your source? You didn't find the points?
No, looks like you were correct on that. On the specifically the Haitian immigrants one. I mean, nobody ever found any credible evidence of any kind. It was refuted by multiple different places. There's 1,000 individual posts, it looks like, in general, but nobody found any credible evidence. So that one you're totally correct on. So.
All right, for sure. Go for it. What's your question?
Oh yeah, just a totally different topic. I was just curious about your thoughts on America and Iran and the kind of, I guess, overall impact, as well as thoughts on the collusion between Israel and America versus Iran in this situation.
Well, I mean, I don't want to be allies with Israel. I completely disagree with that in the very first place. Yeah. I am going to mute you while I answer this. So I definitely disagree with our allyship with Israel. That's very one thing. Secondly, I don't think that we should be like bombing Iran. It's only like set them back a few months, right? And it is the case that it risks global conflict. along with the fact that I, prefer the original deal with the nuclear peace agreement, and I would like some sort of diplomatic, peaceful negotiation to be able to get to that point. And Laura, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you.
So you feel like Iran investigating their own nuclear weapons program? Do you feel like America's justified in suggesting that could have global repercussions in general?
Well,
Which
it wasn't Iran, investigating themselves. We had third-party surveillance 24/7, which is the most level of surveillance we've ever seen.
They're trying to
ever.
obtain. It's okay, buddy. They're trying to obtain their own nuclear weapons in general, which is what they were investigating. Is trying to get to that capability. Do you feel like that's an issue globally, which is the justification that America gave for the attack?
Sorry. I was, baby. I was thinking baby. I apologize.
I'm sorry. I have a 7-month-old son, and he banged.
No, you're totally you're totally okay. I was actually just like, literally my brain immediately went to baby. So it's nothing like your fault or anything.
I'll just repeat. America justifying the attack with Iran was that they were trying to obtain their own nuclear weapons, which is potentially a global issue. Do you feel like that was justified from America's point of view?
No, I don't think America should have bombed Iran. I don't think it was justified.
I think one of the things that they would, give to their credibility would be that, approximately 50 to 70% of all terrorist groups have some kind of, Muslim, association, which, Iran seems to back. Quite a few of those terrorist groups that are have been identified by America. Do you still think them potentially having any kind of access to nuclear weapons?
By the way, I want to make very clear, terrorism is not something unique to Islam, and like the idea that terrorism is unique to Islam, I think is an incredibly fucked up idea in the first place. I don't think that's what you were trying to specifically do there, but no. Even the idea that it's majority associated with Islam, I think is a bit ridiculous, because historically speaking, terrorism has been very prevalent throughout history for Christian ideology.
From America's point of view, so I apologize for if you thought I cut you off, but America, just to clarify, has identified 69 terrorist groups, and they estimate that 40 to 50 of them are, quote themselves as being associated with Muslim, and Muslim, the Islam.
I understand. I'm talking throughout history. Just because it's designated as the United States doesn't mean it's the only terrorist group. There are terrorist groups that the U.S. hasn't designated as terrorist groups.
Correct. However, the United States announced a war on terrorism, and Iran, Iraq, Afghanistan were part of that war on terrorism that they.
Yeah. Did you buy the original justification of they have quote unquote weapons of mass destruction as a reason to go?
You know what? In 2001, I don't know if it was as justified as it was. I think that it was a play by Bush to improve his status in the next election, and I don't know. But at this point, with the increased tensions we've seen in the area, and then the fact that and I know you're against the allyship with Israel, but standing with Israel on that, further cements our position as their ally, and with the potential dangers of another country, because there's not many countries that have access to actual nuclear weaponry. A country that we don't view as an ally and potentially an enemy having a nuclear weapon, I feel like you could see the concern in that area from Israel and the United States.
Okay, so again, if you didn't want them to have access to nuclear weapons, why did Donald Trump pull out of the nuclear peace agreement?
I just don't feel like that Donald Trump views the rest of the world as trustworthy. He also feels like maybe that we are, spending too much money of international budgets of organizations that we're part of, like NATO, for example. Like we're not even in the North Atlantic.
But he wants to involve himself with Iran because of Israel?
Well, the U.S. has a history of being the world police, and this is just a continuation of that history as well.
I have a question. Do you support the United States defending Ukraine?
I do support the United States defending Ukraine, but I feel like us trying to broker a peace agreement in that situation is important. However, I also feel like Ukraine has not really held up their end of the bargain in terms of us, trying to broker that peace agreement, and they've actually, in a lot of points of view, tried to extend the war for no reason at all.
Cameron, I don't add. I said very clearly, Cameron, I don't add people up based upon donations. I've been, very much in terms of, setting that boundary and being very clear with that. Yes, I am absolutely going to do that. I've set a boundary. No, I do not owe you a proper chat. Ramon, thank you so much for the 12 pounds. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Sorry, can you repeat what you're saying?
Yeah, I believe I was just making you had asked about us defending Ukraine. I said that was justified. However, I don't think that Ukraine has done a very good job holding up their end of the bargain and trying to negotiate that peace agreement. And obviously, Russia is very
no. I don't think it's Ukraine's fault, because Russia is the reason why that there's not an agreement. Because again, Russia is not trying to come to terms to agree.
Well, but Trump has tried to negotiate peace deals between them, and we even got Ukraine's representation over here, but he acted in an inappropriate way from our government's point of view that tanked that ability to negotiate at that point. So do you feel like Ukraine's not doing themselves favors by negotiating in a way that would protect their citizens better, even if they're
I don't even mean by negotiating in a way that would protect their citizens better. The negotiations that Trump brought up specifically with Russia gave no specific security to Ukraine to actually maintain themselves as a country.
Okay, but at least their people aren't dying and they're not being attacked at that point. As long as it's a ceasefire, right? That would be the protections that they're providing their people, even if it's temporary and the United States needs to continue to provide effort. But it's not like the United States isn't trying, as well as the fact that Putin seems to be, only interested in talking to Trump in a lot of situations when it comes to peace deals. And so that I feel like they would use that as an advantage for them. But Ukraine seems to not be interested in coming to a better agreement sooner.
It's not even Ukraine, it's Russia. It's Russia.
But it's both sides.
Because Ukraine knows that Russia is not going to. Right.
Okay,
do you understand from Putin's perspective? We just went through on the live, specifically Putin talking to, not Putin, Zelenskyy, not me doing the same thing Joe Biden did that people said Joe Biden was crazy for. So Zelenskyy specifically, we showed him talking to JD Vance and Trump. And clearly in that conversation, I just had it and I made myself forget because I did that. But Zelenskyy in that conversation was kind of just demonstrating that Putin did not accept prior agreements. I remembered now. Putin did not accept prior agreements, and when he specifically did accept an agreement, right, they killed people after, murdered the Ukrainians after not even doing the transfer of prisoners. After they signed off doing it. Master,
sure,
thank you so much for the $10.
And I agree that Putin is very erratic. I apologize for cutting you off, but that Putin's very erratic. But in general, is it not better to at least try to get to the table to negotiate? Even if we can get a ceasefire, you're dealing with someone who's erratic. You're trying to do the best that you can. America's trying that. But Ukraine is making it a little bit harder. I know they're being attacked, and they have the short end of the stick in this situation. However, you have to do the best you can, right? And I feel like that they're almost extending the war in a way by not coming to the table, even if they have to bend the knee a little bit and not get as much favorability, at least the attacks would potentially cease. And America, I feel like, is trying to broker that, and we haven't put any boots on the ground, a lot, in general, I guess.
Yeah, so that's coming at the intention that America right now under the administration of Donald Trump is specifically fighting for Ukraine's best interest, which is clearly not true. It's actually benefiting Putin. So, is there anything else you'd like to add or talk about before I go on to the next person?
No, I just thank you for your time today. This was a fun talk. Thanks, man.
Appreciate it. All right, let's go on to the next person, everybody. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 20.
Do you support Trump?
I actually don't. I just wanted to ask you a quick.
I appreciate you. I am just looking for some debates. Please only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Investigating.
All right, everyone. We probably have 30 more minutes left on the live, so we probably got 1 or 2 more debates left today, everybody. So only do send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Please only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. By the way, everyone, I should be live super early tomorrow, around 11 o'clock, 10, 11 a.m. Pacific time. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
What's good? What is up? Can you hear me?
Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
Why so?
But can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yeah. Do you support Trump?
Yeah,
Why
I do.
so?
Now you had when you were talking to Tim, you had made a point that immigrants do not pay anything in like they don't use any type of federal, they don't get any type of federal money or any type of federal benefits. You had made that
I
claim.
said
Do you hold that?
undocumented immigrants do not qualify for any federal services. The only thing that you're going to be able to
are you
reference is like emergency in the hospital. Like
hold
we
on, hold on, hold
provide
on.
tourists.
Parker, do you know how much per year the immigrants pay in taxes?
Are you talking about immigrants
Was it
overall or undocumented immigrants?
undocumented immigrants?
100 billion in 2022.
No, per person.
I'd have
Per
to. I'd have
person,
to.
it's per person. They pay $15,000 on the average, and they use in benefits up to 30,000 plus per year.
Can you give me a
They are a
source?
strain. But hold on. I don't get me
What's
wrong.
your source?
It's not like I hate immigrants. I actually do. I enjoy immigrants.
Hey,
My issue
what's your
is that.
source?
Hold on. Can you just give me a second?
No. What's a source? What's your source? Like, I would love to see your source. Tim, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much, Tim. Good night. Good night. What's your source?
What?
Can't hear you when you swipe out of the app. Oh, he left. Couldn't provide the source. That's so ridiculous, dude. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Please only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. If you want to support me, everyone, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat. Rachel, thank you for the $5. Thank you. John with the $17.76. Thank you so much. Aaron, thank you for the $5. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Pre, thank you for the $5. Thank you. I really appreciate everyone. I would really appreciate if you like the stream over on YouTube for the 200 people over on YouTube. I'd really appreciate if you like the stream. It seriously helps push out the live. It really does. I would really appreciate it. I really appreciate it. And for anyone on TikTok, I'd really recommend to go over to the YouTube stream. Tomorrow, I should be back on my main account, everyone, tomorrow morning. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm so sorry, Packer. It was an accident.
I appreciate you. Don't worry. Don't worry. I appreciate you. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. Again, everyone, we are just looking for some debates. How do you go to YouTube? Link tree in my bio. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? Someone in the comment section called me a professional panhandler. Bro, crazy. To go on to the next person, only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
19.
What's your birth year?
2006.
Do you support Trump?
Yes.
What state do you live in?
California.
What time is it?
1:16.
Really? It's 1:16? I'm currently in California. It's 5:16. Really? Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey, I'm 18.
Do you support Trump?
I would consider myself an independent conservative, so sort of, but I really had a question on
So if you could go back in time,
abortion.
would you vote for Donald Trump? Who am I kidding? No. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. I feel like it's not working. Like the guest box, I feel like is not really like it feels like a little bit different than normal. Maybe we'll get it back to normal tomorrow. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
18.
You just call me Dean?
I said 18.
Oh. What's your birth year?
2007.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
I did not, but I would.
Okay.
I was not old enough at the time.
Sure. If you could go back in time and you had the ability to vote, would you vote for Donald Trump?
100%.
Why so?
So can I ask you a question before we, get all in this debate?
No.
All right. Well, I'm gonna ask anyway. So, do you believe in DEI? Like, do you support the DEI?
We're gonna talk about the topic.
Yes, we are.
Yes, I support DEI.
All right. So, as a 18-year-old white man, and I want to go to college, I would say,
it's not
DEI,
affirmative action. Affirmative action's been taken down by the Supreme Court already.
Well, obviously, yep. That's why I'm saying DEI is a bad thing.
Why?
Because it just does not help me to get into college, and it instead of
how does it impact you getting to college?
Because I could be the smartest guy and I could be smarter, but I have this, dumber people who, their ancestors got, mistreated, so now they get to get into college.
Dumber people? What makes you think that they're dumber?
Well, I'm not saying they're dumber. I'm saying
that's what you just said.
No, I did say that. I'm saying as in they may be less smart as me, but they are not
less smart as you. Really?
All right, so you're trying to make me sound patronistic. Let me put this in a different way. I'm saying if I'm smarter than somebody, I don't care about their color or their race, then they're going to get into college easier than me because how their ancestors got treated.
Again, so when you say they get into college easier, no, they don't. What are you talking about? Diversity, equity, inclusion is not about making it easier for people. It's about making things fair. Diversity, equity, inclusion is about fairness. For example, do you think DEI should exist for people who are disabled?
I mean, in what sense?
Do you think there should be policies meant for diversity, equity, and inclusion and accessibility meant to benefit disabled people in this country?
I guess so.
So then you agree with DEIA?
I'm not sure.
You just said that you do agree with DEIA.
I don't believe that. I feel like they shouldn't be mistreated, but I don't think they should just get special treatment.
DEIA is not special treatment; it's fair treatment.
It's not fair for all people, though. It's technically just.
I have a question. Do you agree with racial integration?
Yeah. I mean.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. So then you agree with DEIA because that's diversity, equity, and inclusion, and accessibility. Ending segregation was a policy of diversity, equity, and inclusion and accessibility. You know that, right? So diversity, equity, inclusion, accessibility is about fairness. That's the very basis of it.
Yes, but it's making it even less fair for me to get into college.
No, it's not. How? What way?
Yes, it is.
How is it making it less fair?
Because they're accepting more people who have a different background than me.
Wait, what college?
What do you mean?
What are you referencing affirmative action?
I'm not referencing a certain college. I'm referencing.
Are you referencing affirmative action?
Yes.
That's not in place anymore.
Well, obviously it's not in place anymore, but that's what I'm
saying. So
how
is it affecting you?
Because it would affect me. That's what I'm just trying to argue.
You make up scenarios in your head. Dude,
Kamala Harris was still president,
the coke industry. Dude, you're literally just like making up scenarios in your head of like things that like would harm you or like, you know what I mean? Like, dude, what?
I'm saying if Kamala Harris was president, it would be harder for me to get to college.
Kamala Harris wouldn't bring back affirmative action.
No, she'd still have DEI in place.
What DEI?
she would still have all DEI in place.
What DEI?
For colleges.
What DEI for colleges? Affirmative action has been taken down by the Supreme Court. That has nothing to do. What Harris wouldn't bring back affirmative action. Okay, what particular policy are you referencing?
I don't have a specific policy, I guess.
Alexa, thank you so much. I appreciate the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much, Alexa. And Sophie, thank you for the $5. Thank you. You want to respond?
I'd have to look up a policy.
Would you like to, give a general policy or general idea?
I guess just the fact that it's reverse racism. DEI is just reverse racism.
Do you think racial integration was reverse racism?
No, I do not.
So DEIA is not reverse racism. You fucking lunatic.
I don't think you...
Reverse racism is crazy, bro. Diabolical. Diabolical. Yeah, I don't even know what reverse racism is. Racism is racism. What is reverse racism? Darsel, thank you so much for the $5. You left. Annie, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Absolutely. DEI is great. It's important to mention the A. You know what? I think Sam Cedar for popularizing that in the Jubilee. You know, for making, I think that was a great thing. I think that was a really important thing that he did, especially saying that on the Jubilee episode. I got a lot more people talking about the A portion of DEI. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey, man. 23.
Do you support Trump?
I do.
What's your birth year?
2002.
And you said you're how old?
23.
Okay. Why do you support Trump?
Well, in a bunch of things. I would go first with the Iran war that was going on with Israel. What do you think about it? Do you think he did a good job by bombing the Iran nuclear enrichment facilities, or no?
Iran. I don't think it was. I honestly think you sound young. I'm not quite sure if you're even old enough.
I'm 23.
I know, but you don't sound 23. Maybe that's just me.
I mean, I was born in March 2002.
Yeah, you're older than me.
How are you?
I'm April 7th, 2002.
Well, yeah. Does it matter?
Diabolical. No, go for it. Continue.
All right, so we both agree that Iran is a threat, right, to the world.
Oh, wait, you were asking about the nuclear weapons. I don't agree with the bombing of the nuclear.
Do we agree that Iran is a threat to the world?
It only put Iran 3 months back, or not 3 months, a few months back, along with the fact that Trump is the reason why we're here in the first place. He pulled out of the nuclear peace agreement.
No, wait. So Iran has been... Okay, we all agree that Iran
it's Iran.
Wishing death to America. I mean, do you agree that if they have nuclear weapons that can destroy or it can do like a really huge damage to the country,
Katie,
we should avoid that, right?
Autumn, thank you so much for the $20. I really appreciate it. Thank you. So you say, okay, wait. You said, oh, wait, repeat that one more time. Sorry, I apologize. You said that
they are a threat to the country if they have nuclear weapons.
You said, hold on, I clarify. I remember. You said that they're going to nuke our country. What reason do you have to believe that?
Believe what? That they have nuclear weapons?
No, that they're going to nuke our country.
I'm not saying that, but I'm just saying that it's a threat. They have been wishing death for Americans. They have killed Americans. You know, all of the 9/11 situation.
Okay, but like,
and all that.
I just want to clarify. That wasn't Iran. It was Saudi Arabia. Yeah, if anything.
Yeah, but I mean, do you agree that they support financial the terrorist groups?
So Iran does specifically do things to support T groups around the world. So does
Yeah,
the
so
state of
that's a bad
Israel.
thing, right?
So does the state of Israel. Yet you want to like
All right,
support
we're not talking about
them.
Israel. It doesn't matter. We're talking about
Aren't we?
Iran.
Aren't we like bombing Iran on behalf of Israel?
No. I'm just talking about bombing Iran because they're a threat to us and threat to any country.
Israel's a threat to us and a threat to punch
All
other
right,
countries.
it doesn't matter. I mean, I'm not saying that we can't do the same to Israel. I'm just saying I'm talking about just Iran because that's the country that we attack.
Okay. And do you agree with doing this with Russia?
No.
Why not?
I mean, Russia has been. They have time with nuclear weapons. They're not stupid. They're not gonna attack us. Iran and those.
Do you agree with defending Ukraine?
I mean, I'm not talking about the Ukraine and Russia war.
Do you agree with defending Ukraine?
I agree.
Take the $5. Thank you.
Peace. There should be peace. Ukraine is not a country inside of the NATO. So
okay,
I mean,
but do you know what the Budapest Memorandum is?
Sorry, say it again.
Do you know what the Budapest Memorandum is?
That doesn't matter. I don't know why you're bringing that. I mean, we're talking about Iran.
Do you know what that is?
No. What is it?
We signed an agreement with Ukraine that if they gave their nuclear weapons, that we would defend them. You also know that Israel's not a part of NATO, right?
Yeah, I know that. That's the thing that I'm bringing up Israel, Iran, Ukraine, and Russia. I don't know why. You just don't want to admit that Iran shouldn't have any nuclear weapons.
So, wait, repeat that. Actually, no. Sorry, I remember. You don't want Iran to have nuclear weapons. I agree. I don't want Iran to have nuclear weapons either. But that's aside. That's aside from the fact that doesn't mean I think it's justified for the U.S. to bomb Iran.
All right. So
two, as it relates to this, that doesn't acknowledge the fact that Donald Trump pulled out of the nuclear peace agreement. Would you like to address that?
With Iran?
With Iran, yeah.
I mean, yeah, because they did it as well. I mean, they didn't attack us, but I mean, you and me, we know that if they have nuclear weapons, they are one of the countries most likely to do it.
Hey, what did I just say?
All right, I know what you mean. And I'm not saying you're not right.
No, what did I just say?
That the U.S. broke the nuclear agreement.
Donald Trump pulled out of the nuclear peace agreement. We had an agreement with them where they wouldn't develop nuclear weapons.
How do you know?
We had 24/7 surveillance from a third party.
Yeah, but how do you know they're gonna follow the agreement when they have nuclear weapons?
We had 24/7 surveillance.
Yeah, I mean, but they don't have a nuclear weapon right now. So if we do have that peace agreement with them, how do you know they're gonna follow it?
No, we had one, and they were following.
Because
we had 24/7 surveillance.
All right, so let's not think about America. Let's just think about they want to attack Europe, right? Because they are already going into Europe and invading Europe. Do we agree on that? They're invading Europe. I mean, if you go to any capital in Europe right now, I don't know if you have been there, but I was there like 6 months ago, and I went to London, I went to Madrid. All of them, there were Islamic people from Africa, from Asia, from the Middle East. So we already know that they want to invade.
How is that invasion? How is immigration invasion?
It's legal immigration.
It's legal.
Illegal immigration.
How do you know it's illegal?
Because I mean, I've spoke with people that know people in there in their countries.
Would you like to provide any evidence?
I don't have I don't have evidence here.
So you're just assuming.
I'm not assuming. I spoke with people in there, and if you look on criminal records in those countries, you can see that Islamic people and people from Middle East and Africa, they have been doing a lot of crimes in those countries.
Can you provide any evidence? Could you provide any evidence?
I mean, you can go ahead and go to search the criminal records on.
Would you like to provide any evidence?
I don't have it with me. That doesn't mean anything.
No sources, you fucking weirdo.
That doesn't mean anything.
You've got nothing. You're just assuming that.
That doesn't mean anything. I don't know what you're saying that you need an evidence for that.
Trust me, please, trust me. When I provide random generalized statements about groups of people, please just trust me that they're right. Trust me that they're accurate. Please trust me. Please trust me. Come on, please, man. Please.
All
My
right, so
source is
because I
Fox
don't
News.
have any
My
evidence
source
to
is
believe
Newsmax.
that
My source is
Icelandic
Twitter and
people
Elon
genocide
Musk
dominated
and
the
Donald
world.
Trump.
That's what you're
That's my
saying?
source. Please trust me.
I mean, have you seen the people from Iran saying, like, wishing death to America, right?
Iran. How many
Yep.
times are you gonna say that, dude? Jesus Christ. It's like
That's what I'm saying.
it's
They
like
can't
everyone.
attack
Hey man,
Trump. They can't have a nuclear weapon.
Thank you for telling me for what the fucking millionth time. Jesus Christ, I've heard this point. Thank you for telling
That's what
me.
I'm saying. That's what I'm saying.
Thank you
that
so much.
I agree.
Have I heard it? Yes. What's the point? What's your point?
Iran. Because they shouldn't have that.
Iran.
Not for the sake of America. It's the sake of the world. You don't see how many wars that are going on in the Middle East? Imagine everybody has a nuclear weapon in there. What's going to happen? And I don't need any kind of search for that. You know that some shit is going to happen if they all get nuclear weapons. And if they see Iran with a nuclear weapon, they all want to try to mimic the same. Yeah, that's it.
I have a question.
Yep.
If North Korea was about to develop a nuclear weapon, would you agree with going to war with them to prevent them from getting a nuke?
With North Korea? I mean, we almost got into a war with nuclear with Obama with them. So you support Obama? So you think that he was wrong? I mean, Trump was the one who brought peace with North Korea.
Was there an answer in that entire statement?
All right. So if I think we should go in war with North Korea, if they're a threat to us, and they are like, talking shit about our country, I mean, we have a problem, don't we?
I'm gonna go insane, and the
So
answer
you're-
is,
so you're
and the
from-
answer, and the
so
answer
do you know-
is,
do you know-
and the
no, do you
answer
know that,
is, and the answer is.
No, that doesn't matter. I mean, I would say yes if they have threatening the United States. I would say yes. What would you say?
So yes, you think that we should go to war with North Korea if they're developing
I mean,
nuclear
if they
weapons?
threat the United States that they're gonna attack us, yeah, I would say yeah.
So wait,
Don't you think
wait. Iran never said that they were going to attack us.
They didn't say that, but they have said a lot of times that they don't like our country, that they don't want the U.S. to be, the dominant country that they are.
Okay,
That we are right
so that doesn't change at all. That doesn't mean that they're going to nuke
I
us
mean-
because there's something called
now.
mutual.
You know what happened at 9/11, right?
There's something. 9/11 has nothing to do with Iran. So if you want to,
It has to do with the
Jesus
with
Christ,
the group
I can't
that
even.
Iran supports.
What?
I mean, would you agree every country to having a nuclear weapon?
I don't want every country to have a nuclear weapon.
Why not? And why would you agree that Iran? So, what would you do to prevent Iran to have a nuclear weapon?
Nuclear peace agreement.
I mean, what if they don't follow it?
They did.
They did because they didn't have yet the nuclear weapon. So you don't know.
We had 24/7 surveillance.
It doesn't matter.
Yes, it does.
It doesn't matter. So, do you know that only certain countries are allowed to have nuclear weapons? I mean,
Okay, I just want to let you know.
America-
Iran wouldn't use a nuclear weapon on us, even if they did have one, because
Alright.
because there's something called mutually assured destruction.
all right. So
Meaning,
that's saying,
can you shut
they're
up
not
and
gonna use
listen?
it. No, because you're talking about different topics, and I'm not talking about that. So you want to bring?
There's something called mutually assured destruction, which means essentially if Iran dropped a nuclear weapon on the United States, that everything that exists in Iran would get destroyed because the US would drop nuclear weapons back on them. So the reason why there hasn't been any nuclear weapons dropped on countries that have nuclear weapons is because of this idea of mutually assured destruction. Now, but in order for you to be able to debate me, you now have to explain to me what mutually assured destruction is.
Not to America. You don't think they're a threat to Europe or another Middle East country?
What is mutually assured destruction?
Yeah, but we don't want that. So they're not supposed to build a nuclear weapon.
What is mutually assured destruction?
It doesn't matter, man.
That means what?
It doesn't matter. I mean, you think that it means that if they attack somebody with a nuclear weapon, we're allowed to get in?
Dude. I'm fine, everyone. It's just that was just I can't do that anymore. That guest, that was brutal. They wanted my brain to rot. They wanted my brain to rot. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description in the bio. As well as the description of the YouTube, I meant. Also, I would really recommend if you like the stream, let's like the stream. Let's try to get to 1 million likes here on TikTok. If you're on YouTube, make sure to like the stream. Let's try to get to 1.5 thousand likes. Megan, thank you for the $5 for the Patience Pen Fund for the last guest. Thank you so much. David, thank you for the $10. Thank you. I am going to Patience Pen for that. I definitely need to. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Say what?
How old are you?
21.
Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
Okay, what's your birth year?
July 15, 2003.
And you said you're how old?
21.
Okay, why do you support Trump?
I support Trump because all the Democrats like you are grifters. You, Dean, Harry, and all you guys just use Trump as a way for you guys to gain more money, and you guys are all fake.
What makes you think I'm fake specifically?
You guys were doing this a couple. You guys started doing this right before the election kicked off, and
no, I didn't.
It's just
I did this. I did this for years prior to the election.
You did this for years? No, you did not. What are you talking about?
I used to run this topic years before. I started well before Dean and Harry did, and we're not friends with Harry anymore.
Yeah, I know that for good reasons. I wouldn't want that in my friend group either, but I just think you guys are all doing it as a money grab. I mean, you guys are grifters. It's just the hot topic. What makes me think that? It's the hot topic. I mean, Dean.
The fact that I'm doing it about politics?
I mean, I feel like out of the... Huh?
The fact, like politics? The fact that the fact that I talk about politics?
No, because you do it. You don't do it to make people change their mind. You do it to get gifts.
No, I do it to change people's minds. You know, I did this for years without getting any money, right?
Okay, but that's your word is better than my word. Like that's basically like, okay, how can I believe you guys lie all the
thank
time?
you for the $10. Thank you, David, with the $10. Thank you, Sid with the $100 on YouTube Super Chat for no way I share a birthday with this guy. Thank you so much. I appreciate it, Sid. Thank you so much, Sid. I appreciate the $5. Thank you so much, for real. You can see this by specifically looking back at my YouTube. On my YouTube, there's years of VODs, even me going back, literally debating about the vaccine. But I used to people have seen me and been following me for years. And also, I just want to know that thousands of people have changed their minds. So even if I was grifting, think about I was grifting. Let's assume that actually doesn't change the fact that I've changed minds. Like even if I was grifting, I still have changed minds. Like what I've done is still good. You know that, right? Like, even if I was grifting, I'm obviously not grifting. I know I can tell that for certain, obviously myself.
I mean, but
even if I was, I still did something good, right? Because the views are good. What's up? Go ahead.
I mean, I suppose, I mean, 3,000's all right, but I mean, I feel like you
There's
guys are
also
putting the wrong
2,200 people on
information in
YouTube.
people's head. Like,
What wrong
just,
information? Sam, think of the $10 for the grift. Thank you.
I mean, you guys are
Lindsay, think of
always,
the $5 for the grift. Thank you.
I mean, is it,
What you said? What? I can't hear
I
you.
was just waiting.
Go ahead.
Anyway, so you think, yeah, I was waiting because you were speaking over me. Anyways, so you think it's good that Donald Trump nuked Iran?
No. And he didn't nuke them. He dropped bombs on them.
Drop bombs because they were trying to go to war with our ally Israel. Or like they were threatening Israel and they were setting up nuclear plans for nukes when they aren't
What do you mean
supposed to
they
have
were
nukes.
threatening Israel? Israel bombed them first. Why are we? Wait, I have a question. Do you think we should defend Ukraine?
Because
Wait, answer this
Iran was
question.
literally
Answer this
saying
question.
death
Answer
to
this question.
America. What are you talking
Should we
about?
defend Ukraine from Russia invading them?
I mean, we have been, so I don't see why we shouldn't stop.
Oh well, we did stop. Do you think we should keep funding them?
What does this? Wait, I'm just curious. If I answer this question, what does this have to do with Iran?
I promise I'll explain.
Okay, so I think I mean, I don't really care if that we defend you. I'm from Ukraine. Actually, I was adopted from Ukraine, but I don't really care if we defend Ukraine or not.
That's the most insane take I think I've ever heard, bro. You don't want your country to be a country.
I don't really care. I mean, well, I was put up for adoption, so obviously my parents didn't want me.
By the way, just to clarify.
So
is it?
what I'm trying to.
Wait, do you still have no association with it? Like, don't you still want it to be a country?
No, I mean, I still think it's cool, but I mean, I feel like my siblings were also adopted from Russia, so I can't really
to clarify.
be mad at that situation.
What do you mean? Wait, so do you defend Russia?
I don't really care. I don't really support what both countries are doing.
Tink, thank you for the $10 for the grift
But
and the
let's
Zen
just
pen.
say,
Thank you so much. I
yes,
really
I
appreciate it. Thank you. MM, thank you for the $5. Thank you for supporting the grift. Carl, thank you for the $2 for the grift. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Rose, thank you for the $5 for the grift. Thank you. Wait, why did I let you get off the grifting part? Can you define grifting?
I want to finish the topic of I think Ukraine. We should.
We will in a second. We will in a second. Tell me what you mean by grifting. I don't know why I let you pivot off that in the first place.
I didn't really pivot off. You changed the subject. What? You sound. Oh Lord. I just think that you got Dean's has a terrible background. Like, okay, so what's the difference between Dean's background and Trump's background? What's the difference between Dean's background and Trump's background? You're his friend. You should be able to defend him.
Yeah, tell me, what did Dean do specifically in his past that's comparable to Donald Trump?
I mean, I could say he's racist. I mean, he's blurred out the N-word. He said the N-word a few times, huh?
So you think that because Dean said the N-word when he was 14, that means he's still racist today?
Okay, so you think that Trump was racist back when he was 30 years old? You think he's still racist today?
Yes, because he has not acknowledged his behavior.
Clarify what?
He has not acknowledged his behavior. He's not apologized for his behavior. He's not actively advocated against those types of behaviors, right? That's all things Dean has done specifically to then change, right? Donald Trump has not done the work that Dean has to change. Dean, as a 20-year-old, has put in more work to become a better person and to change than Donald Trump has done as a 78-year-old man, as an 80-year-old man almost. Dean put in more work to change and become a better man.
Everything in cameras and Okay, but okay, cool. But he did it all on cameras.
And also, by the way, you still have yet to
maybe Trump's
justify to
done it
me
behind the
that
camera.
I'm a fucking grifter. What is a grifter? Can you tell me what that is?
It's someone that jumps on trends to get money and just tries to get the most money out of a situation.
Okay, so what makes you think that I do that?
Because the election's been over. Why are we still talking about why we hate Trump or
Ben,
why we
think of the
still support
$10,
Trump?
and then
Like,
Sly, think of the
he's the
$5
president.
because
Let
he's impacting things, because he pushes policies, because people who support him still are going to be voting here in the future. And by the way, you voted for the grifter. You voted for a guy who's actually grifting, who's dishonestly holding the position to make money from it, right? I am not the grifter. I don't fucking dishonestly
How
hold
is
the.
he
I don't
dishonestly
dishonestly.
holding the
By the way, I just
position?
want to clarify. I don't dishonestly hold the positions I hold. Right? I don't dishonestly hold them. That's ridiculous. Right? I honestly hold my positions. To say that they're dishonest is ridiculous. Right? And that would be the basis of calling me a grifter in the very first place. If you're just saying I make money off this, well, no shit, I make money off of this. I announce every single fucking gift that I get. Like Kathy, thank you so much for the $50 on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much, Kathy. Sins, thank you so much for the $10 because I don't think he took accountability for his horrible behaviors. And go ahead, continue.
We're getting a little mad at that. I mean, Trump's not even in office making money.
Trump's not in office making money?
2000 a year. No, he's doing it all for free. He's still making money off his businesses.
His meme coin, he's made millions of dollars on his Bibles, on his fucking watches. He's made his net worth, half of his net worth is from Truth Social, which is totally and 100% from the fact that he's president.
Okay, but he hasn't made money while, like, he's not in office getting paid by the government people. He's doing that
He
for
was.
free.
He wasn't. He literally still took salary.
He didn't take salary.
Yes, he did.
At least the first term he didn't.
Yes, he did.
His first term he didn't.
Yes, he did. According to his tax returns, he did. According to his tax returns, he did.
Not.
Yes, he did. According to his tax returns.
Okay, where can you prove that at? Parker?
His tax returns.
Okay. I can say you. What? How can you look into another dude's tax returns?
Because they were submitted, genius. Because we have access
Submitted
to them.
Where?
Are you serious? You don't think we have access to his tax returns? That's public info. Toads, thank you for the $2. Thank you.
Okay, but not okay. You're just saying, oh, bro, this is so insane. Everything I say, you're gonna contradict it into me thinking to make me look dumb.
I'm sorry. I'm debating you on a fucking debate live. Jesus Christ, what did you expect when coming up on the live stream? I'm not going to debate you. I'm not going to argue against your position.
Understand.
What the fuck did you expect coming up on the live stream?
No, I understand that. And I'm not like, but it's like, it's okay. No, it's not. We saw it in his tax return. No, it's not. No, it's not. Okay, where's the like? You're not even.
Where's the proof? His tax return. I told you, his tax return.
Bro, this is.
Joey, think of the $5. That's where the proof is from. Is his tax return. Priscilla, thank you for the $20 for being the best grifter. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. As well as Amy, thank you for the $50 for directly from the DNC and Soros for the grift. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it, Amy. Thank you, Priscilla and Amy, for the money. I really appreciate it for the grift. Thank you so much for supporting the grift. I love grifting. Thank you so much.
I could literally say the same thing. Oh, no, he didn't get paid. I saw his tax return, though. That's just a simple, basic acknowledgement or something. Like, you're basically saying you have no proof behind it, like, that he had... You physically looked at his tax returns.
Repeat what you just said. Sorry, I wasn't listening.
I'm just going to move on to the next topic.
Can you look up Trump tax returns? Also, you have yet to actually even define grift yourself. I can give it to you if you'd like.
Oh my gosh, I don't feel like talking about three different subjects at a time
Then let's talk about that
about
one.
why Ukraine, if we should still defend Ukraine,
Okay, let's talk about
how I'm a
one.
grifter,
We'll talk
or
about
how
one.
you're a
We'll talk about
grifter,
one.
and
We'll
how.
talk about one. Why do you
Okay.
think I'm a grifter?
Why do I have to redefine what I think? Why I think you're in it for the money.
Okay.
I think you're really in it for the money, and if you weren't in it for the money, you wouldn't be doing this.
Let's say that's true. That doesn't even make me a grifter. That's not even meeting the definition, because that doesn't even mean
You're
I
okay.
dishonestly hold the position.
Obviously, it's really like getting under your skin that I'm talking about that part, because you
What,
really
the
can't
fact
let
that
it go. I'm trying to
I'm
move on to a
responding to
different
it?
topic,
Oh,
and you're really
do you want to concede? Do you want to concede
no,
then?
like
Oh. No,
concede.
I don't want to concede,
What?
but like you shouldn't
Concede.
respond to it. And if you respond to it, I'm going to say that you're being weird for responding to it.
No, but it's like been 10 minutes and we're still talking about, bro, can you just tell me why I'm a grifter?
Yeah,
Bro,
because
can
you still
just
you
no,
can't
I really
can't
want
tell
to know
me.
why I'm a
You don't know.
grifter.
You don't know.
Obviously it's getting in the back of your head because you're still talking about it though.
I'm sorry you
You
can't
still
give a
want to
definition.
know why you're a grifter.
I'm sorry you can't give a definition.
So obviously subconsciously you might be a grifter.
Well, and what makes you think that?
I've already explained my reasons and why I think you're in it for the
you
money
haven't.
and why you're a grifter. So can we jump on to why I think we should still
in order for me to
defend
be a
Ukraine?
grifter, that means I have to dishonestly hold the position. You're essentially arguing I'm Republican. You think I support Trump?
Dean definitely does. Holy, the way he used to say the N-word. Anyways,
are you associating?
My bad.
Are you
you're
really?
dishonestly-
Wait. By the way, you're associating your own position with saying the N-word? That's crazy. That's crazy. And yes, actually, when he was a 14-year-old, when he said the N-word, he was a Trump supporter, right? Probably back then. So, like, you understand that literally is actually
What do you
like
mean?
that literally is like Trump supporters, right? Oftentimes will engage in that type of terminology, especially Trump supporters that are young men, right? Will engage in that type of terminology, and that's really fucked up and that's bad, and they shouldn't fucking do that. And that's why they should change, and that's why we do these fucking lives, to change people's minds so that they don't do shit like that. So they don't fall down that pipeline. So instead that there's actually positive, right, figures for them to look up to in terms of masculinity, in terms of what, like, other men, right, that are around them. It's important to have figures that they can look up to, specifically that like are actually like going to do positive things that aren't toxic. And to respond positively, say they do something that's bad, they respond positively to that. So again, none of this indicates we're fucking grifters, right? You're just like literally, it sounds like you're just jealous and you're mad. You're jealous that you're not the one that's in the position that I'm in right now. And you're also mad that I espouse specific beliefs that you disagree with. I'm not gaslighting shit. I'm just exposing the truth.
Gaslighting is crazy. Trying to make me think that I'm jealous of you. I am not jealous of you whatsoever. Anyways, no, I don't really care. I think that you guys
You're clearly jealous.
don't really.
If you think that the guest is jealous, everyone, if you think the guest is jealous, type 3 in the comment section.
Oh, Lord.
Art, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you so much, Art. I really appreciate the $10. Thank you for supporting the grift. Thank you for the money gun. I appreciate it. Amber, thank you for the $5 for supporting the grift. I know, right? It's crazy, Amber.
I don't know, bro. I just think that you guys really don't really care about politics, and you guys honestly are just.
I don't care about politics, but yet I go live for 6 hours every single day debating about politics.
Because that's how you make your money. That's how you.
I did this before I made money. I used to debate people. I used to debate people in Omegle about politics, and no one fucking saw that. Not a single person
Okay.
saw that.
Anyways, do you want to jump to the next? You want to move on to the next topic, Parker, about
Because you couldn't prove that I'm a grifter.
why I think you America's so different.
Coral, think of the $10. Thank you so much. Dude is so mad he can't grift like you, lol.
No.
Yeah, you're just mad that you're not a grifter like me.
Sure. Anyways, Harry, let's move on to the next topic about Ukraine.
You just call me Harry.
My bad,
weirdo?
Parker. My bad. I didn't mean to say that.
Jaylene, thank you so much. I appreciate the $10.
On
Thank you
accident,
so
my
much.
bad.
Absolutely, I appreciate it. Thank you so much for the $10. Thank you. Go ahead, Trey.
I get y'all confused sometimes.
Was that supposed to be rage bait? Potato Thing of the Galaxy, thank you so much. It didn't work.
No. No, it's not supposed to be rage bait.
It was. It was clearly rage bait. Nice try. MM, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much.
For sure. Anyways, I still believe that America should defend Ukraine, but I mean, the way that Ukraine reacted to Donald Trump, I feel like it's understandable that we're not defending Ukraine anymore.
You know what? You're grifting for attention. And you want to know why? You're doing this for
How
your
am
own,
I grifting for attention?
because you are dishonestly portraying the idea that you think that I'm a grifter in order to be able to get attention on the live stream right now. Because you want validation, you want attention. You're grifting for attention right now. You don't just have to grift for you. People aren't just grifting for money. People also grift for attention. You're an attention grifter.
I don't need attention. Honestly, I don't even want to become famous or anything in life. So I don't know.
Then
how
why
I'm
are you
grifting
looking for attention right now? You don't have to just be looking to be famous in order to be
I'm
looking or
having a
grifting for attention.
conversation. I think you're a grifter, and
Yeah, but you have no reason to justify that.
oh
It
my
sounds like
God,
you don't
you
actually
can't
hold the
get past
position.
this. You just can't get past this topic. What's wrong with you?
Because
you just
because
can't get past this
I
topic.
genuinely don't
I'm
understand
trying
why
to
you
move
believe
on.
that.
No,
Because I
because you
genuinely
just
don't
want to
understand why
stay
you
on
believe
this
that.
topic. You're weird.
I'm a person.
You're a kid. You can't
You
let
think
shit
about me all the
go.
time. You think about me all the time.
You're a kid. You're a child. You can't let anything go.
How old are you?
I'm 21. I said my birthday.
You're
You asked
younger
me
than me.
like 4 or 5 times. July
You're calling me a
15th.
child and you're younger than me? What are
Then
you
you're
talking about?
immature. Then you're immature.
I'm not
You're
acting immature
immature.
for trying to respond to the fact that you
You
said that
are.
about
You
me.
can't let this topic go. You're like a little kid.
You can't
My
concede. You can't
my
concede. You're like a little
niece,
kid.
my niece lets
Typey, thank you
things
so
go
much. I
more
appreciate
than
the
you. You
$20 for
still
Make That
want to
Money,
talk.
Parker. I support this kind of grifting, lol. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Nick, thank you so much. Appreciate the $10. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Thank you. That was D- tier rage baiting at best. Wow, that was cringe, bro. Love you, though, Parker. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it, Nick. Thank you. Go ahead, Trey.
Okay. Anyways, no,
That was for fun. That was an A+ rage bait right there. He left. He left the live. A+ rage bait. A+ rage bait. A+ rage bait in the chat. Let's go. A+. We fucking rage baited him to leave. That's fucking amazing. What? It took one mute. Took one mute. I love that, dude. Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you? All right, let's go into the next person. Next person real quick, everybody. Holy shit. Sabrina, again, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. Michelle, thank you for the $50. Thank you so much for the grift on Cash App. Thank you so much, Michelle, with the $50. Thank you so much. Give me some W's for Michelle in the comment section right now. Chris, thank you for the $10 for the little kid grift money. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. As well as Kimberly with the $100 on PayPal for the educational grifting. Thank you so much. Give me some W's in the comment section right now. Yo! Lennon, thank you so much for the Leon for the grifting. Thank you so much. Some W's for Kimberly, though, for the educational grifting. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. W's in the comment section right now for Lennon and Kimberly. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Michelle, I really appreciate it. Everyone supporting the grift. Thank you so much, everybody. Supporting the grift. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yo.
Do you support Trump?
Absolutely.
Why so?
Well, because he's the peacemaker.
I have a question. What state do you live in? What state do you live in?
I'm from England.
Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. Let's get the next person up here. Please, everybody, only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. Monique, thank you for the $1 for... I sent $10 to a fake Parker on Cash App. Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Yeah, by the way, everyone, if you ever do want to go to like either my Venmo, Cash App, or PayPal, make sure you go through the link tree in my bio. Thank you so much. I really appreciate the powerful mind. Thank you. Make sure you go through that in my bio. There's a fake Parker who messaged me. Yes, I don't like message people, like go out and do that. So unless unless the account is verified to be me, like through like I go live on it or something, don't believe it's me. Especially like Facebook accounts. Like there, for example, there's one Dean Facebook account that's like 200,000 followers. That's not Dean. So always make sure to verify that the account is me before. Because there are people who are fake that portray themselves as us in order to be able to like take advantage of people. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
19.
Do you support Trump?
I do in some ways.
You do?
Yes.
Push them in again. Okay. What state do you live in?
Huh? I think it's...
What state do you live in?
I'm from Sweden, actually.
Okay. I am just looking for some debates, everybody. I think I only have time for one more debate, everyone. One more debate. And then I have to get off for today, everyone. I only have time for one more debate. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 20.
Do you support Trump?
Yeah, overall, I'd say so, yeah. Obviously, I have disagreements, but majority of it, yeah, I would agree.
Like, if you could go back in time and vote for Donald Trump, would you do it?
Oh, yeah, over Kamala, yeah.
Okay, why so?
I would say... I would start with, like, foreign policy, abortion, probably my main two things.
You said which ones?
Like, abortion and, like, foreign policy, like, yeah.
Abortion and foreign policy, okay. What about abortion?
I would say, like, I would consider myself pro-life, and Trump would more align with that compared to Kamala.
Okay, so real question then.
Yeah.
So then specifically, what, you said you're pro-life. What is the reason why you think it's wrong to get an abortion in the first trimester?
I would say that human beings at the moment of conception have intrinsic value, and then so taking that or ending that life would be wrong. So I wouldn't necessarily go as far
Why
to
at
say like
conception?
abortions. Because that's when I think that I would take my basis from like a biblical standpoint of life begins at conception.
Can I ask you a
Because
question then about the Bible? Do you believe in separation of church and state?
to a degree, yes and no. I think that some issues should be more focused on like
Oh,
just the
you're
church
pro-choice in your
instituting.
repost. You're pro-choice in your repost, man. Your reposts are pro-choice.
I don't post anything pro-choice.
What are you talking about? Apparently,
Me?
your, apparently your reposts are pro-choice. They're public.
You can look at my reposts. I haven't posted anything that are pro-choice.
Then why are people spamming that in the comments?
I actually don't know. I haven't posted anything that's that.
Okay, let's see.
Really? Anyways, while you look at that, I'll explain my position in like church and state. I think that some things should be legislated, like
Told him I was into politics. He said, "Yeah, let's make America great again." Holy fucking airball! Why abortion must remain illegal? Wait, why abortion must remain legal? That's your fucking repost. You reposted.
If I reposted that, that was most likely a private mistake.
It's pretty impossible to do that. And why are you reposting that video? Dude, you are actually trying to.
I do not know.
You are trying so hard. He's trying so. He's trying so hard to get away with it. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump.
Hello?
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
34.
Did you support Trump?
Definitely, man. Definitely.
Why so?
Oh, man, I just think, he's done a lot, especially, like his Trump coin. You know, that's helped out a lot of people.
His Trump coin?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it hasn't helped me, but, you know, I'm sure it's helped some people out there.
Please tell me you're trolling, just to save my brain, please.
I'm trolling. Trump sucks.
Thank you so much. I really needed that. I was gonna lose faith. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 20.
Do you support Trump?
Bro, I was the same guy before, and I'll tell you why I reposted it. It's because
We might be at the end of the stream, everybody. Tony, thank you for the $5. We might be near the end of the stream, everybody. We'll try to get someone. I'll try to get someone. I'll try. If not everyone, for the fucking 3,700 people in here, I'd really appreciate if you go to the YouTube. For the 3,700 people over on the TikTok, go over to YouTube. There's almost 2,200 people over on YouTube. You can go join. I would really appreciate if you go check out my videos. I've been putting a lot of effort into the videos recently. Yes, wait to 1 mil. I will. Totally gonna wait to 1 mil. But I am gonna actually try to get another debate as well. One more maybe. One more would be great. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. Free, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you. I see. The thing is, I would love to get YouTube up to debate too, but I mean TikTok is just the easiest to get guest requests. Yo, what's up? How old are you? It's the easiest to get guest requests where it actually works. So that's really it. I'm sorry about that. I think YouTube would be good to get, debates too. Parker, when did you start TikTok? 2021. Or actually, it was August 2020. It was August 2020. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 19.
Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
Why so? Tony, think of the $5. Thank you.
I just think that his policy with like Iran right now is pretty good.
Were you just on my live?
And it's fun. Who?
Have I talked to you before?
I haven't talked to you. I've talked to Dean before though.
Okay. All right. Then yeah. So then, what were you saying again? Try that one more time.
I just think it's kind of funny because, like, in terms of like the policies with like Iran and then bombing Iran, how you guys said
I
it was,
just
like,
talked
gonna
to you.
lead to World War
I
III.
literally just talked to you, dude. There's no way. I'm sorry. I swear I just talked to that guy. Am I tripping, chat? I swear I just talked to him. Was that Seth? I don't know. Was he the guy that tried to call me a grifter? Or was that the other? Was that a different one? I don't know. My brain is not functioning at this point. It might be time to get off, chat. It might be time to get off. I would really recommend everyone to go check out the YouTube. Seriously, I've been really posting on YouTube a lot. I just want to let everyone know tomorrow I should be on probably starting either 10 a.m. or 11 a.m. That's when I should be live. Just letting everyone know. 10 a.m., 11 a.m. around that time. So I would definitely make sure to look out for that. 10 a.m., 11 a.m. tomorrow. And then I will be back to like later in the day. Not tomorrow, but the next day. So on Monday. Ariana, thank you for the $2. Thank you. So we've got some time, everybody. We've got some time where we're going to have... by the way, everyone, Dean's not going to be on for like a few days. So it'll be just me on live. So I get my main account back tomorrow, everybody. Just letting everyone know. Main account back tomorrow. Super excited for that. Super excited for that. I can do that. No Dean tomorrow. Yep, Dean's not going to be live tomorrow. And not the next day as well. 11 a.m. PST. Yes, Pacific Standard Time, everyone. If, by the way, I would just recommend this. On Instagram, I opened up this group where you can actually see all my updates of when I'm going live. I'm posting them every day. Appreciate the Crystal Crown. Thank you so much. And I'm actually updating it every day. So if you want to see all the updates of me, like when I go live and everything like that, you can join my like a little announcement group on Instagram as well. Eastern time? No, Pacific time. Pacific time. All right, everyone. If you have any last questions, you can ask me. Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, link tree in the bio. But I'm about to get off, everybody. Just letting you right now. Those are the places to look. Go onto YouTube. Go like the stream on YouTube. I would really appreciate that. I think right now, how many likes do we have on the YouTube stream? Let me check. Let me check. Right now we have... Oh, I just completely closed it. That's very unfortunate. How many likes do we have? I don't even know. Susanna, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you. Alrighty. Let me check. Let me check. We are at on the like 1,200, 1,300 likes. Let's try to get to 1,500, everyone. I'd really appreciate that. 1,500 before we end it. But Susanna, thank you so much for the $10. Jenna, thank you for the $5. Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you. Try to get to 1.5 before I end it. All right, everyone. We're going to raid someone on TikTok. Yeah. For the people on TikTok, let me see if there's someone on live. Is there anyone on live? Anyone? I actually don't know. I don't know. Shout, is there anyone? India, thank you so much for the $15 on Cash App. Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you. Anyone live? Faiza, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $2. Thank you. Absolutely. David with the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you, David. Rachel, thank you for the $2. I actually don't know much about it. One more guess. Let me see. Actually, I'm trying to look. I don't know. Sorry, my stuff's not working. Everyone, I would just say look to the comment section right now. There's people are putting in the comment section right now. Actually, like literally my stuff isn't, for some reason my phone is not loading on the lives. So it's not showing me. But yeah, all right. I love everyone so much. Look at the look at the chat, everyone, if you want to go join in lives. There's people saying stuff in the chat. I'm going to get off right now. I love y'all so much, everyone. I love y'all. Have a great night, everyone. I will see everyone later. Have a good night, everyone. Peace out, y'all. Peace out, y'all. Alrighty.